Chapter 43-46. The mystic Tharch was an emperor from the Heaven Realm's central region. He came from the profound Heaven Holy Land, but he did not stay there. Instead, he left for Mount Chi. The Heaven Realm's Mount Chi was 100,000 miles away from the profound Heaven Holy Land's ancestral land. However, it was less than 10,000 miles away from the mountain range where the primogenitor demons had appeared. The moment the primogenitor devil race's two quasi-paragons appeared, the mystic Tharch could already sense their presence. The mystic Tharch had not taken action during the previous invasion of the Heaven Realm by the extreme, mysterious realm. He had lost to the profound Heaven Holy Leader in the fight for the position of sacred leader of the profound Heaven Holy Land. In a fit of anger, he had left the profound Heaven Holy Land and gone to Mount Chi. However, he did not establish a sect. He still considered himself a disciple of the profound Heaven Holy Land. The area he ruled was naturally within the profound Heaven Holy Land's sphere of influence. Although the mystic Tharch could not become the sacred leader of the profound Heaven Holy Land, he could put aside all distracting thoughts and focus on cultivation on Mount Chi. Today, his cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds. He had already surpassed the current profound Heaven Holy Leader. The mystic Tharch had some grudges with the profound Heaven Holy Leader and did not want to meet him. He could not see the profound Heaven Holy Leader where the mystic Tharch was. He could not see the profound Heaven Holy Leader where the profound Heaven Holy Leader was. At this time, a demon had actually barged into his territory. The mystic Tharch naturally could not sit back and do nothing. Buzz. The sound of a sword was like a dragon's cry. The mystic Tharch waved his right hand, and a supreme sword light immediately rushed out of his body towards the two demons. "How dare you, lowly beings from the lower realm, attack us? You must have a death wish." The two progenitor devils were enraged. One of them opened his mouth and inhaled, wanting to swallow the sword light that was coming at him in one gulp. "Humph, you are the ones seeking death." The mystic Tharch sneered. He allowed the demon to swallow his sword light, such pure sword Tao power. After swallowing the mystic Thearcha's sword light, the demon licked his lips as if he had not had enough. Ha! These lowly beings overestimate themselves. The other demon laughed disdainfully. "Humph, what an arrogant fellow." The mystic Tharch was annoyed just looking at these two fellows. In the next moment, a thought came to his mind. Ouch! The demon that had swallowed the mystic Thearcha's sword light suddenly clutched its stomach and screamed. How is this possible? The demon couldn't believe it. "Sword out!" the mystic Tharch shouted as he pointed with his right hand. In the next moment, a sword light broke through the demon's stomach and rushed out. Then, the demon's body split into two and fell from the sky. As it turned out, not only had the sharp sword light split open the demon's stomach, but it had also split the demon from the primogenitor world into two. At this moment, the sword light descended, directly crushing the two halves of the devilish lord's body. A quasi-supreme demon, lord of the primogenitor demon clan, who had crossed over from the primogenitor realm to the primogenitor demon clan, had died just like that. What? When the other demon saw this, he was stunned. His legs were trembling, and he was terrified to the extreme. They were the high and mighty primogenitor demons. How could they not be a match for these fellows from the lower domain? The remaining demon let out a strange cry, turned around, and fled. "You are just a low-stage primogenitor demon. How dare you be so impudent in front of me? What a joke!" The mystic Tharch laughed in disdain and immediately turned into a sword light and rushed forward. Without any suspense, the remaining primogenitor demons was also killed by the mystic Thearcha's sword. After the mystic Tharch killed the two demons, he immediately made a move to kill the countless demons in the mountain range that had been demonized. Just as the mystic Tharch was killing the demons from the primogenitor world, there was a sound of something shattering in one of the demon halls of the primogenitor world. How is this possible? The two demonic figures sitting cross-legged in the devil hall opened their eyes at the same time. They looked towards a certain wall in the hall. There was nothing in the hall, but there were countless holes in the walls, and in the holes there were many palm-sized devil tablets. In the direction that the two demonic figures were looking at, there were two holes in the wall where the devil plates had actually shattered. How is this possible? They just went to the lower domain, and they died. Voices of disbelief came from the demon hall. Outrageous! Those two pieces of trash. The two demons in the demon hall were shocked and angry. Was the supreme forbidden ground really so evil? Continue to send more people. I don't believe this. One of the demons raged. Unlike the two pieces of trash from the primogenitor demons who went to the heaven domain to show off, the experts sent by the other factions did not die so quickly. At this time, the old tortoise began to rebuild the demon race's ancestral ground. The ancestral ground had been destroyed many important places, especially the defensive array of the demon race's ancestral ground. This time, Gu Fei and the old tortoise joined forces. Not only did they repair the defensive array of the demon race's ancestral ground, but they also increased the power of the defensive array. At this time, even if an extreme grade supreme were to personally take action, it would take a while to break the defensive array of the demon race's ancestral ground. Those people finally found us. On a mountain peak in the demon race's ancestral ground, Gu Fei and the old tortoise stood together. Those people, could they be from the primogenitor realm? The old tortoise's eyes suddenly lit up when he heard this. What was so different about the legendary people from the primogenitor realm? Didn't you sense that there are a lot of uninvited guests outside? Gu Fei said with a smile. He was not afraid of the people from the primogenitor realm at all. No matter who came, he was confident that he could fight them unless the supreme existences of the eternal realm came. It should be known that experts of that realm could directly ignore the power of heaven's punishment. Of course, the supreme existences of that realm would not descend to the lower realm to hunt down Gu Fei. Extraordinary existences like them were rarely interested in anything. Moreover, the most important thing was that Gu Fei did not seem to have offended any supreme existences of the eternal realm, except for the first demon ancestor. The people from the primogenitor realm were all observing. No one wanted to be the first to make a move. The experts of the Chu clan and the Tian clan appeared outside the ancestral ground of the demon race in the heaven realm. These people were extremely shrewd. Even the void supremes had fallen in the heaven realm. How could they be careless? A bunch of timid fellows. It seems that I overestimated the people from the primogenitor realm. The old tortoise sighed. Why don't you go out and play? Gu Fei said with a smile. No, I still want to live for a few more years. The old tortoise quickly shook his head. He did not want to offend the people from the primogenitor realm. After all, he also wanted to go to the primogenitor realm to play. Gu Fei, I know you're inside. Come out and die. Chapter 43-47. The wood race's last sovereign sent news from the heavenly realm that Gu Fei was not dead. When the news that Gu Fei was still alive spread throughout the ancestral realm, it shook the entire realm. Countless people were shocked to the extreme when they heard the news. That guy is not dead. Ancestral realm, Li clan, in the newly rebuilt ancestral grounds. The Li clan's second progenitor was enraged when he heard the news. He smashed the table in front of him. The Li clan was originally a powerful clan in the heaven realm. That was because the Li clan had produced Li Changtian. He was a powerful existence that had achieved eternity. He was a supreme existence that could compete with the Chu clan's old monster Chu and the Tian clan's old clan master. Li Changtian was also one of the strongest opponents Gu Fei had met in the ancestral realm, but in the end, he was still swallowed by Gu Fei. The Li clan's third progenitor also died at the hands of Gu Fei. The most infuriating thing was that Gu Fei had destroyed the Li clan's ancestral grounds. He had devoured all the worldly essence that the Li clan's ancestral grounds had accumulated over countless years, turning it into a barren land. And in front of Gu Fei, the Li clan's second progenitor still had to pretend to be polite. Even if his teeth were crushed, he had to swallow it down with his blood. It was too sullen. However, the Li clan's second progenitor was a formidable character. Even though he had killed his brothers with Gu Fei, he still endured it. This was truly admirable. After Gu Fei defeated Li Changtian, Old Monster Chu, and the Sky Clan's old clan lord, he did not destroy the three clans. Instead, he destroyed the Li clan's and Sky clan's ancestral grounds. The Chu clan's ancestral grounds had been turned into ruins by the Locust clan. Although the three clans were nearly defeated by Gu Fei, their foundations were not to be underestimated. Even without their former strength, they could not be underestimated. Currently, the Li clan, Chu clan, and Sky clan had rebuilt their ancestral grounds in the ancestral realm. As long as there were still extreme grade, utmost beings holding down the fort, they would not truly decline. If there were no extreme grade, utmost beings holding down the fort, it would be dangerous. The primogenitor realm, southern regions, extreme Tao Supremes were almost all killed by Gu Fei. After the Locust tribe's chaos, the entire southern region's major forces suffered great losses. Without tens of thousands of years of recuperation, it was impossible for him to recover. And now, Gu Fei was still alive. This made everyone who had a grudge against Gu Fei feel uneasy. With Gu Fei's personality, once he returned to the primogenitor's world, the first thing he would do would probably be to destroy the demons of the primogenitor's world. Back then, the first demon ancestor had used his life to open the cycle of reincarnation and beat him into it. Therefore, when the demons of the ancestral realm received the news, they immediately took action. It wasn't difficult to find out where Gu Fei was. They only needed to know where the last unlucky supreme being of the wood race had gone. Gu Fei, come out and die. In the heaven realm, outside the demon clan's ancestral land, an old voice sounded. Demonic energy is soaring. Who is it? Old Tortoise looked at Gu Fei. Ancestor demon. Gu Fei stood with his hands behind his back and said indifferently what Old Tortoise stumbled and almost fell. An ancestor demon from the primogenitor's world. That was an existence above the extreme Tao Supremes. This was bad. TCH, look at your cowardly face. You still want to go to the primogenitor's world? Gu Fei glanced at Old Tortoise and mocked. If you're not a coward, then go out and take care of that guy for me to see. Old Tortoise looked displeased. Since you're not coming out, then I can only go in and drag you out. The old voice from outside sounded again. Ha ha! Stop acting in front of me. I didn't even care about the first demon ancestor back then, much less a little demon like you. Gu Fei suddenly laughed. You, outside, the ancestor demon was furious. The whole world suddenly darkened, as if night had fallen. A terrifying demonic aura came from outside the demon clan's ancestral land. All the creatures in the ancestral land were frightened to the extreme. Ancestor Great Demon? Gu Fei smiled. You can still smile at this time? The old tortoise was shocked. The demonic aura coming from the outside was too powerful. Rumble. In the depths of the sky, there was a burst of thunder. A terrifying destructive power was about to break out. Is that guy crazy? He actually dared to use the extreme Tao power in the heaven realm. Old Tortoise exclaimed. Has this demon broken through to the half-step eternal realm? Gufei was a little surprised. Only by breaking through to that realm could one ignore the power of heavenly punishment. However, which step had the ancestor great demon taken? It should be known that it was absolutely not easy to take that step. It was as difficult as ascending to heaven. Sure enough, the powerful demonic power outside was rapidly weakening. In the end, the ancestor great demon didn't really trigger the power of heavenly punishment. Initially, Gufei was still worried, but now he was smiling. Under the extreme Tao, I'm invincible. If the ancestor great demon didn't use the power of the extreme Tao, then he might not be able to return to the ancestral realm today. Boom! At this moment, there was a sudden loud noise. The entire demon clan's ancestral land trembled. The mountain peaks outside the ancestral land instantly collapsed. The guardian array of the demon clan's ancestral land blocked this sudden attack. In the void, countless array patterns emerged. Ancient Tao diagrams appeared in the void, enveloping the entire demon clan's ancestral land. On these Tao diagrams, there were traces of primal chaos chi. Primal chaos Fengtian diagram? The ancestor great demon was shocked. This primal chaos Fengtian diagram was the #1 Tao artifact of the Wood Clan. This extreme Tao artifact was extremely powerful and could contend with the power of heavenly punishment. No wonder you are so fearless. Outside the demon clan's ancestral land, amidst the surging demonic chi, 2 blood-colored demonic lights flickered. The ancestor great demon's aged voice reverberated between heaven and earth. Gufei had once dominated the ancestral realm and obtained many extreme Tao artifacts. If you have the ability, then come in. Gufei still had a calm expression. You dare to look down on me? The primogenitor great fiend was on the verge of going crazy. Back then, the 9 of them had joined forces to summon the first primogenitor great fiend. But after the first primogenitor great fiend perished, the 9 of them became street rats and were chased everywhere. Among the 9 great ancestor great demons, 3 great ancestor great demons perished under the pursuit of the supremes of the ancestral realm. Back then, there were 12 ancestor great demons in the ancestral demon domain, but now only 6 were left. Moreover, these 6 great ancestor great demons were greatly injured and had all gone into hiding. The ancestor great demon left the ancestral realm and descended to the heaven realm to settle scores with Gufei. This was already a huge risk. I am not looking down on you, but I have never placed you in my eyes. Gufei said expressionlessly. Roar. The ancestor great demon roared towards the sky. Very well. Do you think that I can't do anything to you? There are many people in the ancestral realm who want you dead. As long as I send the news that you are here back, you are dead for sure. The ancestor great demon gritted his teeth and said, Is that so? Whatever. As Gufei spoke, he turned around and walked towards the depths of the demon clan's ancestral land. He no longer cared about the ancestor great demon outside. This brother of mine is too amazing. Chapter 43-48. Gufei completely disregarded the primogenitor great demon, which had dominated the ancestral realm for countless years, almost drove him crazy. However, in addition to the extreme Tao level protective array, there was also the primal chaos heaven ceiling diagram, a super extreme Tao treasure. Even the primogenitor great demon had no confidence in breaking through the ancestral realm. Moreover, this world was the extreme Tao forbidden area. Extreme Tao power could not be used here. Once it was used, it would attract the power of heavenly punishment. The power of heavenly punishment could threaten extreme Tao supremes. Although the primogenitor, great demon's demonic might was unparalleled, he was not willing to take the risk because he had never heard of anyone surviving after using extreme Tao power in the extreme Tao forbidden area. Gu Fei, just you wait. The primogenitor, great demon, left furiously. What should we do? The primogenitor, great demons, words could not suppress Gu Fei, but it could suppress the old turtle. If the primogenitor, great demon, attracted Gu Fei's enemies in the ancestral realm, it would be terrible. The old turtle could not remain calm and hurriedly chased after Gu Fei. At this time, in the ancestral realm, apart from the old turtle's subordinates, Gu Ling and Yin had already entered Gu Fei's inner world. Gu Ling wanted to refine the half-step extreme Tao divine pill obtained from refining the wood race's last supremes. Yin wanted to protect Gu Ling. That quasi-supreme divine pill could definitely allow Gu Ling's cultivation to break through to the quasi-supreme realm. Sure enough, not long after the primogenitor, great demon left, powerful figures continuously appeared in the vicinity of the ancestral realm. Each figure was extremely powerful. Most importantly, these experts were not living beings of the heaven realm, but from other worlds. Where did these people come from? The old antiques of the heaven realm were indescribably shocked. In the past few days, countless experts had suddenly appeared in the heaven realm, causing the major forces of the heaven realm to be extremely nervous. At this time, the old antiques of the heaven realm realized that experts from the outer world could travel between the heaven realm and the outer world. All the experts from the heaven realm were watching. In this extreme Tao forbidden area, everyone had to be careful and not be careless. At this time, the atmosphere in the southern region of the heaven realm was extremely tense. The entire southern region was like a barrel of explosives. With just a spark, it would explode. Those people outside are so bored. The lazy voice of the old tortoise rang out from the ancestral hall of the demon clan. Those fellows are extremely shrewd. They won't make a move before they figure out the truth about me, Gu Fei said calmly. Then let's just continue like this. Ha ha. Old tortoise laughed. It won't take long. Gu Fei knew very well that it wouldn't be long before those fellows made their move. How could the old tortoise imagine the methods of those fellows from the primogenitor realm? You mean those guys outside are going to start? Old tortoise became nervous when he heard that. With me here, what are you afraid of? Gu Fei looked at old tortoise with a faint smile. Ugh. Old tortoise was speechless. This guy's pretentious skills were above his own. He had no choice but to look at Gu Fei in a new light. Another peaceful day passed. However, soon, news came from outside that the mysterious experts who had crossed realms had begun to attack the major forces of the heaven realm. An expert covered in a vast and mighty aura of fire directly destroyed the mountain gate of the profound heaven, holy land. He broke into the ancestral grounds of the profound heaven, holy land, and captured the profound heaven, holy Lord. In less than half a day, the profound heaven, holy land submitted. On the same day, the Tai Ching holy land was conquered. The Li clan of the heaven realm collapsed and submitted to the Li clan of the primogenitor realm. The Chu clan of the heaven realm submitted to the Chu clan of the primogenitor realm. The 9 clans of the Shili clan of the heaven realm submitted to the heavenly clan of the primogenitor realm. The major forces of the primogenitor realm began to nurture their own representatives in the heaven realm. However, not all forces were willing to submit. Some forces resisted fiercely and were destroyed by the experts of the primogenitor realm. Southern region of the heaven realm, Southern Mountains god Emperor Song Zhao's Emperor Divine Palace. Song Zhao's expression was solemn as he scanned his subordinates in the palace hall. Di Zun, why don't we surrender too? That's right, Di Zun. Those people are from the legendary primogenitor upper realm. We are no match for those experts from the primogenitor upper realm. Starting a war with them is no different from smashing a rock with an egg. The experts in the hall, who were usually awe-inspiring, all started to persuade the Southern Mountains god emperor to surrender and submit to the people from the primogenitor realm. "Shut up, all of you." The Southern Mountains god emperor's expression was extremely ugly. The hall immediately quietened down. At this time, only the Southern Mountains god Emperor Tsang Xiao had not surrendered. The fire race had surrendered long ago. The current situation was extremely disadvantageous to the Southern Mountains god Emperor. Those who resisted the people from the primogenitor realm would only have one fate, and that was to be mercilessly killed. To surrender or not to surrender, the Southern Mountains god Emperor knew that he was no match for the people from the primogenitor realm. However, he was extremely unwilling to submit and become someone else's servant. "Are you still not going to come out and beg me to spare your lives?" At this moment, a voice suddenly came from outside. Hearing this voice, the expressions of all the experts in the hall changed. Dizun, everyone looked nervously at the Southern Mountains god emperor on the throne. At this time, outside the emperor god palace of the Southern Mountains god emperor stood an elegant young man in white robes. Two middle-aged men stood behind this white-robed young man. Of the two middle-aged men, one was dressed in coarse cloth and carried a large bow on his back. However, there was no quiver. The other person was empty-handed. Only his face was exposed outside his black robes. He gave off a cold and sinister feeling. Just these three people had forced the Southern Mountains god emperor into a dead end. "Dizun, why don't we invite Gu Fei?" An old man in the hall suddenly said. This old man was the grandfather of Sunset City's city lord, Gu Ling's disciple, Yen Er. Yen Er's grandfather had already broken through to the sage realm. Even Yen Er was surprised. Right now, Yen Er was still cultivating in Gu Fei's 9 Heavenly Stars sword with Zhao Hao and Meng Long. No one knew when she would come out of seclusion. However, before the Southern Mountains god emperor could say anything, a figure smashed through the door and rushed in. The man arrived in front of the Luo Xia City Lord in an instant. He stared at the Luo Xia City Lord and said, "Did you just say Gu Fei?" The white-robed young man looked a little nervous. At this time, 2 figures flashed by the door and rushed into the hall. The group of experts in the hall immediately dispersed and stared nervously at the 3 experts who had suddenly entered. In the eyes of the white-robed youth, there seemed to be stars descending, as if they contained a starry sky. Chapter 43-49. The Heaven Realm had become the venue for the Ancestral Realm's forces to display their power. No matter if it was the Heaven Realm's Central Region, Eastern Region, Southern Region, Western Region, or Northern Region, experts from the Ancestral Realm had descended. These experts were incomparably strong and directly broke through the mountain gates of the Heaven Realm's major powers, forcing them to submit. There was only one outcome for those who refused to submit, and that was to be killed without mercy. However, although the Ancestral Realm's powerhouses were powerful, the Heaven Realm was a perfect world that had existed for countless years. It had a complete Tao law. The Heaven Realm gave birth to many extreme Tao supremes. For example, the monster race ancestor, the dragon race ancestor, the golden spirit ape ancestor, the golden rock ancestor. The Heaven Realm's Zhou clan, Li clan, and other forces all had extreme Tao legacies. In the northern realms, there was the mysterious snowy heavenly palace and the extreme North Prison region. Back then, Gu Fei had subdued Song Ke and the black-scaled Tiger Emperor in the extreme North Prison region. The legendary Qilin Halberd had also appeared in the extreme North Prison region and was obtained by a mysterious woman. The ancestral realm's powerhouses were invincible, sweeping through the entire heaven realm. If they met resistance, they would be trampled. In a short period of time, countless living beings had fallen. The entire heaven realm was gradually divided up by the ancestral realm's forces. They all wanted to establish strongholds in the heaven realm and have their own territory. However, very quickly, the ancestral realm's powerhouses met a hard nail. In the northern realms, the three ancestral realms' tyrannical sky dynasties' powerhouses descended on the endless snowfield. Second brother, this is a world of ice and snow. There's not even a strand of hair. Why did we abandon the central region's countless cultivation resources and come here? A black-clothed youth asked a black-clothed, middle-aged man in front of him. Seventh brother, you don't know? There's a treasure here. If we get it, our boss's cultivation will break through to the extreme Tao realm. The black-clothed, middle-aged man smiled. There's a treasure in this godforsaken place. The black-clothed youth was shocked. Come out. The leader, a majestic-looking middle-aged man, wearing a golden crown and a purple robe, stomped down. Boom. In the next moment, the endless snow field actually cracked. Humph! Right at this moment, a cold laugh resounded. And then the entire snowfield started to tremble. Rumble! The tens of thousands of meters thick ice layer arched upwards, and a divine palace that was even larger than a mountain broke through the thick ice layer, slowly rising from the snowy land. This is when the black-clothed youth and the black-clothed middle-aged man saw this scene. Their eyeballs almost fell to the ground. Those three guys are after Heavenly Palace of Snow Domain. Zhao Tianxiong, the head of the Heaven Realm's Zhao family, appeared in the distant sky. Right now, there were only two great powers in the northern region of the Heaven Realm. One was the Zhao clan of the Heaven Realm, and the other was the Heavenly Palace of the Snow Domain. Because Zhao Hao of the Zhao clan was a disciple of Gu Fei, the Zhao clan of the Heaven Realm directly swept away the other powers. Gu Fei's forces also withdrew from the northern region of the Heaven Realm. After all, Gu Fei had left the Heaven Realm and the human world for such a long time, and only the Iron Blood Taoist was left to defend the human world. More than once, the Iron Blood Taoist had summoned the forces of the Heaven Realm and the human world to fight against various powerful enemies. Almost all the forces that belonged to Gu Fei in the Heaven Realm had been summoned to the human world by him. Now that Gu Fei had returned, he found out that the forces that he had painstakingly built up were almost destroyed. This made him very angry. At this time, in the northern region, an extremely overbearing aura exploded from a figure. The entire northern region suddenly changed color, and the sun and moon lost their light. Ha! I haven't seen boss in a long time. The black-clothed youth called. Xiao Qi laughed loudly. Let's get out of the way first, the black-clothed middle-aged man said as he pulled the black-clothed youth and directly retreated. Who are you? At this moment, from the divine palace that had broken through the layer of ice and risen into the sky, a woman's voice that was filled with allure rang out. This voice seemed to possess an unfathomable attraction, as if it could capture the soul of any living being. Xiao Qi's cultivation base was slightly weaker. When he heard this voice, his vision went black, and he almost fell from the sky. What? The black-clothed youth was shocked. He hurriedly circulated his Xian Qi and focused his mind, which was why he wasn't affected. What's going on? The black-clothed youth was indescribably shocked. He was a king of the primogenitor realm's tyrannical sky dynasty. If he was defeated in this lowly realm, it would be too embarrassing. Roar! At this time, the leader of the three suddenly roared, and a terrifying sound wave directly covered the voice that came from the divine palace. Submit or die. The number one overlord of the tyrannical Sky dynasty, Yi Kuang, was extremely domineering. The power behind the tyrannical Sky dynasty's Yi family was extraordinary. The Yi family had Yi Qingtian, a different kind of eternal existence. In the past, Yi Qingtian and the evil ancestor were supreme powerhouses in the primogenitor realm who could compete with Gu Fei. This was also the reason why the tyrannical Sky dynasty was so domineering. As long as Yi Qingtian was alive, the tyrannical Sky dynasty's Yi family wouldn't perish, and no one would dare to touch the Yi family. After all, Yi Qingtian was a nearly invincible existence in the primogenitor realm. Presumptuous. A feminine voice came from the divine palace. In the next moment, a faint figure appeared in front of the divine palace. As soon as the figure appeared, the temperature of the entire area dropped rapidly, becoming even colder. The temperature of the snowfield was already very low. Now, even the void seemed to be solidifying. If you don't submit, then die. Yi Kuang's face was expressionless. He stomped his right foot, and the ground exploded. In the next moment, he shot up into the sky, rushing towards the divine palace with extreme speed. Is it about to begin? In the distant sky, the Zhao family's patriarch, Zhao Tianxiong, saw this scene and his eyes lit up. He wanted to see what kind of ability this guy from the primogenitor realm had to dare to provoke the heavenly snow palace. Even the Zhao family didn't dare to touch the heavenly snow palace. Even Gu Fei, who was so domineering and invincible in the past, couldn't do anything to the heavenly snow palace. Boom! In the next moment, Yi Kuang directly crashed into the heavenly snow palace. The spectating heaven realm powerhouses were all inexplicably shocked. What they didn't know was that Yi Kuang cultivated the tyrannical battle body. This battle body was extremely powerful. Right now, Yi Kuang was a quasi-supreme Tao treasure in human form. In the next moment, the entire divine palace shook from his impact. Is this guy a madman? Zhao Qianxiong was a little dumbfounded. This guy from the primogenitor realm's attack was too unconventional. Courting death. Chapter 43:50. The number one overlord of the tyrannical Sky dynasty from the primogenitor realm had come to the northern region of the heaven realm. This overlord went straight to the heavenly palace of snow. This shocked the experts of the northern region. The heavenly palace of snow was the strongest and most mysterious force in the northern region. Even Gu Fei, who was almost invincible in the heaven realm, couldn't do anything to the heavenly palace of snow domain. The guys from the primogenitor realm are too arrogant. Do they think they're invincible? The experts of the northern region didn't think much of it. These bastards from the primogenitor realm had wantonly attacked the major forces of the heaven realm. Naturally, they wouldn't let the northern region off. Now, these guys had finally come, and only 3 of them. 3 guys wanted to conquer the entire northern region. They were underestimating the experts of the northern region. The northern region of the heaven realm had always been a place of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Other than the Zhao clan and the heavenly palace of snow, there were also many nameless experts living in seclusion in the northern region. The Zhao clan of the heaven realm was nothing in their eyes. Boom! Under everyone's shocked gaze, the number one overlord of the tyrannical Sky dynasty, Yi Kuang, slammed into the heavenly palace of snow. Rumble, the entire heavenly palace of snow shook. Countless ancient runes appeared on the surface of the heavenly palace of snow. The number one overlord, Yi Kuang, was sent flying 1,000 miles away by the force of the explosion. He crashed into an iceberg. A figure appeared in front of the heavenly palace of snow. This time, it wasn't a shadow. How dare you come to the heavenly palace of snow? Die! It was a masked woman in white. Although her face was covered, Her eyes were as bright as the stars in the sky. She exuded an extraordinary aura. At this time, the masked woman glared at the number one overlord, Yi Kuang, who was rushing up from the ground. Die! As the white-robed woman spoke, she directly sent a palm strike towards Yi Kuang, who was charging towards her. A powerful cold energy erupted from her palm, instantly freezing everything within a radius of 3,000 li. Even the void was frozen. Yi Kuang didn't escape the fate of being frozen. Tisk, you're only SOSO. How dare you come here and behave atrociously with your cultivation? You're really courting death. The masked woman in white said disdainfully. Bam! At this moment, the falling human-shaped ice block suddenly exploded, and a figure rushed out from the shattered ice block. That person was Yi Kuang. Whoosh! Yi Kuang stretched out his hand and grabbed the masked woman in white. A powerful force enveloped the entire area, and the lady in white flew towards Yi Kuang's hand involuntarily. Eternal freeze! The white-robed woman shouted. In the next moment, a violent wave of Yin energy exploded from her body. After that, Yi Kuang was once again sealed in ice. However, Yi Kuang Sui shattered the ice on his body and escaped. Eat my fist! Yi Kuang directly punched towards the lady in white. There was no divine ability, only the purest strength, and it was the strongest strength. This punch was extremely domineering. It directly broke through the layers of Yin energy and was about to hit the lady in white. At this moment, a force suddenly erupted from the masked woman's body, and a ball of fire instantly collided with Yi Kuang's fist. Boom! With a loud bang, two figures and a ball of fire were sent flying in different directions. The ball of fire instantly exploded, and in the next moment, a divine bird that looked like a phoenix appeared in the fire. Within the fire, there was a vague flame pattern. What the Heaven Realm experts, who were watching from afar, were all shocked. It's the Heavenly Palace Saintess Phoenix. Someone exclaimed. So it's the Saintess. At this moment, the experts from the Heaven Realm finally knew who was fighting against the bastard from the ancestral realm. The last time the Heavenly Palace Saintess fought was during the chaos of the extreme North Prison region. It had been a long time since then. This time, it was the Heavenly Palace Saintess again. The Heavenly Palace Saintess was mysterious. In the past, only a few people had seen her fight. In the battle of the extreme North Prison region, the Saintess had subdued a phoenix that was known as the ancient Great Ominous Phoenix. The divine bird that had just attacked was the ancient Great Ominous Phoenix. This phoenix was not a real phoenix, but it had inherited the phoenix's bloodline. That was why it was called a phoenix. The phoenix that the Heavenly Palace Saintess had subdued was even stronger and more terrifying than a real phoenix. Master, the phoenix bowed to the Heavenly Palace Saintess. Well done. You should practice with this arrogant guy first, the Heavenly Palace Saintess said to the phoenix. Yes, Master. The phoenix hurriedly accepted the order. Uffed. It's just a mixed breed with an impure bloodline. How dare you be so presumptuous in front of me? The number one overlord Yi Kuang sneered. What did you say? The phoenix was angry. This guy had touched its reverse scale. Boom. The next moment, a monstrous divine fire erupted from the phoenix's body, covering half the sky. The void was distorted by the heat, and the entire ice field was about to melt. Die! The phoenix flapped its wings, and in the next moment, countless divine feathers rushed out of its body, turning into divine rainbows that tore through the void and pierced towards Yi Kuang. Clang! The number one overlord of the primogenitor realm, Yi Kuang swung his fists, shattering the piercing divine lights. His fists were as powerful as an indestructible quasi-supreme Tao artifact. This guy, when the experts from the Heaven Realm saw this scene, They were all shocked to the extreme. This guy's fleshly body was actually cultivated to a level even stronger than a quasi-supreme Tao artifact. Could he be a supreme? Someone said. It's hard to say. Some of the old fogies of the northern region of the heaven realm stared at the incomparably domineering figure, afraid to miss something. The primogenitor realm was a legendary world, the origin of all the realms. According to legend, all the realms of the present were created by the powerhouses of the primogenitor realm. Of course, this was only a legend. However, when the powerhouses of the primogenitor realm came to the heaven realm, the legend became reality. However, reality was cruel. The people of the primogenitor realm were cold-blooded and heartless. They would wipe out an entire clan if they didn't agree with them. They completely regarded themselves as the rulers of the realms. The lives of countless beings were in their hands. The powerhouses of the primogenitor realm had no pity for the beings of the inferior realms. At this time, Yi Kuang and the Phoenix were fighting endlessly. The entire ice field of the extreme north was shaking, and countless beings were panicking. What now? At this time, a figure appeared in the sky above the ice field. It was a black-robed young man. What? Gu Fei? Chapter 43:51. The Zhao clan of the heavenly realm was actually a branch of the Zhao clan of the human realm. In the distant past, when the heavenly realm and the human realm were still connected and the path of heaven was not severed, the ancient forces of the human realm had strongholds in the heavenly realm. However, ever since the demonic chaos and the Dark Ages came, the war of gods and demons broke out, destroying the human realm and cutting off the path of heaven. Since then, the heavenly realm and the human realm were cut off. Back then, the ancient forces that could not retreat to the human realm in time stayed in the heavenly realm. However, after the passage of countless years, many powers from the mortal dimension had vanished in the annals of time, but the Zhao clan had been passed down. The Zhao clan of the heavenly realm was indeed outstanding. They made a name for themselves in the northern region of the heavenly realm. The Zhao clan continued to grow and eventually became one of the top forces in the northern region. However, in the present world, the Zhao clan of the heaven realm had suffered a great blow, especially after the battle with Gu Fei. Back then, Gu Fei had directly destroyed the Zhao clan. The Zhao clan's patriarch, Zhao Yuntian, had long retired. The current patriarch was Zhao Tianxiong. As the patriarch of the Zhao clan of the heavenly realm, Zhao Tianxiong naturally knew how powerful and terrifying Gu Fei was. Even the forbidden existence of the Zhao clan could not do anything to him. The moment Zhao Tianxiong saw Gu Fei appear, he was dumbfounded. At this moment, the number one overlord of the tyrannical Sky dynasty, Yi Kuang, and the ancient ominous phoenix from the primordial realm had already entered the starry sky. The entire sky shook. Wherever the two powerhouses passed, planets would explode one after another. It was a terrifying sight to behold. The saintess of the heavenly palace of Snow Domain also rushed into the starry sky. The ancient ominous phoenix was merely a great omen that she had subdued in the extreme north prison. The phoenix had been imprisoned for countless years, and its cultivation had been mostly destroyed. However, the heavenly palace saintess had brought the phoenix back to the heavenly palace holy land and provided it with countless cultivation resources, which allowed the phoenix's cultivation to recover. Even now, the phoenix had not fully recovered. It had only recovered 30% to 40% of its cultivation. However, the phoenix was an ancient omen. Even if it had only recovered 30% to 40% of its cultivation, it was still not comparable to an ordinary quasi-supreme. The great ancient ominous phoenix was actually fighting endlessly with Yi Kuang. In a short period of time, it was actually difficult to determine the victor. This battle was incomparably brilliant. It allowed the experts of the northern region of the heaven realm to know how powerful the people from the primogenitor realm were. This made the experts of the heaven realm even more fearful of the people from the primogenitor realm. However, when Gu Fei appeared, more than half of the heaven realm rankers who were watching from afar immediately left. The ones who stayed were those who did not have any grudges with Gu Fei. What's going on? The seventh overlord of the tyrannical sky imperial court, Yi Xiao, who came from the primogenitor realm, noticed the movements of the heaven realm's experts. More than half of the heaven realm's experts had left, causing him to be bewildered. They seemed to be very afraid of that person. The moment that person arrived, those people immediately ran away. The second overlord of the tyrannical sky imperial court, Yi He, stared at the black-clothed youth and said, "Him." Yi Xiao looked at the young man in black and frowned. "He looks familiar. Where have I seen him before?" Yi Xiao said. However, he was so frightened that he almost fell from the sky. He is Gu Fei." Yi Xiao's voice was trembling. Back then, when Gu Fei fought against the heroes of the primogenitor realm, many supreme realm rankers died at his hands. Even the Wood clan of the southern region of the primogenitor realm was annihilated by him. This time, the reason why they came to the heaven realm was to verify whether Gu Fei, who was forced into reincarnation by the first demon ancestor, was still alive or not. Now, it seemed that Gu Fei was really still alive and well. What? I can't believe he's really still alive. The second overlord also recognized Gu Fei at this time. This guy was the #1 killing star of the primogenitor realm. Although the tyrannical sky imperial court did not have much interaction with Gu Fei, who did not know Gu Fei's name in the primogenitor realm. Although the tyrannical sky imperial court was powerful, even the overlord did not dare to underestimate Gu Fei. The overlord of the tyrannical sky imperial court was a supreme existence at the peak of the supreme realm. Just as Yi Xiao and Yi He were shocked, a loud noise suddenly came from the starry sky. In the next moment, an incomparably bright divine light exploded in front of them. Terrifying energy fluctuations spread in all directions. Countless stars exploded, the void collapsed, and a huge black hole appeared in the starry sky. At the same time, a ball of fire fell from the starry sky toward the northern region of the heaven realm. Endless divine fire burned the void continuously. It was like a divine sun falling from the sky. The great ancient ominous phoenix was defeated. Everyone who witnessed this scene was incomparably shocked. In the end, it's a creature from the lower realm. It can't even withstand a single blow. An incomparably arrogant voice came from the starry sky, echoing between heaven and earth. Hearing this voice, countless experts of the northern region of the heaven realm changed their expressions. Preposterous! The saintess of the heavenly palace waved her right hand, and the divine light falling from the sky immediately stopped in the void. Then it soared into the sky and flew back to her. She waved her big sleeves and directly collected the ball of fire. Everyone could see that the phoenix was seriously injured and had been knocked unconscious by the guy from the ancestral realm. Without a few years of recuperation, it would not be able to recover. Don't think that just anyone from the ancestral realm is invincible. This realm is far beyond your imagination, the saintess of the heavenly palace said coldly as she stared at Yi Kuang. "Haha, is that so?" Yi Kuang showed his arrogance. Boom. The saintess of the heavenly palace did not want to waste any more words with this madman. She immediately attacked. A divine moon rushed out of her body, and an unprecedentedly strong power of Yin surged out of the divine moon. Finally going to fight for real? Yi Kuang grinned, and a fierce light flashed in his eyes. His fighting spirit was like a rainbow. The stronger the opponent, the more he could stimulate the potential of his tyrannical sky body. Whoosh! No one saw how the saintess of the heavenly palace moved, but the divine moon that appeared from her body instantly struck in front of Yi Kuang. Wherever the divine moon passed, it left a pitch-black space crack. Die! Yi Kuang shouted angrily. His hair danced in the wind, and his tyrannical sky body was full of fighting spirit. He did not dare to be careless, and he directly punched out. The tyrannical sky fist was a secret technique of the tyrannical sky dynasty. Only the direct descendants of the tyrannical sky dynasty could cultivate it. Boom! Yi Kuang's fist collided with the divine moon. The moment the two forces collided, a strong light lit up the endless starry sky. The two figures flew back at the same time. This fist technique is not bad. Seeing Yi Kuang's punch, Gu Fei could not help but secretly nod. This kind of battle technique was extremely strong, and it already had a trace of invincible fist will. Of course, the saintess of the heavenly palace was not weak either. The secret technique of the heavenly palace of the snow domain was also extremely powerful. Chapter 43:52. Gu Fei was not one to sit and wait for death. Although he did not leave the ancestral grounds of the demon clan, he released his two doppelgangers. Both of his doppelgangers were incredible. One was a martial arts doppelganger that was invincible and had few opponents in the quasi-supremacy realm. The other was a sword doppelganger that had a heaven-defying cultivation. Once the 9 heaven-punishing swords were unleashed, who could compete with it? At this time, Gu Fei's sword doppelganger arrived at the northern region of the Heaven Realm and happened to see the battle between the Heavenly Palace Saintess and the number 1 overlord of the tyrannical Sky Dynasty, Yi Kuang. I didn't expect to see such a good show as soon as I arrived. It seems that my luck is not bad. The black-robed Gu Fei found a chair out of nowhere and sat on it, eating a bunch of fruits while watching the battle in front of him. This guy, Zhao Tianxiong, looked at Gu Fei's sloppy appearance in disbelief. Was he really the undefeatable Gu Fei of the northern region? Gu Fei was a taboo existence in the Zhao clan. No one in the Zhao clan would talk about him because he brought great shame to the Zhao clan. However, the Zhao clan of the Heaven Realm did not dare to provoke Gu Fei anymore. One should know that the Zhao clan had just recovered a little bit of strength and could not afford to be tossed around again. Of course, they could also ask for help from the Zhao clan of the Ancients in the human realm. However, even the Zhao clan of the Ancients would not dare to offend Gu Fei. Boom! Bang! Deafening explosions sounded continuously. The entire starry sky was shaking and countless stars were on the verge of collapsing. In the starry sky, 2 figures were moving quickly in the void. These 2 people were Yi Kuang and the Heavenly Palace Saintess. The power of Yi Kuang's tyrannical heavenly fist was extremely powerful and domineering. Every punch forced the Heavenly Palace Saintess to retreat. He was simply a supreme god of destruction. The tyrannical power of his fists seemed to be able to destroy everything. Every punch directly blew up the stars in the starry sky. Countless stars exploded, and the most beautiful fireworks bloomed in the pitch-black starry sky. This was the beauty of destruction. Meanwhile, the Heavenly Palace Saintess continued to shoot out crescent moon-shaped divine lights. Every time a crescent moon-shaped divine light shot out, the lunar cold chi would explode and freeze everything in its path. The lunar frigid chi was everywhere, and it posed a great threat to Yi Kuang. The crescent divine light was even more powerful, and it constantly slashed towards Yi Kuang. Yi Kuang's fist exploded with a tyrannical force, directly shattering the crescent-shaped blade of light. Unknowingly, his fist was covered with a layer of frost. What a powerful lunar power! Even someone as crazy as Yi Kuang had to admit that this woman was one of the strongest opponents he had ever met. Ha! If that's all you've got, then obediently follow me back to be my princess. Yi Kuang laughed heartily. This saintess of the heavenly palace was indeed not bad. She had cultivated to such a level in this superior world, and was only one step away from becoming an extreme grade sovereign. With such a level of cultivation, she was barely qualified to be his princess. In the tyrannical Sky Empire, the supreme figure was Yi Qingtian, followed by the tyrannical Sky Emperor. Although Yi Kuang was the #1 overlord of the tyrannical Sky Empire, he was not the biological son of the tyrannical Sky Emperor. The tyrannical Sky Emperor was only his great-uncle. This guy had yet to marry, so the position of princess was vacant. Now that he saw the peerless saintess, he had no reason to have designs on her. What did you say? The saintess of the heavenly palace was furious. She was the saintess of the heavenly palace of the northern region, synonymous with purity. How dare this guy tease her? Ha! I'm going to take you back to be my princess. Yi Kuang laughed heartily. Interesting. Gu Fei's sword doppelganger saw this and smiled. How dare you? At this time, the saintess was so angry that her voice trembled. Divine moon in the 9 heavens. The saintess of the heavenly palace roared. In the next moment, her body bloomed with endless lunar divine light. The divine light engulfed her figure, and a terrifying divine moon appeared between heaven and earth. Yi Kuang was shocked to see this. He only felt that the void around him had instantly solidified, as if it had become peerless divine iron. His movements were affected, and his movements became slower. Whoosh! The divine moon directly slashed at Yi Kuang at an extremely fast speed. Yi Kuang felt that the blood in his body had frozen. He felt great danger. Open! Yi Kuang desperately used his Xianqi. He shook his fists, broke through the power of the ice, and was about to soar into the sky. However, the divine moon that the saintess of the heavenly palace transformed into flashed by. In the next moment, Yi Kuang felt a piercing pain from the left shoulder. He hurriedly looked down and saw that his entire left arm had been separated from his body from his shoulder. Whoosh! The divine moon flashed again, and this time he was directly cut in half at the waist. His body below the waist had been separated from his upper body. The 7th overlord Yi Shao and 2nd overlord Yi He of the primogenitor realm's tyrannical Sky dynasty, who were watching the battle from the sidelines, were stunned. No one knew better than them how monstrous their boss's tyrannical battle form was. Their boss was simply a quasi-supreme Tao instrument in human form. However, today Yi Kuang, who was known to have the strongest battle form, had his left arm chopped in half at the waist. It was tragic enough. This guy from the primogenitor realm lost. The cultivators from the heaven realm were both surprised and happy. At this time, the divine moon that the saintess of the heavenly palace transformed into dissipated, and the figure of the saintess of the heavenly palace appeared before everyone's eyes. The saintess of the heavenly palace looked a little tired, and her whole body was exhausted. It seemed that using that kind of battle technique just now consumed a lot of primordial qi. Even the saintess of the heavenly palace could barely hold on. How is this possible? The 7th brother, Yi Shao, was dumbfounded. The 2nd brother, Yi He, was so shocked that he couldn't speak. The insufferably arrogant cultivator from the primogenitor realm is finally unlucky this time. The cultivators from the heaven realm were extremely excited. Ever since these guys crossed over from the primogenitor realm, they had fought everywhere and had never been defeated. These guys from the primogenitor realm had displayed near-invincible cultivation and combat strength. But now, the people from the tyrannical Sky dynasty were going to be unlucky. Yeah, Gu Fei's sword Dao avatar looked playfully at Yi Kuang, who had been chopped in half at the waist. Although this guy had been seriously injured by the saintess of the Heavenly Palace, he hadn't completely lost his combat strength. He could still fight. Moreover, Gu Fei's sword Dao avatar sensed that Yi Kuang's body was hiding a shocking power. This guy hadn't displayed his true combat strength yet. Roar! At this time, Yi Kuang suddenly roared into the sky, causing the entire heaven and earth to tremble. In the next moment, his severed left arm and lower body flew up and reattached to his body. A shocking power erupted from his body, and the nearby stars directly exploded. What? Chapter 43:53. The Heavenly Palace Saintess transformed into a divine moon and severely injured Yi Kuang, the #1 overlord of the tyrannical Sky Dynasty. However, Yi Kuang came from the ancestral realm. Moreover, the tyrannical Sky Dynasty's Yi clan was not as simple as a supreme inheritance. Their ancestor, Yi Qingtian, was an unparalleled existence. Boom! At this time, Yi Kuang really went crazy. A monstrous power erupted from Yi Kuang's body. His eyes were filled with endless killing intent, and his whole body was filled with a violent aura. It was as if a terrifying god of slaughter had descended. Oh no, the boss has fallen into a state of madness. No one can stop him. Seventh King Yi Shao, who was watching from the side, was shocked. Let's escape first. Second King Yi shuddered at the thought of the boss's crazy appearance. The #1 overlord of the tyrannical Sky Dynasty was not a title given to him casually. If this guy went crazy, he would kill anyone he saw. Only a few people in the royal family could suppress him. Yi Shao and he immediately retreated, not daring to approach Yi Kuang. No matter how fierce you are, you will die. The Heavenly Palace Saintess said angrily, Die! The Heavenly Palace Saintess transformed into a divine moon again and directly attacked Yi Kuang. Ha! Yi Kuang laughed crazily and directly punched at the incoming divine moon. The violent fist power spread in all directions, and countless stars directly exploded. This punch seemed to be able to destroy the entire starry sky. Boom! Yi Kuang's fist fiercely smashed into the mystic moon that was slashing towards him, causing a deafening explosion. An extremely powerful destructive force spread out in all directions, and countless stars were directly obliterated. The divine moon formed by the Heavenly Palace Saintess collapsed, and a figure fell out of the void. Her hair was messy, and her mask was wet, and there was blood dripping from it. Seeing this scene, even Gu Fei's sword incarnation was a little surprised. After this guy went crazy, his combat strength soared several times. Was this a secret technique, or was it a problem with his physique? Interesting. Gu Fei's sword Dao incarnation smiled. This tyrannical Sky Imperial Court had some outstanding points. To be able to dominate an area of the primogenitor realm, how could they not have some ability? Although Yi Kuang broke the Heavenly Palace Saintess killing technique with a single punch, he was also forced back hundreds of meters. His arm was covered in cracks and blood was seeping out. However, in the next moment, the wound on Yi Kuang's right arm completely disappeared, as if he was never injured in the first place. Even my healing ability has increased significantly. Gu Fei's sword Dao incarnation discovered that Yi Kuang's injuries had actually healed in an instant. Could it be that Yi Kuang's physique had really changed? Roar! Yi Kuang roared and charged toward the Heavenly Palace Saintess again. Preposterous! The Heavenly Palace's Saintess was shocked and quickly retreated. Boom! The place where the Heavenly Palace Saintess was originally standing was immediately blasted into a black hole by Yi Kuang's fist. Kill! Although Yi Kuang had sunk into a frenzy of killing, he still retained a trace of consciousness and knew who his enemy was. he extended his right hand and made a grabbing motion toward the heavenly palace saintess. A powerful, devouring power immediately surged out of his palm and instantly enveloped the heavenly palace saintess. The heavenly palace saintess only felt her body tighten, and her entire body involuntarily flew toward Yi Kuang. Damn it! The heavenly palace saintess had used her secret technique twice in a row, and her yuan qi was almost depleted. At this moment, she was simply unable to resist Yi Kuang's grab. Impudent! At this moment, an angry roar came from the northern heavenly palace floating in the sky. In the next moment, a faint, illusory figure rushed out of the heavenly palace. This illusory figure was extremely fast and instantly pounced on the heavenly palace saintess. In the next moment, an unimaginably powerful force erupted from the heavenly palace saintess' body and directly dispersed the devouring power that enveloped her. Gu Fei's sword principal incarnation's eyes lit up when he saw this scene. Guys at this level had mastered many life-saving secret techniques. They were all extremely cunning guys. Moon falls, stars sink, the heavenly palace saintess shouted. In the next moment, the entire world changed. A star region appeared around her, and countless stars twinkled. Inner world, at this moment, the figures of the heavenly palace saintess and Yi Kuang instantly disappeared from everyone's sight. Rumble, in the heavenly palace saintess' inner world, billions of stars simultaneously obliterated Yi Kuang. One punch to break the cosmos. Yi Kuang attacked crazily. With just one punch, he directly blasted a big hole in the heavenly palace saintess' inner world. Without hesitation, he directly rushed out of the heavenly palace saintess' inner world. The heavenly palace saintess' body shook, and a crack appeared on her forehead. A trace of blood seeped out from the crack. She had suffered a great impact. Yi Kuang was tyrannical to the extreme. At this time, he displayed the hegemonic emperor fist in his hand. This Yi Kuang really had the spirit of a hegemonic emperor. Boss is so powerful. Yi Xiao and Yi He, who had retreated to a distance, saw this scene and were both surprised and happy. This so-called heavenly palace saintess was just SOSO. Although her reputation was not undeserved, in the end, she was still no match for their boss. Boss is the big brother of us overlords. Just a so-called saintess from the lower world. Isn't it easy to capture her? Yi He, the second overlord, said proudly, He, this is also true. Even if the guy from the lower world is strong, how can he be our opponent? Yi Xiao, the seventh overlord, nodded and said, These guys think too highly of themselves. Gu Fei's sword principal incarnation heard the words of the second overlord and the seventh overlord, but it was very disapproving. Those guys from the ancestral realm thought that they were a cut above others. Who would have thought that Yi Kuang would not put them in his eyes? In the past, Gu Fei swept across the ancestral realm and killed almost everyone. He was almost invincible. Even the first demon of the eternal realm was killed by him. No matter how strong these guys were, could they be stronger than the first demon of the ancestral realm? You guys are going to deal with the Zhao family. Leave this place to me. At this time, the voice of the first overlord, Yi Kuang, suddenly sounded in the hearts of the second overlord and the seventh overlord. Haha, okay, boss. The second overlord and the seventh overlord directly accepted the order, turned around, and rushed toward the Zhao family in the heaven realm. What do these guys want to do? Zhao Qianxiong, the family head of the Zhao family, could not help but be shocked when he saw this. These two guys suddenly left. Wasn't the direction in which the Zhao family was located? Thinking of this, Zhao Qianxiong could not sit still and quickly chased after them. Chapter 43-54. When Gu Fei fought in the northern region of the Heaven Realm, he did not destroy the Heaven Realm's Zhao clan. Over the years, the Heaven Realm's Zhao clan's patriarch had changed, and their strength had increased a lot. Zhao Qianxiong had some tricks up his sleeves. He was much stronger than the Zhao clan's patriarch, Zhao Yuntian. Of course, this did not mean that Zhao Qianxiong's cultivation was much stronger than Zhao Yuntian's, but that Zhao Qianxiong's way of managing the Zhao clan was much better. Over the years, he had managed the Zhao clan in good order, allowing the Zhao clan to gradually rise and expand its territory. The Zhao clan's sphere of influence was much larger than before. However, with Gu Fei's return, the Heaven Realm's Zhao clan was uneasy, afraid that Gu Fei would cause trouble for them. No one in the Heaven Realm's Zhao clan knew that the current Gu Fei did not care about the Heaven Realm's Zhao clan at all. Gu Fei's opponent was an existence that was 100 or 1,000 times stronger than the Heaven Realm's Zhao clan. At this time, the Heaven Realm changed greatly. The Ancestral Realm's experts came to conquer the Heaven Realm. The Southern region, Western region, and Eastern region's experts could be seen. The Heaven Realm's major forces were attacked by the Ancestral Realm's experts. The Ancestral Realm's experts were also formidable. They were invincible and quickly subdued more than half of the Heaven Realm's cultivation world. However, in the northern region, the Ancestral Realm's Heaven Tyrant dynasty's 3 overlords met their match. The Northern Heaven Palace was a force that had existed for a long time, a mysterious force, and a holy maiden of the Heaven Palace was enough to make the number 1 overlord of the 3 overlords, Yi Kuang, use his last resort and enter a frenzied state of slaughter. Once in a state of slaughter, Yi Kuang's combat strength would increase several times. This guy was already at the peak of the quasi-supreme realm. If his combat strength increased several times, he would be invincible in the Heaven Realm. He could sweep away all his enemies. The truth was more or less so. Once Yi Kuang went berserk, he was not a human, but a terrifying beast, a god of slaughter. Boom! He threw a punch, and the space in front of him shattered. The Saintess of the Heavenly Palace was sent flying. Blood kept oozing from her mouth, and the blood soaked her veil. Preposterous! You forced me to do this. The Saintess of the Heavenly Palace steadied herself and glared at Yi Kuang. Die! Yi Kuang couldn't control himself anymore. He punched out again, and the space was shattered again. The fist energy carried with it the power to destroy the space, heading towards the Heavenly Palace Saintess. However, at this moment, the Heavenly Palace Saintess emitted endless power of Yin from head to toe. In the next moment, the northern Heavenly Palace floating in the sky also emitted waves of power of Yin. 9 supreme great dark marks emerged from the Heavenly Palace of the North and rushed toward the Heavenly Palace Saintess. In an instant, they entered the Saintess' body. After the 9 supreme dark marks entered her body, the Heavenly Palace's Saintess seemed to have changed into another person. A powerful power of the moon emanated from her body, freezing everything within 100,000 miles. Some spectators couldn't dodge in time and were frozen into human-shaped ice sculptures. Then they fell from the sky and shattered the moment they hit the ground. Both their bodies and souls were destroyed. Indeed, everyone who was frozen had the same fate. Both their bodies and souls had been destroyed. What the spectators who hadn't been frozen were all scared out of their wits. They turned around and fled immediately. At this moment, Yi Kuang's domineering fist had already reached the Heavenly Palace Saintess. The speed of his fist had slowed down. The closer Yi Kuang's fist got to the Heavenly Palace Saintess, the slower it became. The power of Yin that erupted from the Heavenly Palace Saintess did not completely freeze the fist. Roar! Yi Kuang roared crazily. His long hair danced in the wind. His fist continued to break through layers of the power of Een, moving steadily towards the heavenly palace Saintus. Although the speed of his fist had slowed down, if it had hit her, even the heavenly palace Saintus would have been blown to pieces. At this time, Gu Fei was the only one who could watch the battle from afar. To be more precise, it was Gu Fei's sword doppelganger. His real body was still in the ancestral lands of the demon clan. However, even though it was a doppelganger, it was no different from his real body. At this moment, the heavenly palace Saintus pointed a finger at Yi Kuang's forehead. Yi Kuang tilted his head. The finger of the heavenly palace Saintus brushed past the corner of his forehead. A streak of blood immediately appeared on his forehead. Yi Kuang became even crazier when he smelled the scent of his own blood. At the same time, his fist had already touched the clothes on the chest of the heavenly palace Saintus. The heavenly palace Saintus tilted her body, and Yi Kuang's fist flew past her chest. The next moment, the clothes on her chest and abdomen were directly torn into thousands of pieces, revealing a layer of soft armor beneath her clothes. The two figures separated in an instant. Then, they rushed forward again and started fighting. This was an evenly matched battle. The heavenly palace Saintus had borrowed great power from the heavenly palace of the northern region. The power contained in the 9 great supreme 8 marks was extremely powerful. As a result, the gap between the two was narrowed again. At this time, the ancestral lands of the northern region of the Heaven Realm were quiet. After being looted by Gu Fei, the Zhao clan had wanted to give up this place. However, in the end, they still came back, because there was an existence here that did not want to move. That person had fought endlessly with Gu Fei, and even tied with Gu Fei. After so many years, this taboo existence must have become even more powerful. However, that person was not from the Zhao clan of the Heaven Realm. He had only promised the Zhao clan that he would help them 3 times. Moreover, that person had already fought against Gu Fei for the 3rd time. Although that person was still cultivating in the Zhao clan's ancestral lands, it was another matter whether he would come out to protect the Zhao clan or not. At this time, 2 peerlessly powerful pressures suddenly came from the sky. The entire world suddenly changed color. The sun and moon lost their light. All living creatures within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles were extremely terrified. Even the strongest and fiercest wild beasts were trembling on the ground. This is the 2nd most powerful force of the northern region. The Zhao clan, 2 extremely domineering figures descended above the Zhao clan's ancestral lands. They were unscrupulous and looked down at the panicking Zhao clan members from above. Only 2 quasi-supremes, too weak. One of the black-clothed young men said disdainfully. They were the 2nd and 7th overlords of the tyrannical Sky dynasty, Yi He and Yi Shao. They came to the Zhao clan's ancestral lands. These forces in the lower worlds are already very good to have 1 or 2 quasi-supremes. The 2nd overlord said with a smile. That too. Yi Shao nodded. Who are you? Chapter 43:55. The experts of the ancestral realm had always looked down on the living beings of the myriad worlds. They had a sense of superiority and thought that they were the strongest in the myriad worlds. However, overconfidence sometimes turned into arrogance. Gu Fei's appearance proved this point. A guy from the lower realm actually defeated all the experts in the ancestral realm. He even annihilated the Wood clan of the Heaven Realm, crippled the Li clan and the Chu clan, and killed the old clan leader of the Sky clan. Gu Fei's achievements were enough to shock the world. However, even if Gu Fei was incomparably tyrannical and almost invincible in the ancestral realm, these guys still looked down on the living beings of the lower realm. At this moment, Two experts from the Heaven Tyrant dynasty arrived at the ancestral ground of the Heaven realm. An extremely tyrannical aura erupted from the two experts. Who goes there? An angry roar came from the ancestral ground of the Zhao family. Then, a figure walked out from the depths of the Zhao clan's ancestral ground step by step. He stepped in the air, and with just 3 steps, he was already in the sky. It was an old man with white hair and a slender figure. A powerful aura erupted from the old man, causing the void to tremble. Submit or die. The second overlord, Yi said indifferently. What? The old man was instantly enraged when he heard this. Rumble. At that moment, a shocking sound suddenly rang out in the distance. A terrifying figure rushed over from afar. Lightning constantly tore through the void around him. Those who offend the Zhao family shall die. The person who came was extremely domineering. He extended his right hand, and 5 lightning bolts immediately rushed out from his fingertips, piercing towards the 2 overlords. Tisk! The 2 overlords were very disdainful when they heard this. The second overlord punched out with a domineering fist force that shook the entire void, causing ripples that could be seen with the naked eye to spread out in all directions. The extremely sharp 5 divine lights were shattered by the second overlord's punch. They turned into specks of light and dissipated in the void. Die! The newcomer let out a furious roar. In the next moment, an endless amount of electricity burst forth from his body, instantly enveloping the second and 7th overlord within a sea of electricity. Lightning Dao! The voice of the second overlord could be heard from the sea of lightning. Boom! In the next moment, the terrifying lightning that enveloped the area was instantly dispersed. However, the terrifying destructive aura grew stronger and stronger. Thunderclap, 9 heavens! With a furious roar, 9 balls of lightning descended from the sky. Each ball of lightning emitted a shocking destructive power. Each ball of lightning could destroy the void. He does have some power. The second tyrant could not help but nod his head after seeing this. These living beings of the lower realm were not completely useless. At this moment, the 9 balls of lightning had already arrived, and a destructive aura filled every inch of the void. Allow me! The 7th overlord sneered and took a step forward. Then he opened his mouth and sucked. The 9 balls of lightning were actually swallowed by him in a single gulp. When the newcomer saw this scene, he was stunned. It's the patriarch. At this moment, in the ancestral ground of the Zhao family, many people recognized the person who attacked the 2 fellows from the ancestral realm. It was their patriarch. Boom! At this moment, in the ancestral ground of the Zhao family, the old man's body trembled. In the next moment, a shocking wave of energy erupted from his body. Quasi-Supreme, someone exclaimed. The old man from the Zhao family took a step forward and actually passed through the huge light barrier that enveloped the entire ancestral ground of the Zhao family. At the same time, another figure dashed out from the ancestral ground of the Zhao family. It was a middle-aged man. The aura that erupted from his body was not any weaker than the patriarch of the Zhao family and the other quasi-supreme of the Zhao family. This was because this person was also a quasi-supreme. The 3 quasi-supreme of the Zhao family had all moved out. This was the strongest force of the Zhao family. Currently, the Zhao family of the Heaven Realm still had a taboo existence. However, it was hard to say if this taboo existence would take action. These 2 fellows are bastards from the ancestral realm. Let's attack together and kill these 2 fellows. Zhao Qianxiong roared and attacked again. This time, he directly attracted the true thunder of the 9 heavens, bolts of lightning that connected the sky, and the earth blasted towards the 2 overlords. You're asking for death. The second overlord sneered. He suddenly put his palms together, and pushed them towards the two quasi-supreme of the Zhao family. An extremely violent force swept out. Preposterous. The two quasi-supreme of the Zhao family were furious. This guy actually looked down on them. How hateful. Prairie fire. The quasi-supreme of the Zhao clan, Zhao Yang, roared furiously and directly displayed his trump card. In the next moment, a towering divine fire appeared in the sky. The void was distorted from the heat. A figure formed from divine fire appeared in the sea of fire. The figure directly threw a punch. Rumble. The two supreme forces instantly collided. A large area of the void directly collapsed and was directly annihilated. Nothing was left behind. At this time, Zhao Qianxiong and the seventh overlord began to fight. The two great cultivators directly soared into the sky and fought into the starry sky. Countless stars trembled. Although the seventh overlord, Yi Shao, was the youngest of the seven great feudal lords of the tyrannical Sky dynasty in the ancestral realm, his battle prowess was also extremely powerful. The seventh overlord, Yi Shao, cultivated the sky-devouring technique. His entire person was like a bottomless black hole, devouring all the essence around him. Damn it! Zhao Qianxiong was inexplicably shocked. Could this guy be the reincarnation of the sky-devouring beast? He actually cultivated such a great technique that devoured the sky and devoured the earth. The more Yi Shao fought, the stronger he became, while the more Zhao Qianxiong fought, the weaker he became. Who won and who lost was already very obvious. At this time, the two quasi-supreme of the Zhao family joined forces to fight the second overlord Yi He. This actually caused countless disciples in the ancestral ground of the Zhao family to be extremely shocked. Just as the second overlord and the seventh overlord were fighting the three quasi-supreme of the Zhao family in the heavenly palace of the northern region, the battle between the first overlord and the holy maiden of the heavenly palace had already reached the most crucial moment. A starfield was destroyed. The holy maiden of the heavenly palace and the first overlord were both injured. Preposterous. The first overlord could not accept such a result. The others from the ancestral realm were all able to sweep through a region and shock everyone. However, he could not even deal with the holy maiden of the heavenly palace of the northern region. Boom! The two masses of divine light instantly collided with each other. There was a shocking explosion, and the two figures were separated in an instant. The first overlord stretched out his hand and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He stared fiercely at the woman in white opposite him. Chapter 43:56. The tyrannical Sky Court was definitely one of the strongest forces in the ancestral realm. This time, the three overlords that came to the heaven realm all had extraordinary abilities. Their leader was a peak quasi-supreme. Even in the ancestral realm, he was a prominent figure. Die! The number one overlord, Yi Kuang, roared and pounced at the heavenly palace holy maiden. Sky-breaking fist. The number one overlord threw out his strongest punch. Rumble. As he threw out this punch, the entire world seemed like it was about to be destroyed. Even the stars that were thousands of miles away exploded. He still has this kind of combat ability. The heavenly palace holy maiden was shocked. In the next moment, like a phantom, she retreated explosively. However, Yi Kuang's fist followed her like a shadow and instantly hit the heavenly palace saintess. In the next moment, the heavenly palace saintess was blasted thousands of miles away. Wah! The heavenly palace holy maiden spat out a mouthful of blood. Even the veil covering her face was washed away by the blood. Her face was pale as a sheet. The shape of her face was exquisite. However, there was blood at the corner of her mouth. Her face was pale. Anyone who saw her would feel sorry for her. This guy really doesn't know how to be kind to women. Goof face or clone. who was watching from afar, almost cursed. In his opinion, beautiful girls were meant to be taken care of. He didn't hit women. Of course, if he couldn't take it anymore, even if the other party was a woman, he would still make a move. The Heavenly Palace Holy Maiden was seriously injured by Yi Kuang's punch. If it wasn't for the soft armor she was wearing, she would have turned into a mist of blood. The power of the tyrannical Sky Fist was no joke. I wanted to take you back to be my concubine, but it seems like I can't keep you. The number one overlord stared at the Heavenly Palace Holy Maiden, unmoved by her beauty. Ha ha! You want to kill me? Can you? The Heavenly Palace Holy Maiden laughed. However, the next moment, she coughed up blood again. Go to hell. The number one overlord, Yi Kuang, was a decisive killer. As he spoke, his entire body seemed to be on fire. He moved his feet and disappeared from where he stood. He instantly appeared in front of the Heavenly Palace Saintess, who was thousands of miles away. His fist was right in front of the Heavenly Palace Saintess. The Heavenly Palace Saintess' head was about to explode. At this moment, a hand reached out from the side and blocked the number one overlord's fist. Boom! A muffled, thunderous sound rang out, and an extremely tyrannical power suddenly erupted. Yi Kuang, the number one overlord of the tyrannical Sky Dynasty from the Primogenitor realm, was sent flying. He coughed out blood as he suffered a great blow. It's you? The Saintess of the Heavenly Palace looked at the black-robed young man in front of her in shock. The guy who saved the damsel in distress was Gu Fei's sword principal doppelganger. Although it was a sword principal doppelganger, no one could see through it. The Heavenly Palace Saintess had seen Gu Fei in the past, so she naturally knew Gu Fei. What? I saved you. How are you going to repay me? Gu Fei's sword principal clone smiled and looked at the Saintess. How do you want me to repay you? The Saintess looked at Gu Fei's sword principal clone with a faint smile. Of course, it would be best if you repay me with your body. Ha ha. Gu Fei's sword principal clone laughed and said, Humph. Hearing Gu Fei's words, the Saintess of the Heavenly Palace's face immediately turned gloomy. The Saintess of the Heavenly Palace of the Northern Region would not marry anyone. Kill! At this moment, the number one overlord, Yi Kuang, who had been sent flying, was completely in a state of killing. He pounced on Gu Fei's sword principal clone in a frenzy. Bam! Gu Fei's sword principal clone did not even need to use his sword. He directly kicked the number one overlord away. Witnessing this scene, the Saintess of the Heavenly Palace was dumbfounded. Although Yi Kuang was seriously injured, he was still an overlord from the ancestral realm. Even now, it was absolutely easy for him to kill an ordinary quasi-supremacy. How is this possible? The Heaven Realm experts who were watching the battle from afar were dumbfounded. This Gu Fei seemed to be stronger than before. Without any suspense, Gu Fei's sword principal clone directly beat up the number one overlord, Yi Kuang, and then threw him into his inner world. Gu Fei's sword principal clone also refined an inner world of his own. The news that the number one overlord of the tyrannical Sky Empire was captured by Gu Fei spread quickly. Suddenly, the entire Heaven Realm's cultivation world was shocked, and countless Heaven Realm experts were extremely excited. The number one overlord was captured. Gu Fei's sword principal clone used his victory to tell everyone that the guy from the ancestral realm was not unbeatable. Yi Kuang is really useless. He's a disgrace to the ancestral realm. The other experts from the ancestral realm were very unhappy when they heard the news. However, the person who made the move was Gu Fei, which was extraordinary. Isn't Gu Fei still holed up in the Demon Clan's ancestral land? How could he go to the northern region to defeat the number one overlord of the tyrannical Sky Empire? Some people were very suspicious. Doppelganger, It must be his doppelganger. Someone said such a thing. The disaster of the Northern Region Sky Palace was resolved by Gu Fei's doppelganger. In the end, the saintess of the heavenly palace did not marry him, and the Northern Region Sky Palace once again sank under a thick layer of ice. This force did not want to come out at all. Moreover, intuition told Gu Fei that there was definitely an unbelievably powerful expert hidden in the Northern Region Sky Palace. At this time, in the eastern region of the Heaven Realm, near the lost palace of the moon deities, a figure directly came to this place of danger. The lost palace of the moon deities was incredible, and even Gu Fei was almost trapped in it. The person who came from afar was a middle-aged man in a green robe. This middle-aged man walked directly into the territory of the lost palace of the moon deities. The terrifying aura of death filled every inch of the void. Soon, a powerful wave of power suddenly broke out from the lost palace of the moon deities. Then, there was no then. The lost palace of the moon deities was the most dangerous place in the heaven realm. Even if a quasi-supreme stepped into this area, there was a possibility that he would die here. No one dared to take it lightly. After all, one only had one life. Soon, another figure appeared in the sky. As soon as this figure appeared, the whole world darkened. This person took a step and instantly arrived in front of the lost palace of the moon deities. This place, that person was talking to himself. No one knew whether there were legendary things in the lost palace of the moon deities. However, for so many years, countless people had ventured into it and never came out. At this time, in another place in the eastern region, a mountain that was originally hidden by a restrictive spell appeared. Chapter 43:57. Gu Fei's clone was domineering to the extreme, and he directly beat up the number one overlord of the primogenitor realm's tyrannical sky dynasty, Yi Kuang, and then threw him into his inner world and suppressed him beneath a divine mountain. Everyone who saw this scene was shocked to the extreme. Some guessed that it was Gu Fei's doppelganger, as the demon ancestral grounds had long been surrounded by the experts from the primogenitor realm. Gu Fei's true body was guarding the demon ancestral grounds. When the news that the number one overlord of the tyrannical sky dynasty had been captured by Gu Fei's doppelganger spread, the experts from the primogenitor realm were shocked. However, there were those who refused to believe it. Jin Jiuxing, one of the 5 elements god races in the primogenitor realm, declared that he wanted to challenge Gu Fei alone. The supreme monarch of the primogenitor realm's eastern region, 12 supreme monarchs directly challenged Gu Fei of the demon race. The supreme monarch's actions left everyone dumbfounded. The 12 kings of the East region had suffered greatly at the hands of Gu Fei. The supreme king was rumored to be the most mysterious and powerful king of the 12 kings of the East region. The king of the supremes was the king of the supremes, peerlessly powerful. However, even the king of the supremes could only seal his cultivation in the heaven realm. He dared not act presumptuously. Of course, the fellow from the primogenitor realm was also thinking of ways to break the power of the heaven realm's heavenly punishment. As long as the power of the heavenly punishment was broken, the extreme grade supremes of the primogenitor realm could appear in this world without fear. The wood race had once used the supreme Tao artifact, the chaotic sky Fengtu, to resist the power of the heavenly punishment. However, the chaotic sky Fengtu was not an ordinary extreme grade Tao artifact. In the entire primogenitor realm, there were definitely no more than 5 forces that could use such an extreme grade Tao artifact. Moreover, the amount of yuan qi needed to use such an extreme grade Tao artifact was absolutely unimaginable. It was not something that ordinary forces could use. Someone dares to issue a challenge to Gu Fei? Is that guy trying to commit suicide? All the major forces in the heaven realm were watching, and the experts that descended from the primogenitor realm couldn't sit still either. The last extreme grade sovereign of the wood race had died at the hands of Gu Fei. This was enough to prove that Gu Fei had the ability to kill supreme beings. Of course, no one knew how this supreme martial artist of the Wood Clan died in the Heaven Realm. However, it was an indisputable fact that the last Ji Zun of the Wood race had fallen in the Heavenly Realm. Therefore, those experts who descended to the Heavenly Realm were very careful. These guys were all extremely shrewd. Ha ha! Someone actually issued a challenge to you. Is that guy an idiot? In the ancestral hall of the demon race, the old turtle laughed heartily. What's so strange about that? Gu Fei said indifferently, "What Supreme King?" In his eyes, they were all trash. If he didn't use his extreme Tao power, who could be his opponent in the Heaven Realm? Hee, I say, brother, it's not good to be too confident. Old Tortoise laughed. This is not confidence. Gu Fei said with a faint smile. All right, back to the main topic. Are you going to accept the challenge or not? Old Tortoise looked at Gu Fei with a solemn expression. You want me to accept the challenge? Gu Fei asked. You can do as you see fit. Old Tortoise said. He had never been to the primogenitor realm, so he didn't know how powerful and terrifying those people there were. Big brother, why don't we give these guys from the primogenitor realm a show of strength? Xiaoqing suddenly said. You're saying that I should accept the challenge. Gu Fei said with some surprise. Yes, big brother. These bastards from the primogenitor realm are too presumptuous. Then let's fight. Gu Fei nodded. It didn't matter to him whether to fight or not. Back then, he had encountered all kinds of opponents in the primogenitor realm. Soon, the news spread that Gu Fei and the Supreme King would fight. Just as countless people were discussing the battle between Gu Fei and the Supreme King, an uninvited guest appeared outside the Golden Spirit Ape's ancestral ground in the eastern region. Boom! Without any nonsense, the person directly punched the guardian formation of the Golden Spirit Ape's ancestral ground. Rumble, the entire Gold Spirit Ape's ancestral land's protection array shook. A huge light shield appeared in the sky. Countless Tao patterns appeared on the light shield. Roar! In the next moment, a terrifying roar came from the depths of the Golden Spirit Ape's ancestral ground. Then, a golden figure suddenly rushed out from the depths of the Golden Spirit Ape's ancestral ground. Kill! The person who rushed out from the depths of the Golden Spirit Ape's ancestral ground didn't even ask who it was and directly smashed down with his rod. The golden rod directly split the void between heaven and earth. The power of the guardian formation couldn't stop the rod at all. The golden rod was about to hit the person's head. At this critical moment, the person flipped his hand and grabbed the golden rod that was smashing down. The person who made the move was the Golden Spirit Ape's Yuan Gang. At this moment, Yuan Gang was extremely shocked. Hee. The person suddenly looked up and smiled. In the next moment, an extremely tyrannical power exploded from his hand. Yuan Gang only felt his hand shake, and his hands that were holding the golden rod were almost shaken off. Preposterous! Yuan Gang was enraged. With a single thought, extremely violent metal elemental power immediately erupted from his body, causing the entire world to shake. The person's hand that was holding the goldenrod was shaken off, and he also took a few steps back. A little interesting. The person was still extremely powerful. At the same time, the person's body also erupted with the strongest metal element power. Metal element power? The Golden Spirit Ape was taken aback. He withdrew the golden rod and directly retreated hundreds of meters. You're not bad. I'll give you a chance. Be my servant. The person stood with his hands behind his back, looking indifferently at Yuan Gang in the sky. What did you say? You want me to be your servant? The Golden Spirit Ape was very angry. He was an expert of the Golden Spirit Ape clan, and no one had ever dared to say such words in front of him. Boom! An even stronger metal element power erupted from his body, and a faint sound of thunder came from the depths of the sky. His power had reached the limit that the heaven realm could allow. As long as he took one more step, the terrifying power of the heavenly punishment would probably descend. This is the heavenly punishment. The person looked up at the sky with a trace of disdain on his face. In front of me, the golden saint. What is the heavenly punishment? The person chuckled, and his eyes fell on the golden spirit ape Yuan Gang again. What, you don't want to? In the ancestral realm, there are countless people begging to be my servant. The person said, the golden saint? Who is the golden saint? Never heard of him. Yuan Gang said coldly, if that's the case, then go to hell. The golden saint said, and punched out. Rumble, rays of dazzling golden light rushed out from his fist, piercing through the void. However, the fierce golden light was blocked by the layer of divine light formed by the power of the Guardian Formation, and it could not break through the protective light shield. The Guardian Formation of the Golden Spirit Ape's ancestral land was extremely mysterious. People outside could not enter, but people inside could go out at will. However, after going out, it was difficult to enter again. Haha, you want to act tough in front of me? You can come in first. Yuan Gang laughed loudly. The Guardian Formation of the Golden Spirit Ape's ancestral land was not something that anyone could break. It required the power of the Extreme Tao, but the power of the Extreme Tao was not allowed in the heaven realm. Humph! The Golden Saint sneered and withdrew his fist. Get lost, Yuan Gang said coldly. You're telling me to get lost? The Golden Saint was instantly enraged, but he could not do anything to Yuan Gang. Hee, do you really think I can't do anything to you? After saying that, Jin Jiuxing retreated 500 kilometers away. Then he took out a fist-sized circular object. He directly took out the object. A ball of black light directly flew toward the Golden Spirit Ape's ancestral land. Boom! The next moment, the ball of black light directly hit the Guardian Formation of the Golden Spirit Ape's ancestral land and exploded. There was no strong burst of power, and there was no dazzling divine light. The black ball only burst out a ball of black gas. The black gas was very strange. When the black gas came into contact with the light shield formed by the power of the Guardian Formation, a big hole was formed on the light shield. Yuan Gang was extremely shocked. He already knew what it was. In fact, the thing that the black ball had burst out was not black gas. It should be black dust. The black dust was so terrifying that it seemed to be able to corrode everything. It even corroded a big hole in the Guardian Formation of the Golden Spirit Ape. Extreme Tao Corpse poison? You have such a thing? Yuan Gang stared at Golden Saint outside the Guardian Formation in disbelief. Come out and accept your death. I might leave you with an intact corpse. Golden Saint said coldly. Big words. Do you really think you're invincible in the world? Yuan Gang directly raised his middle finger at Golden Saint. Although I'm not invincible, I can still kill you. Golden Saint was very confident. Ha! Yuan Gang suddenly burst into laughter. What are you laughing at? Golden Saint said angrily. Come in if you want to kill me. Let's see who kills who. Yuan Gang said domineeringly. Good. Very good. Golden Saint laughed angrily. In the next moment, he directly turned into a golden ray and rushed into the Golden Spirit Ape's ancestral land. Roar! Golden Saint roared into the sky, causing the entire world to tremble. Under the impact of the sound wave, countless golden Tao patterns appeared in the Golden Spirit Ape's ancestral land. These Tao patterns froze everything in the ancestral land. Otherwise, Golden Saint's roar would have destroyed the entire ancestral land. Since you're here to die, I'll fulfill your wish." Yuan Gang roared and smashed his rod towards Jin Zhouxing. The rod smashed down, triggering the power of the entire ancestral land. It was terrifying, as if the rod could smash the entire world. "I see." Golden Saint saw through Yuan Gang's strength at a glance. In the ancestral land, Yuan Gang's combat strength would definitely double. But so what? Clang. Chapter 4358. Heaven Realm, Eastern Domain, ancestral ground of the Golden Spirit Ape lineage. Two great experts were fighting. One of them was the descendant of the Golden Spirit Ape lineage, the extremely powerful Yuan Gang. The other person was an existence called Jin Zhouxing. Jin Zhouxing was a peerless expert of the primogenitor realm's Jin clan. He even challenged Gu Fei to a duel. Someone who dared to challenge Gu Fei was naturally not a weakling. Roar. Yuan Gang let out a furious roar. A terrifying wave of metal elemental energy burst out from his body as he swung the golden rod at Jin Zhouxing. Clang! Suddenly, a spear appeared in Jin Zhouxing's hand. He raised the spear horizontally and directly blocked the golden rod that was madly smashing down. Jin Zhouxing felt the spear in his hands tremble, and the spear that he was holding tightly almost flew out of his hands, which made him shocked and angry at the same time. Yuan Gang waved the golden rod in his hand. His battle strength rose rapidly, as if he was about to go on a killing spree. He was risking his life. Even if he couldn't defeat his opponent, he couldn't just watch as Jin Zhouxing killed him. Yuan Gang was the successor of the Golden Spirit Ape lineage, after all. His bloodline was extremely tyrannical, and the secret technique he cultivated was extremely powerful. It was a legendary extreme path secret technique. Go to hell! Yuan Gang roared furiously. A torrential wave of metal elemental energy rippled out from his body. The entire world seemed to have been transformed into a golden world. What? Jin Zhouxing was taken aback. This guy isn't an ordinary quasi-sovereign after all. A powerful destructive force rushed toward Jin Zhouxing from all directions. It was a force that could even destroy the void of the world. However, a ball of divine light emerged from Jin Zhouxing's body and blocked the destructive metal elemental energy. "If that's all you've got, then I'm sorry," Jin Zhouxing said coldly. "TSK, do you think you're an extreme path sovereign? Even an extreme grade sovereign wouldn't be able to do anything to me here." Yuan Gang sneered. This was the ancestral land of the Golden Spirit Ape. Here, he was the supreme ruler. "Kill!" Jin Zhouxing suddenly bellowed. In the next moment, he disappeared into the void. When he reappeared, his fist was already in front of Golden Spirit Ape Yuan Gang. Be it speed or strength, Jin Zhouxing was faster and stronger than Yuan Gang. However, in the next moment, Yuan Gang stretched out his right hand and caught the incoming fist. The moment Yuan Gang grabbed Jin Zhouxing's fist, it was as if he had suddenly fused with the world around him. In that instant, the power of the entire Golden Spirit Ape's ancestral land was under his control. As long as he willed it, he could summon the supreme power of the Golden Spiritual Ape's ancestral land to strengthen himself. With a wave of his hand, he could unleash world-destroying power. At this moment, Jin Zhouxing wanted to retract his fist. However, he discovered that his opponent's hand was tightly grabbing onto his fist, and he was unable to retract it at all. Jin Zhouxing was shocked. Humph! In the next moment, Yuan Gang's right hand that was grabbing onto Jin Zhouxing shook. In the next moment, a powerful force immediately exploded from his hand. Jin Zhouxing's entire arm was instantly turned into a bloody mist. Roar! Jin Zhouxing immediately retreated. His arm quickly regenerated, and soon a complete right arm appeared on his body, as if it had never been injured. Damn it, Jin Jiusheng was shocked and furious. Yuan Gang was right. Even a supreme being would not be able to do anything to him here. However, it was impossible for a supreme being to appear in the heaven realm. Therefore, it was impossible for Jin Jiusheng to defeat Yuan Gang. However, there were no absolutes in this world. Just like how Yuan Gang thought that Jin Jiusheng would not be able to break the defensive formation of the Golden Spirit Apes' ancestral land. However, Jin Jiusheng had easily broken the defensive formation of the Golden Spirit Apes' ancestral land. In the current heaven realm, the extreme corpse poison was definitely a great killing weapon. This was because this was only a corpse poison and not an extreme power. The power of sky punishment could not do anything to the extreme corpse poison. Mountain, come. At that moment, Yuan Gang waved at the ancestral mountain of the Golden Spirit Ape. In the next moment, a shocking voice was heard. In the next moment, the entire sacred mountain rose from the ground and flew towards Yuan Gang. The ancestral mountain of the Golden Spirit Ape's ancestral mountain shrank rapidly. When it landed in Yuan Gang's hand, the entire sacred mountain was only a foot tall. With the sacred mountain in his hand, Yuan Gang's entire temperament had changed. Kill! Yuan Gang hurled the divine mountain in his hand at Jin Jiusheng. Terrifying metal elemental power burst out from the divine mountain, causing countless cracks to appear in the sky. Humph! Jin Jiusheng sneered. Facing Yuan Gang's shocking attack, his expression remained unchanged, and he threw a punch at the sacred mountain that was coming at him. Boom! With a loud bang, Jin Jiusheng's punch landed heavily on the sacred mountain. Rumble, the entire sacred mountain shook violently. Countless ancient Tao patterns emerged from the sacred mountain and interweaved into an ancient Tao diagram, attracting a terrifying power. Jin Jiusheng roared madly. Rays of golden light rushed out from his body and condensed into a golden armor on his body. With the appearance of the golden armor, Jin Jiusheng's power soared and blocked the ancestral mountain of the Golden Spirit Ape's ancestral mountain. Supreme Tao weapon, Yuan Gang stared at the armor on Jin Jiusheng's body, and his eyes shot out dazzling golden light. No wonder this guy dared to invade the ancestral land of the Golden Spirit Ape's ancestral land alone. It turned out that he had something to rely on. Once again, the two experts began to fight. At the same time, experts from the primogenitor realm also arrived at the palace of the moon deities. There was someone who was extremely domineering and directly charged into the moon god palace. The result was that he never came out again. This shocked everyone. These guys from the primogenitor realm were finally in trouble. The waters of the heaven realm were much deeper than what these guys from the primogenitor realm had imagined. In the heaven realm, there were some places that even the experts from the primogenitor realm were unwilling to set foot in, because those places were also deadly to the experts from the primogenitor realm. At this time, in the ancestral land of the Southern Mountains God Emperor, 3 experts from the primogenitor realm directly broke into the main hall. The leader was a white-robed young man. As for the other 2, one carried a big bow on his back, and the other was completely covered in black, revealing only a pair of terrifying eyes. Who is this Gufei you mentioned? Where is he? The white-robed young man said excitedly. The 2 behind him were also very excited. Gufei? He is in the ancestral land of the demon race. Chapter 43:59. The southern region of the heaven realm was originally the world of the Southern Mountains God Emperor and the fire race. But now, the fire race had been conquered by the experts from the ancestral realm, and the Southern Mountains God Emperor's ancestral land had been breached. At this moment, in the Southern Mountains God Emperor's divine palace, the white-robed youth leading the 3 ancestral realm experts grabbed an expert and interrogated him about Gu Fei's whereabouts. "Fellow cultivator, why are you looking for Gu Fei?" The Southern Mountains God Emperor, who was sitting on his throne, stared at the white-robed youth and asked calmly, "How dare you call my master by his name? Do you want your clan to be exterminated?" The mysterious black-robed man suddenly shouted angrily, "Master? Taoist Gu is your master?" When the Southern Mountains God Emperor heard this, he was extremely shocked. These three experts were incomparably strong. It was obvious that they were existences that had crossed over from the ancestral realm. Had Gu Fei been to the ancestral realm before? The experts in the hall were also shocked to the extreme. "Humph, you just need to tell us where my master is," the black-robed man said coldly, staring at the Southern Mountains God Emperor with cold eyes. The quasi-supreme Southern Mountains God Emperor was like an ant in the eyes of the black-robed man. If he was in the ancestral realm, he could kill countless of such existences with a single slap. The white-robed youth, in the lead of these three people, was the Star Beast. A Supremacy Star Beast was far more powerful than a peak Supremacy Realm Supreme Powerhouse. The person with the huge bow was the Shooting Sun Supreme. The mysterious black-robed man was the Black Wind Supreme. This time, not only had Gu Fei's enemies crossed over, the Star Beast, the Shooting Sun Supreme, and the Black Wind Supreme had also crossed over to the Heaven Realm to find Gu Fei. They had been extremely sullen in the ancestral realm for the past few years. The huge territory that Gu Fei had conquered had been eaten away by the various forces in the ancestral realm. This was especially true for the Heavenly Clan, Li Clan, and Chu Clan. These three great clans had joined forces to kill the Star Beast and the others and directly divide up Gu Fei's territory. If it weren't for the presence of a supremacy like the Star Beast, the territory conquered by Gu Fei would have long been divided up by the three great forces. Although the experts of the primogenitor realm could descend to the heavenly realm, this kind of inter-realm teleportation consumed a large amount of essence energy. Even the various great races of the primogenitor realm could only teleport one or two people to the heavenly realm. This time, the Star Beasts and the others had put in a lot of effort. They had actually sent 3 people at once. Ha! This is truly a case of a flood rushing against the Dragon King's temple. You don't recognize your own people anymore. The Southern Mountains God Emperor laughed heartily. The Star Beast Venerable put down the thing in his hand and looked at the Southern Mountains God Emperor suspiciously. That guy immediately collapsed to the ground, his crotch wet. He was so scared that he peed his pants. TSK. The Shooting Sun Supremacy and the Black Wind Supremacy were very disdainful. These fellows from the lower realm were really too useless. If they could be scared to the point of peeing their pants, how could they be called cultivators? I have some friendship with Taoist Gu Fei. The Southern Mountains God Emperor continued. Oh, the Star Beast Venerable, the Shooting Sun Supremacy, and the Black Wind Supremacy did not show much joy when they heard this. These 3 fellows were not the kind of people who would casually trust others. Just a few words from the Southern Mountains God Emperor was not enough to prove the relationship between the Southern Mountains God Emperor and Gu Fei. Taoist Gu is currently in the Heavenly Realms Demon Race's ancestral land. This is the location of the Demon Race's ancestral land. The Southern Mountains God Emperor threw a jade scroll to the Star Beast Venerable as he spoke. The Star Beast Venerable caught the jade scroll. In the next moment, the information within the jade scroll appeared in his mind. Very good, let's go. The Star Beast Venerable waved his sleeves and turned to leave. The Southern Mountains God Emperor secretly wiped his cold sweat. Boom. At this moment, a loud sound came from outside the Southern Mountains God Emperor's ancestral land. What's going on? The Southern Mountains God Emperor had just heaved a sigh of relief when he thought that he could send off the three pests. Who would have thought that someone would come at this time? Boom! Another loud sound came, and the entire Southern Mountains God race's ancestral land shook. Southern Mountains God Emperor, come out and die! A powerful divine sense swept in from outside the Southern Mountains God race's ancestral land. Humph! I was wondering who was so arrogant. So it's him? The star beast, Venerable, said disapprovingly. At this moment, the divine sense that swept and retracted like a cat seeing a mouse when it came in contact with the star beast, Venerable, and the others. Chi, come in and die. The shooting sun supremacy said indifferently. A group of people arrived outside the Southern Mountains God race's ancestral land. The person leading them was a skinny middle-aged man with a cold expression and a ferocious gaze. Let's go. The middle-aged man was a little flustered. The Chi clan of the primogenitor realm had long been exterminated by Gu Fei. However, although the Chi clan was exterminated, there were still some who escaped. Chi Shihai was one of them. Since you're here, there's no need to leave. A ghost-like figure walked out from the Southern Mountains God race's ancestral land. Black Wind, you bastard. Chi Shihai's eyes turned red when he saw that person. All these years, the Black Wind Sovereign had been hunting down the Chi clan's fishes that had escaped the net. Many of the Chi clan's people had died at the hands of the Black Wind Sovereign. Even Chi Shihai's son was killed by the Black Wind Supreme. The grudge of killing his son was absolutely irreconcilable. Now that the enemy had met, his eyes were naturally bloodshot. Hee, I didn't expect to meet an old friend here. Good. Very good. The Black Wind Supreme walked slowly to the opposite side of Chi Shihai. Kill. Without any hesitation, Chi Shihai directly attacked the Black Wind Supreme. The Heaven Domain was a good place. Even the supremacies had to seal their cultivation. Even the 12 supremacies did not dare to act recklessly in the Heaven Domain. If Chi Shihai met the Black Wind Supreme in the primogenitor realm, he would naturally scram as far as he could. However, the situation was different in the Heaven Domain. Humph! The Black Wind Supreme was like a gust of black wind as he instantly disappeared into the void. Chi Shihai's pounce hit nothing but air. We'll look for our master first. You can have fun. At this moment, another two figures walked out from the ancestral land of the Southern Mountains God race. They were the Star Beast Venerable and the Shooting Sun Supreme. When Chi Shihai saw the Star Beast Venerable and the Shooting Sun Supreme, his expression changed drastically. The Star Beast Venerable was not an ordinary supremacy. He was a supremacy. Even in the Heaven Domain, Chi Shihai would not dare to face such an existence. The group of people that Chi Shihai brought with him did not dare to act recklessly. However, the Star Beast Venerable and the Shooting Sun Supreme did not attack. They left immediately. This caused Chi Shihai to be both surprised and delighted. Star Beast boss, wait for me. The Black Wind Supreme shouted. He wanted to follow them, but Chi Shihai soared into the sky and blocked his way. You bastard! How dare you stop me from looking for my master? If you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. The Black Wind Supreme was furious. Looking for his master was his priority. Chi Shihai was just a small fry in his eyes. How could he be compared to his master? Chapter 43:60. Boom! Outside the ancestral grounds of the Nanling celestial race, the void trembled. A formless astral wind erupted from a black figure. In the next moment, countless pitch-black spatial cracks appeared in the void. Every gust of astral wind tore the void apart. The Black Wind Supreme was truly enraged. He attacked indiscriminately. He wanted to get rid of Chi Shihai and his subordinates in one go. Black Wind, you're too arrogant. Chi Shihai roared and threw a punch at the black wind supreme in the sky. In the next moment, the entire world seemed to be set off in a monstrous wave. The violent fist force swept up, penetrating through every opening and directly blocking the invisible astral wind that covered the sky and covered the earth. Ha! Do you think this is the ancestral realm? Chi Shihai laughed wantonly and insolently. In the primogenitor realm, he was chased by the black wind sovereign to the ends of the earth, and he almost lost his life. However, in the heaven realm, he and the black wind sovereign were on the same starting line, and it was still unknown who was stronger. Humph! The black wind sovereign sneered. In the next moment, he disappeared into the void, without a trace. Boundless ocean. Chi Shihai didn't dare to be negligent. With a roar, a powerful water elemental power erupted from his body. The void around him immediately undulated violently like waves. A black figure fell out of the void. Good Lord! That person was the Black Wind Supreme. In this world, there were restrictions everywhere. He couldn't unleash his strength at all. This made him very sullen. Black Wind, go to hell! Chi Shihai threw a punch at the Black Wind Supreme. The entire water elemental power in the world was attracted by his fist and blasted towards the Black Wind Supreme. My body is like the wind. The Black Wind Supreme's figure disappeared again. He seemed to have turned into an invisible wind. No matter how strong Chi Shihai's fist force was, it seemed to have hit the void without any force. At this moment, Chi Shihai felt a wind blowing past his face. In the next moment, there were streaks of blood on his face as if he was slashed by a sharp knife. Preposterous! Chi Shihai was practically on the verge of going mad. Chun, she cultivated the grand Tao of wind, causing him to be like the wind that could be gathered and dispersed at will. He was like a real wind that was impossible to grasp, shapeless and traceless. Suppress. Chi Shihai slapped the top of his head, and the shadow of a black tortoise immediately rushed out of his body. In the next moment, the shadow turned into a huge cauldron that sealed the surroundings. Black tortoise cauldron? The voice of the black wind sovereign resounded in the void. At that moment, a huge shadow of a black tortoise appeared above the cauldron. The black tortoise roared at the sky, emitting boundless water elemental energy. Under this power, even someone as powerful as the Black Wind Sovereign had nowhere to hide. Myriad incarnations. In the next moment, countless black shadows appeared in the void sealed by the black tortoise cauldron. These black shadows attacked Chi Shihai at the same time, their murderous intent shocking the heavens. How dare you act so presumptuously in my black tortoise cauldron? Chi Shihai immediately circulated his Xian Qi, drawing the power of the black tortoise cauldron to obliterate the countless black shadows that were attacking him. One by one, the black shadows exploded. Suddenly, a fist broke through the heavy water elemental energy and instantly smashed in front of Chi Shihai. The invisible wind force tore the clothes in front of Chi Shihai's chest. Bam! With a muffled sound, the fist directly smashed into Chi Shihai's chest. In the next moment, Chi Shihai's chest felt as if it had been ruthlessly slashed by countless divine weapons. Streaks of blood, so deep that bones could be seen, appeared on his body. His entire body flew backward, almost crushed by the Black Wind Sovereign's fist. Bam! Chi Shihai's back slammed hard against the wall of the black tortoise cauldron, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. How is this possible? Chi Shihai said in disbelief. The black tortoise cauldron became unstable and shook continuously. Kill! The Black Wind Sovereign's figure appeared. The surging water elemental energy in the surroundings could not do anything to him at all. All the water elemental energy passed through his body, and he was like a void. This was the Black Wind Sovereign's wind Taoist body. It was formless and traceless. When cultivated to the extreme, no one or any force could hurt him. The Black Wind Sovereign attacked with all his might. He directly turned into an invisible wind blade and slashed at Qi Shihai. Roar! Qi Shihai frantically activated the Black Tortoise Cauldron's power. The Black Tortoise Cauldron that had sealed the surroundings instantly disappeared. Then it emerged on his body and enveloped him. Clang! At the same time, following the sound of metal clashing, Qi Shihai and the cauldron were directly sent flying, crashing directly into the group of subordinates behind him. Screams resounded. The dozen subordinates that Qi Shihai brought were all turned into clouds of blood mist by the mighty water elemental energy of the Black Tortoise Cauldron. Their bodies and souls were directly destroyed. These subordinates of Qi Shihai were all Heaven Realm experts that he had subdued. It was already difficult for a Qi clan fugitive like him to come to the Heaven Realm from the Ancestral Realm. It was impossible for him to bring his subordinates from the Ancestral Realm here. This time, Qi Shihai had the Black Tortoise Cauldron to protect him, so he did not receive much impact. Qi Shihai became one with the cauldron. His battle power was soaring. I don't have time to waste with you. I will fight you when I find my master. The Black Wind Supreme's figure appeared in the void. However, in the next moment, he turned into a cool breeze and instantly disappeared into the void. Damn it! Qi Shihai roared in anger. He was filled with hatred, but he was helpless. His opponent was simply too fast. By the time he reacted, the Black Wind Supreme was already nowhere to be found. Damned Black Wind! Qi Shihai had nowhere to vent his anger. Coincidentally, the Southern Mountains God Emperor led a group of subordinates out of the ancestral grounds of the Southern Mountains God race. All of you, go to hell! Qi Shihai directly sent a palm strike towards the Southern Mountains God Emperor. Don't you dare be arrogant! The Southern Mountains God Emperor roared and also sent a palm strike. Boom! Two powerful forces instantly collided with each other, causing a loud explosion. In the next moment, the two figures were sent flying backwards. Qi Shihai stared at the Southern Mountains God Emperor. His pupils involuntarily shrank. This guy is not simple. He can actually block my palm strike. It seems like I have underestimated the experts of this world. The primogenitor realm was the origin of the myriad worlds. The experts of the primogenitor realm were naturally born with a sense of superiority. They thought that they were a cut above others and did not put the living beings of other worlds in their eyes. However, the living beings of other worlds might not necessarily be inferior to those fellows in the primogenitor realm. Kill! Kill! Without any words, the two great experts started fighting. At this time, in the demon ancestral grounds, Gu Fei was a little bored. Those fellows outside did not dare to make a move. They only surrounded the demon ancestral grounds. The experts of the primogenitor devil race had also arrived. The figure of the primogenitor great devil kept appearing and disappearing around the demon ancestral grounds. Demons were the enemies of all living beings, regardless of whether it was in the heavenly realm or the primogenitor realm. The appearance of the primogenitor great devil made the experts of the heavenly realm very afraid. Boom! A loud sound reverberated. The protective array of the entire demon ancestral grounds shook. Countless array patterns appeared in the void. Countless array patterns interweaved and formed a huge light barrier. When the experts of the demon ancestral grounds rushed over, they did not see anyone. It's those fellows from the demons again. On a mountain peak in the demon ancestral grounds, the old tortoise frowned. This was not the first time. Those fellows from the primogenitor demons had been causing trouble. They might be probing, but who knew what they were doing? Gu Fei's other great enemies did not dare to act rashly. One should know that Gu Fei could easily annihilate these fellows in the past. No one knew the actual strength of the current Gu Fei. The last supreme of the wood race had fallen in this world. Who could kill that supreme of the wood race? Other than Gu Fei, they really could not think of anyone else. Experts from the Li race, the Chu race, and the Sky race had all descended. The Supreme King had even issued a challenge to Gu Fei. Gu Fei had accepted the challenge, but the location had to be decided by Gu Fei. 10 days later, the ancient battlefield in the starry sky. Gu Fei had announced that he would fight the strongest of the primogenitor realm's 12 Supreme Kings, the Supreme King at the ancient battlefield. The ancient battlefield was located in the depths of the heavenly realm's starry sky. It was a primitive starfield not far from the heavenly court ruins. When the experts from the extreme, mysterious realm had invaded the heavenly realm's army and the extreme, mysterious realm's army had fought there. It was not a good place to be. Everyone was extremely excited. This was definitely going to be an exciting battle. Even the human realm had received the news. Countless experts from the human realm began to pour into the heavenly realm. Soon, in a mountain ridge in the heavenly realm, the expert from the human realm, Azure Dragon, had a huge battle with an ancestor from the Li race from the ancestral realm. Azure Dragon had killed the ancestor of the Li race in the heavenly realm. Not long after, a terrifying expert from the golden-winged rock race appeared and tore apart a quasi-supreme from the golden crow race. The golden crow's divine blood burned the earth and plunged everything into misery. A few days later, there was news that an ancestor of the Chu race had entered the moon deity's palace. Then there was no more. In the eastern domain of the heavenly realm, the golden spirit ape race's prince, Yuan Hong, came out of seclusion and killed the supreme existence of the gold race, Jin Jiusheng. Jin Jiusheng was a supreme expert of the gold race who had dared to challenge Gu Fei. Now, he had died at the hands of these inferior beings from the heavenly realm. This was unbelievable to all the experts from the ancestral realm. The experts from the ancestral realm who had swept through the heavenly realm had finally met their match. The appearance of Ren Huang had stunned all the experts from the ancestral realm. Ren Huangjiang, the only emperor in both the heavenly realm and the human realm, was invincible. He seemed to have surpassed everything and was no longer afraid of the power of heaven's punishment. Ever since this Ren Huang had returned to the human realm, no one had seen him fight. This time, the battle between Gu Fei and the Supreme King had even alarmed him. Chapter 43:61. The arrival of a peerless Ren Huang in the heaven realm shocked the world. The Ren Huang, whether in the heaven realm or the human realm, was a legend. The ultimate king realm supremes walked the path of tyranny and were comparable to supremes. And Jiang Ren Huang was the only Ren Huang in both the human realm and heaven realm. Whether it was the cultivators from the heaven realm or the human realm, they were all excited to know that in the current era, almost no one had ever seen Jiang Ren Huang fight. This time, the guy from the ancestor realm actually alerted Jiang Ren Huang. This shocked everyone. However, this also showed how much importance Jiang Ren Huang placed on the people from the ancestor realm. Jiang Ren Huang's arrival in the heaven realm was naturally the most nervous people from the ancestor realm. This was a Ren Huang who dared to underestimate him. Just an ultimate king realm supremacy. What is there to be afraid of? The Supreme King, one of the 12 Supreme Kings from the ancestor realm, said this. He was a Supreme King and had once killed an ultimate king realm supremacy in the ancestor realm. That was why he had the confidence to say this. Plus, in a place like the heaven realm, There was the power of God's punishment. Even the strongest among the Supremes did not dare to challenge God's punishment. He believed that even this Jiang Renhuang would not dare to display the power of an ultimate king realm supremacy. This way, with his king realm supremacy body, he would be able to suppress all enemies, even that trash Gu Fei. He had already investigated. This Gu Fei was not killed by the first demon ancestor, but his cultivation was destroyed. Right now, Gu Fei was only a quasi-supreme, not even a supremacy. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will always be victorious. Especially for the Supreme King, no matter who he faced, he would not be careless and had to be careful. When Jiang Renhuang arrived in the heaven realm, Gu Fei and the old turtle personally led a group of cultivators to the path of heaven to welcome him. In the human realm, everyone knew of the friendship between Gu Fei and Jiang Renhuang. Gu Fei and the Jiang clan of the Ancients also had dealings because of Jiang Renhuang. This time, the one who accompanied Jiang Renhuang to the heaven realm was not the clan leader of the Jiang clan. The higher-ups of the Jiang clan did not come either. Jiang Renhuang only brought a little girl to the heaven realm. This surprised even Gu Fei a little. However, he could tell that the little girl had an extraordinary physique at first glance. This little girl was born with a Taoism aptitude. Those with connate Taoism aptitude were innately close to the great Tao of heaven and earth. Naturally, their cultivation would yield twice the results with half the effort. This little girl shouldn't be very old, but her cultivation was already at the peak of the half-sage realm. She was only half a step away from breaking through to the sage realm. "Are you Gu Fei?" Outside the exit of the ancient road to heaven, the little girl who was holding the hand of Jiang Renhuang looked at Gu Fei curiously. Her big eyes were full of spirit. "That's right, I'm Gu Fei, the real deal." Gu Fei smiled as he looked at the little girl. "Her name is Jiang Lin, my daughter." Jiang Renhuang said. "What?" Gu Fei was stunned. "Jiang Renhuang's daughter? So little? Could it be that this guy couldn't stand the loneliness and found himself a wife?" "Why are you looking at me like that?" Jiang Renhuang glanced at Gu Fei and said, This is such a surprise, such a surprise." Gu Fei was stuttering. Old Tortoise and the others were also dumbfounded. They had heard of Renhuang Zhang's name before. He was the strongest man in the heavenly earth. Even Old Tortoise's uncle had to be polite when he saw Renhuang Jiang. "Dad said that you have a lot of treasures. How about giving me one as a gift?" The little girl, Jiang Lin, looked at Gu Fei and said with a smile, "Hee, little girl, you are right. This guy doesn't have much, but he has a lot of treasures." Old Tortoise said with a fawning expression. This was Jiang Renhuang's daughter. If he fawned over her, he would definitely get a lot of benefits. Gift? Gu Fei was stunned. He really didn't prepare any gift. He didn't expect Jiang Renhuang to suddenly have a daughter. "Yeah, you can't be so stingy," little Jiang Lin said with a pout. Gu Fei looked at Jiang Renhuang. Jiang Renhuang looked up at the sky. Gu Fei smiled bitterly and thought for a while. Then he waved his right hand, and a crack appeared in the space in front of him. Following that, Gu Fei waved his hand, and a drop of divine liquid that emitted boundless vitality flew out from the crack. This is the moment the drop of divine liquid appeared, the vitality of the entire world suddenly flourished. The withered trees in the surroundings were revitalized and sprouted. Around the divine liquid, one could vaguely see the shadows of the ancestral dragon. "What is this?" Princess Jiang Lin's eyes lit up when she saw the drop of divine liquid. Her intuition told her that this was an incredible drop of divine liquid. "Gu Fei, you're going all out." Old Tortoise exclaimed. The demons behind him also stared at the drop of divine liquid, dumbfounded. Is this the legendary immortal liquid? An elder of the demon clan exclaimed. Hurry up and thank your brother Gu Fei. Seeing Gu Fei giving his daughter such a precious gift, Jiang Renhuang couldn't help but be moved. Thank you, little brother. Princess Jiang Lin hurriedly took out a jade bottle and carefully stored the drop of divine liquid. Senior, please. Gu Fei and Old Tortoise considered themselves as juniors in front of Jiang Renhuang. Okay. Jiang Renhuang walked forward with the little princess. Everyone clustered around Jiang Renhuang and the little princess as they left the exit of the ancient road to heaven and went straight back to the ancestral grounds of the demon clan. Jiang Renhuang liked peace and quiet. Gu Fei and Old Tortoise did not hold a welcome party for Jiang Renhuang. They only arranged for Jiang Renhuang to stay in a quiet place in the depths of the ancestral grounds of the demon clan. However, the little princess was lively and active. Soon, Gu Fei and Old Tortoise experienced the power of this little ancestor. In the ancestral hall of the demon clan, the caretaker of the medicinal garden of the ancestral grounds came. A 30,000-year-old peach was bitten by someone. That was a king of medicine that could revive the dead. The caretaker of the sacred spring on the mountain of ancestors came. A bottle of spring water that had been stored for 3,000 years was drunk. The caretaker of the pavilion of treasures also came. 7 out of the 12 sky-shattering orbs were gone. One of the Qianquan swords was gone, and the sky-splitting halberd was broken in half. Other weapons and treasures were thrown everywhere. The place where the elixirs were stored was completely destroyed. Countless elixirs and medicines were scattered on the ground. A heaven elixir that was being refined was gone. Hearing the reports from the caretakers, Old Tortoise almost went crazy. That little girl, Old Tortoise, was trembling. It had only been a few days. If that little girl stayed in the ancestral grounds of the demon clan, wouldn't the sky be turned upside down? It's not a big deal. Why bother? Gu Fei said disapprovingly. It's a small deal. Chapter 43:62. Princess Jiang Lin was wreaking havoc in the ancestral lands of the demon clan. The Old Tortoise was having a hard time. That was the princess. Everyone spoiled her. Even the Old Tortoise couldn't say anything. However, the Old Tortoise couldn't wait for her to leave. If she continued to wreak havoc, the Old Tortoise would go crazy. Fortunately, Jiang Renhuang wouldn't stay in the ancestral lands forever. The Jiang clan of the Ancients was rooted in the human realm. Jiang Renhuang wouldn't stay in the heaven realm for long. Time passed. The day of the showdown between Gu Fei and the supreme king of the ancestral realm had finally arrived. Powerful figures began to appear outside the ancient battlefield of the stars. Among them, there were cultivators from the heaven realm and the ancestral realm. However, at this time, the cultivators from the ancestral realm didn't dare to underestimate the cultivators from the heaven realm. One had to know that even Jin Jiuxing of the primogenitor realm's Jin clan had died in the heaven realm's eastern domain. He had been smashed in the head by a monkey. The gold spiritual ape clan was the inheritance of a supreme. The ancestor of the gold spiritual ape clan was an extreme supreme. There weren't many of them, but every one of them was extremely powerful. Yuan Gang was at the peak of quasi-supreme. Yuan Hong was even stronger. He received all the inheritance his father had left him. If he wasn't in the heaven realm, he would have broken through to the extreme grade long ago. Where's Gu Fei? Is he afraid to come? A loud shout came from the ancient battlefield of the stars. The voice echoed throughout the star region. All the cultivators outside the ancient battlefield were shocked. Don't be presumptuous here. Why wouldn't Gu Fei come? Some cultivators from the heaven realm scolded, "Die!" In the next moment, a huge hand grabbed towards the heaven realm expert from the ancient starry sky battlefield. Puffed, "We still don't know who's going to die yet." That person smiled disdainfully. In the next moment, a beam of light shot out from his body and pierced through the large hand that was grabbing at him. "What?" The cultivator in the ancient battlefield of the stars was shocked and wanted to make another move. At this moment, an arrow light shot into the ancient starry sky battlefield from afar, causing the person who had attacked to explode into a mist of blood. "How dare you kill my people?" A figure who was sitting cross-legged in the ancient battlefield of stars suddenly opened his eyes. "Humph! Supreme King, others might be afraid of you, but I'm not." A silhouette rushed over from afar. This person was wielding a huge bow, exuding a strong battle intent. Countless Tao inscriptions could be seen interweaving on the bow. "Shooting sun." When the Supreme King, who was sitting cross-legged in the ancient starry sky battlefield, saw that person, his eyes lit up. "Little fellow, you're courting death." At the same time, another silhouette appeared outside the ancient battlefield of the stars. This person's white robes fluttered in the wind, exuding an elegant demeanor. It was a white-robed young man. "Star Beast Venerable." When the Supreme King saw this white-robed young man, his expression changed. Who would have thought that this fellow would come as well? This was a beast sovereign, a supreme existence at the level of a supremacy. In the eyes of the Star Beast Venerable, the 12 kings of supreme beings were just a joke. The Supreme King of the 12 kings of supreme beings was just a small fry. "Me too." A gust of black wind blew through the star field, and a figure appeared beside the Star Beast Sovereign. This fellow was dressed in black, revealing only a pair of eyes. This fellow was the Black Wind Sovereign. "I didn't think you would dare to come here." A black-robed middle-aged man, beside the Supreme King, stared at the Black Wind Sovereign and the others and said coldly, "TCH, this isn't some dragon's lair or tiger's den. Can't we come here? Even if this is a dragon's lair or tiger's den, so what? We will still barge in," the Black Wind Sovereign said disapprovingly. "Is that so?" At this moment, an old voice sounded, the Black Wind Sovereign, and the others quickly looked in the direction of the voice. They saw a white-robed old man holding a walking stick, leading a group of people over from a distant star field. Old ancestor of the Sky Clan? When the Black Wind Sovereign saw the old man, his eyes couldn't help but narrow. Back then, the Sky Clan was defeated by Gu Fei, and even Gu Fei occupied their ancestral land. However, Gu Fei didn't attack the other supremacies of the Sky Clan and allowed them to leave. Now, the old ancestors of the Sky Clan had started to attack the Black Wind Sovereign and the others. It had to be said that when Gu Fei didn't destroy the Sky Clan back then, he had left behind a huge problem for himself. Of course, Gu Fei didn't care. He would kill anyone who dared to provoke him. Old ancestor Sky Dome. "Back then, my master let your Sky Clan off. Is this how you repay my master?" The Black Wind Sovereign stared at the old man opposite him and said coldly, "Ha ha! Gu Fei is a great enemy of our clan. We are always thinking about how to take revenge. This is a heaven-sent opportunity. We naturally can't let it go." The old man laughed loudly. "You will pay for what you have done today." The Shooting Sun Sovereign said, suddenly, "Old ancestor, why are you still talking to these guys? Why don't we give Gu Fei a big gift before he comes?" A green-robed middle-aged man behind the old man said coldly, "Oh, I wonder what kind of gift Brother Chu wants to give to Gu Fei." The old ancestor Sky Dome said, "How about the heads of these three guys?" The green-robed middle-aged man glanced at the Star Beast Sovereign and the others and said coldly, "That's a good idea." The old ancestor sky dome nodded. A bunch of reckless guys. The day my master returns to the ancestral realm will be the day your clan is exterminated. The shooting sun supreme clenched the divine bow in his hand and said while gritting his teeth, "Is that so? Ha! Gu Fei can still return to the ancestral realm. I reckon that Gu Fei won't dare to come either." The group of people behind the old ancestor sky dome said unscrupulously, "He still doesn't know when he's about to die." Sigh. The Star Beast Sovereign suddenly shook his head and sighed. "What did you say?" The green-robed middle-aged man stared at the Star Beast Sovereign with an ugly expression. "It's not up to you to decide whether my little brother will obtain the ancestral realm or not." At this moment, a rather young voice was suddenly heard. Then, everyone saw a yellow-skinned, middle-aged man walking over from afar while holding the hand of a purple-clothed little girl. Lowly creatures from the lower realm, scram! The green-robed middle-aged man waved his sleeves, and a cold light flew out from his sleeves and strangled the two people who were approaching. Killing without a word of disagreement. Very good. The yellow-faced and emaciated middle-aged man waved his right hand, and the killing cold light fell into his hand. What? The green-robed middle-aged man was shocked and was about to recall his natal sword. However, at this moment, the middle-aged man who seemed to have just recovered from a serious illness grabbed with his right hand, and the sword light immediately shattered. The middle-aged man from the Chu family shrieked and spat out a mouthful of blood. The destruction of his natal sword had severely injured him. This, Chapter 43:63. Outside the ancient battlefield in the heavenly realm, everyone stared at the skinny middle-aged man, holding the little girl's hand in astonishment. The middle-aged man was sallow and emaciated, as if he had just recovered from a serious illness. However, he directly crushed the life sword of an expert from the Chu clan from the ancestral realm. The experts from the heavenly realm did not think much of it, but the people from the ancestral realm were different. They knew how powerful this expert from the Chu clan was. That was because extreme grade supremes couldn't casually appear in the heavenly realm. This expert from the Chu clan was only a quasi-supremes. However, this quasi-supremes of the Chu clan had a cultivation at the peak of the quasi-supremes. His life Tao weapon was extremely powerful. It was a quasi-supreme Tao weapon. However, this sickly-looking guy could actually crush a quasi-supreme Tao weapon with his bare hands. Was he in extreme supremacy? Ancestor Tianxiong had just arrived in the heavenly realm. No one behind him had seen this middle-aged man before. They would never have guessed that this middle-aged man was the strongest person in the heavenly realm, Jiang Renhuang. The little girl Jiang Renhuang was holding was his precious daughter, Jiang Lin. Jiang Lin had finally left the ancestral realm of the demon clan. The happiest person was Old Turtle. "How dare you destroy my life Tao weapon? The Chu clan will not let you off." The expert from the Chu clan was furious. He gritted his teeth and shouted at Jiang Renhuang. The experts from the heavenly realm who saw this scene were all shocked. The people from the ancestral realm were really powerful. Not just any powerful, but extremely powerful. These guys dared to shout at a human emperor. Did they not want to live? Even the Star Beast Sovereign and the others were dumbfounded. This was an extreme king sovereign, Ancestor Tianxiong, and the others really did not know how to write the word death. Chu clan? Is it very powerful? Princess Jiang Lin tilted her head and looked at the expert from the Chu clan with an innocent expression. "Ha ha, the inheritance of the ancestral realm is not something that lowly beings like you can imagine." A young man in white next to Ancestor Tianxiong waved his fan and looked at Jiang Renhuang and the little princess with disdain. "Lowly beings from the lower realm? When Jiang Lin heard that, she was immediately displeased. Even Jiang Renhuang's face turned a bit ugly. These guys are really courting death. Star Beast Venerable muttered. Kill. The next moment, a figure rushed out from behind Ancestor Tianxiong. This person roared and directly attacked Jiang Renhuang and Princess Jiang Lin. A giant hand fell from the sky, slapping toward Jiang Renhuang and Princess Jiang Lin. Dad, these people are very fierce. The little princess, Jiang Lin, hid behind Jiang Renhuang. Fierce? You think you can be fiercer than me? Jiang Renhuang's eyes flashed. He straightened his back, and a monstrous imperial aura immediately burst out from his body. What old Ancestor Sky Venerable and the ancestral realm experts behind him were shocked. Apart from old Ancestor Sky Venerable, the other ancestral realm experts were trembling under this imperial might. Who the hell are you? Old Ancestor Sky Venerable roared, and an equally powerful pressure burst out from his body. How dare you scare my baby daughter? You can go to hell now. Jiang Renhuang didn't want to talk nonsense with these guys. He directly stretched out his right hand and pressed toward the people opposite him. Boom! A giant hand directly appeared in the void between heaven and earth, directly obliterating old Ancestor Sky Venerable and the others. This giant hand rapidly grew in the eyes of old Ancestor Sky Venerable. He wanted to retreat, but the next moment he was inexplicably shocked. His body did not move at all, and the void around him seemed to have condensed into an immortal piece of divine iron. Confinement of the void. Patriarch Heaven's shock was really not to be underestimated. The others were all terrified to the extreme. Some of them were not strong enough, and they were so scared that they wet themselves. Boom! Before old Ancestor Sky Venerable could finish his thought, Jiang Renhuang's giant hand directly fell, smashing the old ancestor of the Sky Clan and the people he brought with him into a mist of blood. Their bodies and souls were directly destroyed, and they could not be more dead. When the Supreme King saw this scene in the ancient battlefield of the stars, he almost exclaimed. He never thought that the sickly Qian would be so powerful. He killed a Supreme Being with one move. Even a Supreme Being could not withstand one move. That old Ancestor Sky Venerable was a Supreme Being of the Sky Clan. Although old Ancestor Sky Venerable's cultivation was sealed, he had a real extreme path constitution. This extreme path constitution was extremely tyrannical. In the heaven realm and the human realm, existences with extreme path constitution could absolutely do whatever they wanted in the heaven realm and the human realm. However, someone as strong as old Ancestor Sky Venerable was also killed with one slap. Even the extreme Path Tao artifact on old Ancestor Sky Venerable was directly destroyed, leaving nothing behind. Senior, this is too wasteful. At this time, a voice came from afar. Everyone hurriedly looked in the direction of the voice and saw a figure, with his hands behind his back, walking over step by step. With just a few steps, this person directly arrived outside the ancient battlefield of the stars. Gu Fei. In the ancient battlefield of the stars, as soon as the Supreme King saw that person, his eyes immediately narrowed. What waste? Jiang Renhuang said disapprovingly. If I had eaten that guy just now, my cultivation might have broken through to the extreme path realm. Gu Fei laughed. Cultivation is all about one step at a time. If you use this method to increase your cultivation, be careful that your Tao foundation is not stable. Jiang Renhuang sighed. Hearing this, Gu Fei was about to reply. However, at this time, the Supreme King's voice suddenly came from inside the ancient battlefield of the stars. Gu Fei, why haven't you come in to die? There was not a trace of emotion in the voice. Ha! Gu Fei suddenly laughed out loud. The next moment, he strode into the ancient battlefield of the stars, and stood opposite the Supreme King. At this time, everyone was extremely nervous. Gu Fei and the Supreme King of the ancestral realm Eastern region were about to fight. A battle of this level was rare. Just as Gu Fei entered the ancient battlefield of the stars, Old Tortoise arrived with a group of subordinates. More and more experts gathered outside the ancient battlefield of the stars. A ray of golden light pierced through the pitch-black sky and landed outside the ancient battlefield of the stars. The power of metal was vast and mighty, and a figure appeared in the golden light. Yuan Hong had arrived. Is that the person who killed Jin Jiusheng? As soon as the experts from the ancestral realm saw Yuan Hong, some of them exclaimed, Jin Jiusheng was a famous expert from the ancestral realm. This Yuan Hong was able to kill Jin Jiusheng. This was unbelievable to the experts from the ancestral realm. At the same time, a giant dragon shadow appeared in the sky. The ancestral dragon chi spread everywhere. The human realm's expert, Azure Dragon, had arrived. Just as Azure Dragon arrived, a divine bird flew in from afar. As its giant wings flapped, the surrounding stars shook violently as if they were about to fall from the sky. The little Peng Emperor had arrived. Chapter 43:64. The battle between Gu Fei and the Supreme King, one of the 12 Supreme Kings from the ancestral realm, shocked both the heaven realm and the human realm. Countless experts rushed to the ancient battlefield of the stars in the heaven realm. Even some super antiques that had disappeared for countless years jumped out. In an instant, countless experts gathered outside the ancient battlefield of the stars. Compared to the experts from the heaven realm and human realm, the experts from the ancestral realm were pitifully few. There were only a few dozen experts from the ancestral realm, while there were countless experts from the heaven realm and human realm. The starry sky was filled with powerful figures. When the dozens of experts from the ancestral realm saw this, they were all shocked. Only now did they realize that they had underestimated the experts from the heaven realm. Previously, the experts from the ancestral realm slaughtered everywhere and were invincible. That was because the true experts from the heaven realm had not acted yet. Boom! Just then, a loud sound came from the ancient battlefield of the stars. An extremely powerful ripple of power spread out from the ancient battlefield of the stars. Has it finally begun? Everyone perked up. In the ancient starry sky battlefield, two silhouettes collided. In the next moment, a terrifying destructive force spread out in all directions. Wherever this power passed, it obliterated everything. What Supreme King? In my eyes, you're just an ant. Gu Fei was extremely domineering. A tyrannical power erupted from his body, causing the surrounding space to tremble and crack after crack in pitch-black space. It was as if the world could no longer contain his powerful body. Ha ha, shameless boasting. Do you think you're still the invincible Gu Fei? You're just a quasi-supreme now. The Supreme King laughed and attacked, fighting with Gu Fei. Is that so? Gu Fei moved rapidly in the void. Every punch he threw out had the power to shatter the heavens and the earth. The tyrannical martial arts power displayed great power. No matter what divine ability the Supreme King used, Gu Fei only used one punch. Although his punch looked simple, it was all-encompassing. It was the strongest battle skill he had comprehended. This fist technique was the extremity breaker fist that Gu Fei had created when he was in the Eternal Stratum. Sky-breaking kill. The Supreme King roared out in rage. He had finally used his trump card. The moment his mystic skill was unleashed, the entire world collapsed and shattered. The destructive power that was formed was unbelievably strong. This destructive power directly engulfed Gu Fei. However, in the next moment, Gu Fei broke through the destructive power and charged out. heaven-splitting saber. As soon as Gu Fei rushed out, the Supreme King slashed at Gu Fei with his saber. The sharp saber light soared tens of thousands of feet, as though it could split heaven and earth. "I'll break the sky with one hand." With a roar, Gu Fei clenched his right hand into a fist and threw a punch at the saber light. Clang! The sharp saber light landed on Gu Fei's fist. In the next moment, there was the sound of metal clashing. The saber light was shattered by Gu Fei's fist. Gu Fei's invincible fist had just exploded. One fist breaking the extremity. "I'm invincible." Gu Fei immediately threw out his strongest punch. This punch instantly broke through his limits, whether it was his strength or speed. They had reached the extreme all of a sudden. The Supreme King couldn't help but be startled by this fist. Before he could react, the other party's fist had already smashed into his chest. Roar! The Supreme King roared in rage. In the next moment, his entire body exploded. Blood flowed through his tendons and bones, and he was turned into a bloody mist. 3 beams of divine light rushed out of the bloody mist. They were 3 supreme Tao treasures. Each of them exuded a powerful aura. These 3 supreme Tao treasures were trying to escape. Humph! Trying to escape? Gu Fei reached out and grabbed the 3 beams of divine light. Then, he threw the 3 supreme Tao treasures into the mountain and river cauldron and sealed them. Other than the 3 supreme Tao treasures, everything else on the Supreme King's body was destroyed by Gu Fei's punch. Nothing was left. Everyone was dumbfounded when they saw this, especially those from the ancestral realm. Their eyeballs almost fell to the ground. How is this possible? The subordinates of the Supreme King could not believe that their master had been defeated. Moreover, he had been defeated so quickly. That was the Supreme King of the 12 kings of the ancestral realm. He was the strongest existence among the 12 kings of the ancestral realm. Yet he had been smashed into pieces by a single punch. Due to the existence of the power of heavenly punishment, the heavenly realm could not use the power of the Supreme Tao. However, the Supreme King's king, supremacy body, was the real deal. Even the powerful king's supremacy body could not withstand a single punch from Gu Fei. One could imagine how powerful Gu Fei's punch was. The Supreme King was actually defeated. The experts from the ancestral realm looked as if they had lost their parents. The experts from the heavenly realm cheered, who said that the beings from the lower realm were weaker than those from the heavenly realm, who said that the beings from the ancestral realm were superior. When Gu Fei destroyed the Supreme King with a single punch, all the experts from the heavenly realm felt proud. All the experts from the ancestral realm realized that the beings from the lower realm could also grow to an unimaginable level. Just as everyone thought that the Supreme King had been killed by a single punch from Gu Fei, a powerful spiritual will rippled across the sky. The Supreme King is not dead. The experts from the ancestral realm were both surprised and happy. I knew it. That's the Supreme King. How could he be killed so easily? An ancestor-level existence from the ancestral realm said. At this time, the blood mist suddenly shrank and a figure appeared, struggling before death. Gu Fei's lips curled up and he punched again. Bam! With a muffled sound, the Supreme King that had just appeared exploded once again. Everyone was dumbfounded. Gu Fei is actually this powerful. Green Dragon's eyes narrowed when he saw this. Little Peng had to admit that he was still not Gu Fei's match. Master is too powerful, Black Wind supremacy, and the others were overjoyed. Gu Fei seemed to only be a quasi-supremacy, but his combat strength was heaven-defying. He actually destroyed the Supreme King with a single punch. The Supreme King was one of the 12 Supreme Kings of the eastern region of the ancestral realm. Even Black Wind would have to take a detour if he met him in the ancestral realm. Rumble. At this moment, thunder rumbled in the sky. This is all the experts from the heavenly realm and human realm changed their expressions. Sky punishment? Chapter 43:65. Rumble. In the depths of the sky, thunderous booms resounded, shocking all the experts outside the ancient starry sky battlefield to the extreme, especially the experts from the heaven realm and the human realm. They were familiar with the destructive power that came from the depths of the sky. Divine punishment. The little Peng Emperor raised his head and looked into the depths of the sky. His golden eyes shone with golden light. Divine punishment. Yuan Hong, the golden spiritual ape, also looked into the sky and frowned. Dad, what's going on? Is my little brother okay? The little princess looked at Jiang Renhuang worriedly. What happened to your little brother? Jiang Renhuang smiled. In the past few days, in the ancestral land of the demon clan, he had discussed Tao with Gu Fei. He knew that Gu Fei's cultivation had broken through to the legendary eternal realm, the eternal stratum, to extreme Tao paragons and ultimate monarch paragons. The eternal stratum was something that only existed in legends. Even Jiang Renhuang had never heard of anyone who could touch that level, let alone break through to that level and become an eternal supreme being. In fact, for extreme supremes, the extreme of Tao was not the end. In other words, there should be another realm above the extreme realm. That realm was the legendary eternal realm. However, since ancient times, the eternal realm was only a legend. However, Jiang Renhuang had learned from Gu Fei that the eternal supremacy realm was not a legend, but a true supreme realm that truly existed. And in the ancestral realm, there was such a supreme existence. The ancestral realm is a paradise for extreme supremes. Jiang Renhuang exclaimed. At this time, the divine punishment really came. The terrifying destructive power came from the depths of the sky and fell directly into the ancient battlefield of the stars. In the next moment, the ancient battlefield of the stars exploded. The power of the divine punishment obliterated everything. Half of the ancient battlefield of the stars disappeared from the world. Seeing this scene, everyone broke out in a cold sweat. The power of the divine punishment was indeed powerful. This kind of power was definitely not something an ordinary extreme supremes could withstand. Even the experts from the primogenitor's realm were stunned. They had never seen the power of heaven's punishment before. Now, it seemed that it was indeed terrifying. This way, the fellows from the primogenitor realm finally behaved themselves. Previously, some of them had wanted to undo the seal on their bodies and recover their extreme grade cultivation. Master, at this moment, the faces of the star beast venerable and the others changed greatly. This level of power had clearly surpassed ordinary extreme power. Their master was only a quasi-sovereign, so it was impossible for him to resist this power. Gu Fei is dead for sure. In the primogenitor realm, an ancestor of the Leaf family sneered. That Supreme King is really ruthless. He actually recovered his extreme grade cultivation in this world. Is he trying to perish together with us? An elder from the primogenitor realm said solemnly, although the Supreme King was a sovereign king, it was still unknown who was stronger against the power of the heavenly punishment. One had to know that a Supreme King wasn't something an ordinary extreme grade Supreme Being could compare to. Furthermore, the Supreme King was a king among the Supreme Kings. He was exceptionally powerful. These fellows are simply courting death. The old tortoise stared at the figure shrouded by the destructive light and sneered. The power of the heavenly punishment wasn't that simple. Killing an extreme grade Supreme Being was as easy as killing an ant. Although the Supreme King was powerful, the old tortoise believed that he would also be obliterated by the power of the heavenly punishment. Big Brother, beside the old tortoise, Xiaoqing looked worried. The Supreme King clearly wanted to drag Gu Fei down with him and perish together with Gu Fei. Roar! A terrifying roar came from the destructive light formed by the power of the heavenly punishment. The entire world shook violently under this roar. Then everyone saw a shocking scene. Within the destructive light, a figure bathed in the power of the heavenly punishment roared towards the sky like a god of destruction. Everyone was stunned. How is this possible? Countless experts from the heavenly realm and human realm almost dropped their eyeballs to the ground when they saw this scene. This fellow could actually resist the heavenly punishment. Heavenly punishment? Is this all you've got? Gu Fei, you're dead meat today. That person said loudly, his voice shaking the sky. Is that so? A voice rang out. Then everyone saw another figure appear in the light of destruction formed by the power of heavenly punishment. This person's entire body was filled with chaotic aura, and streaks of chaotic Tao patterns appeared and interweaved on his body, drawing upon the power of the great path of chaos to strengthen himself and actually blocking the surrounding light of destruction. This is too heaven-defying. This time, everyone was dumbfounded. There were actually two existences that were not afraid of the power of the heavenly punishment today. This was the power of the heavenly punishment that could kill an extreme grade supreme being. Ever since the power of the heavenly punishment appeared, all the extreme grade supreme beings who challenged the power of the heavenly punishment had failed. They were directly killed, their bodies and souls destroyed. No one had ever survived the power of the heavenly punishment. This was the case when the ancestor of the Wood Clan successfully resisted the power of the heavenly punishment with the primal chaos Fengtian diagram. However, at that time, the power of dozens of extreme-grade supreme beings was gathered to activate the primal chaos Fengtian diagram. Everyone found it hard to believe that Gu Fei and the Supreme King were not afraid of the power of the heavenly punishment. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, no one would have believed it. You have an eternal Tao artifact. Gu Fei stared at the Supreme King and said coldly, don't you also have an eternal Tao artifact to protect yourself? The Supreme King sneered. Gu Fei was once a supreme existence in the eternal realm. It was not strange for him to have several eternal Tao artifacts. After all, weren't eternal Tao artifacts refined by eternal paragons of the eternal realm? Is this the reason why you dare to challenge me? Gu Fei finally knew why this guy dared to challenge him. It turned out that he had an eternal Tao artifact. Prepare to die. The Supreme King could not be bothered to talk nonsense. He directly attacked Gu Fei. An eternal sword chi rushed out of his body and slashed at Gu Fei. The eternal sword light directly broke through the power of the heavenly punishment and instantly slashed at Gu Fei. Gu Fei's lips curled up. In the next moment, he clenched his right hand. His spine shook like a dragon, and a violent wave of eternal power surged towards his fist. Whoosh! His fist was like a cannonball, smashing towards the eternal sword light that was slashing down. Clang! Gu Fei's fist instantly smashed against the eternal sword light. In the next moment, the eternal sword light, which seemed to be able to destroy heaven and earth, shattered in the void. Chapter 43:66. The power of heaven's punishment was invincible and could kill supremes. Before today, cultivators from both the heaven realm and the human realm thought that no one could survive the power of heaven's punishment. No one could fight against the power of heaven's punishment. However, what happened today was beyond everyone's understanding. It turned out that not everyone could destroy the power of heaven's punishment. Rumble, the sound of thunder grew louder and louder. The entire sky seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. It was extremely frightening. Under the cover of the power of heaven's punishment, two figures moved quickly in the sky. Boom! With a loud noise, Gufei was thrown thousands of miles away. The Supreme King only took a few steps back. The Supreme King's cultivation was still rising. Soon, he broke through to the extreme grade. The extremely powerful extreme grade power spread in all directions. All the cultivators who were watching the battle retreated immediately. Extreme divine might was not something that just anyone could withstand. Humph! Jiang Renhuang waved his right hand, and countless Tao patterns appeared in the sky and turned into a huge Tao pattern, blocking the mighty divine power of the great path from the starry sky ancient battlefield. The Supreme King did not care about the lives of the living beings from the heaven realm and the human realm. If they were enveloped by the extreme grade power, all living beings below the extreme grade would be destroyed in both body and soul. Jiang Renhuang had saved countless cultivators with one move. The Supreme King could not help but be moved when he saw this. Damn it! Gufei was enraged. This guy saw the lives of all living beings as worthless. He was too arrogant and cold-blooded. In the next moment, a beam of eternal God light shot out of his chest. This beam of eternal God light pierced through the Supreme King's body at extreme speed. Whoosh! The eternal light flashed and pierced through the Supreme King's body. What? The Supreme King looked down and saw that there was a fist-sized hole in his chest. Fresh blood was seeping out of the hole. The Supreme King could not believe it. Roar! The Supreme King went crazy. He desperately used his mystic art to activate the eternal weapon in his body. The wound on his chest quickly healed. Clang! A sword, or more accurately, half of an eternal sword, appeared. However, even though it was only half of an eternal sword, it was still able to block the power of the heavenly punishment. When Gufei saw the eternal Tao artifact on the Supreme King's body, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Today, I will show you what a true eternal Tao artifact is. Gufei said in a deep voice. Kill! The Supreme King couldn't be bothered to talk to Gufei. Sword, come! Gufei waved his right hand, and a sword light immediately rushed out of his body. He then grabbed it and slashed at the Supreme King. Buzz! The divine sword hummed, and the sword light flashed by, directly breaking the Supreme King's sword light. In an instant, the Supreme King was cut in half, and blood splattered everywhere. Gufei attacked in anger. The power of this sword was not to be underestimated. The sword was the Ninth Heaven Star Sword. The Ninth Heaven Star Sword was a complete eternal Tao artifact. Compared to the half of the eternal Tao artifact that the Supreme King had obtained, it was a damaged eternal Tao artifact. The half of the Supreme King's sword was directly destroyed by the Ninth Heaven Star Sword, a sword slaying a king of supreme godhead. This scene was shocking to the extreme. Everyone who saw this scene was dumbfounded. Without the protection of the eternal power, the Supreme King didn't even have time to scream. His body, which had been cut in half, was completely obliterated by the power of the heavenly punishment. The Supreme King, who had dominated the ancestral realm for countless years, had fallen just like that. He's dead. The powerhouses from the ancestral realm were extremely frightened. Only now did they understand why the last extreme grade supremacy of the wood race had fallen in this inferior world. He had died with everlasting regret. The Supreme King had never imagined that Gufei could use an eternal Tao artifact. It should be known that even an extreme grade supremacy would find it difficult to use an eternal Tao artifact. It was simply impossible for a quasi-supremacy to use an eternal Tao artifact. However, Gufei had done it. However, After he slashed out with his sword, he felt as if his entire body had been hollowed out, and he collapsed, even though it was an eternal Tao artifact that he had personally refined. It still consumed a large amount of yuan qi to use it. If it had been an ordinary person, they would have already become a dried corpse. Soon, the aura on Gu Fei's body weakened rapidly. The mighty power of the heavenly punishment that descended from the sky started to recede and eventually disappeared. Gu Fei died. The moment the power of the heavenly punishment disappeared, an angry roar was heard. A moment later, a figure pounced towards Gu Fei like a bolt of lightning. It was a powerhouse from the ancestral realm. He wanted to take advantage of the fact that Gu Fei was extremely weak to kill Gu Fei. "You're courting death." Just as Gu Fei was about to be smashed to bits by this fellow's punch, a furious roar rang out. Then a large hand stretched out from the side and slapped Gu Fei away. Bam! That person exploded in the air and turned into a mist of blood. Both his body and soul were destroyed. At the same time, a figure appeared next to Gu Fei. The person who attacked was a young man in white. He was the #1 powerhouse under Gu Fei, the Star Beast Venerable. He was a supreme being at the supremacy level. "Who else is there? Come out and die." The Star Beast Venerable glanced coldly at the people from the ancestral realm. With him around, anyone who wanted to kill his master would have to step over his dead body. Because once Gu Fei died, everyone would be buried with him. No one said anything. The Star Beast Venerable supported Gu Fei, waved his sleeve, and instantly disappeared into the void. The Black Wind Supremacy and the Shooting Sun Supremacy quickly chased after them. "Let's go." Jiang Renhuang also left with the little princess. He took a step forward and disappeared into the void. The battle had ended. No one had expected such an ending. The Supreme King was dead, but Gu Fei was still alive. When his cultivation recovered to the extreme grade realm, or even the eternal grade, he would definitely return to the ancestral realm. When that time came, who knew how many powerhouses would die? Outside the ancient battlefield of the stars, no one left for a long time. In the ancestral lands of the demon clan, the Star Beast Venerable guarded Gu Fei's side. Gu Fei sat cross-legged on the peak of a mountain, breathing in and out the essence of heaven and earth. This battle had consumed a large amount of his vitality, and it had almost injured his Tao foundation. It was impossible for him to recover his vitality in a short period of time. Soon, Jiang Renhuang returned, Old Tortoise returned, and almost everyone returned. In an instant, the ancestral lands of the demon clan were bustling. Everyone gathered at the mountain where Gu Fei was. Chapter 43:67. Gu Fei had killed a supreme king with his sword, shocking the world. All the powerful clans in the heaven realm were afraid of Gu Fei because Gu Fei had revealed his trump card during the battle with the supreme king. He was not afraid of heavenly punishment. This was an absolute deterrent to the countless forces in the heaven realm and the human realm. Did not fear heavenly punishment mean that Gu Fei could break through to the extreme grade in either the heaven realm or the human realm? In this way, Gu Fei could do whatever he wanted in the heaven realm and the human realm, especially those who had a grudge against Gu Fei. They were terrified, afraid that Gu Fei would come knocking on their door. Even the remnants of the primordial era became well-behaved. The sky demon descendant also chose to hide for the time being. The combat strength that Gu Fei had displayed was too frightening. Anyone who provoked Gu Fei now would definitely be courting death. No one wanted to die. Haha, my little brother is too awesome. In the ancestral hall of the demon clan, the old tortoise lay on his throne and laughed heartily. The higher-ups of the demon clan were also laughing. At this time, the experts of the ancestral realm outside the ancestral hall had all retreated. Even the most arrogant Tian ancestor was nowhere to be seen. This time, a total of 2 ancestors from the Tian clan had come. One of them was killed by Jiang Renhuang outside the ancient battlefield of the stars, and the other ancestor had gone into hiding. The Tian clan could no longer bear the loss of a supreme king. It should be noted that even in the ancestral realm, it was not easy to cultivate to the supreme king level. If the Tian clan wanted to rise again, the ancestors of the Tian clan could not die. The Li clan and the Chu clan had also disappeared. These 2 clans had wanted to take advantage of Gu Fei's predicament to get rid of Gu Fei once and for all. However, who would have thought that Gu Fei's battle prowess would be so monstrous? Even the Supreme King, who had regained his King of Supreme Being cultivation base, could not withstand his shocking sword strike. However, although Gu Fei had slain the Supreme King, he had also expended a great deal of Yuan Qi. At this time, he was sitting cross-legged on a mountain peak in the ancestral lands of the demon race. He was absorbing the Yuan Qi of heaven and earth to gradually recover his cultivation base. Little brother, you're too amazing. At this moment, Jiang Renhuang brought the little princess to the top of the mountain. That's your trump card. Jiang Renhuang sat across from Gu Fei. In the heavenly realm and the human realm, only things that surpass the extreme Tao can ignore the heavenly punishment. Gu Fei smiled. The legendary eternity. Jiang Renhuang sighed. His cultivation had reached a bottleneck, and it was almost impossible for him to take another step forward. But now, Gu Fei had given him hope. May I borrow your sword? Jiang Renhuang said. At this time, the little princess, Jiang Lin, who had caused chaos in the ancestral lands of the demon race, stood to the side obediently. She did not dare to be presumptuous. Gu Fei looked at Jiang Renhuang and did not speak. His right hand made a grabbing motion in the void, and a divine sword immediately appeared in his hand. This sword, at first glance, looked like an ordinary black sword. If there was anything special about it, it would be that the body of the sword had spots of light that looked like starlight. However, if one looked closely, one could see that inside the sword body there seemed to be an endless starry sky sealed, and those spots of light were the stars. This was Gu Fei's Sword of the 9 Heavens Stars. The Sword of the 9 Heavens Stars was the first Tao instrument that Gu Fei had refined. Since he started cultivating, he had been refining it until today. Finally, it became an eternal Tao instrument. Now, the Sword of the 9 Heaven Stars was definitely one of the strongest Tao instruments that Gu Fei had. It was also because of this that he could kill the Supreme King with one strike. As for the ancestral Sword of Gods, the cauldron of mountains and rivers, and the chaotic sky ceiling diagram, compared to the Sword of the Stars, they were still a lot weaker. That was because these Tao instruments were not eternal Tao instruments. The heavenly demon tower was also not an eternal Tao instrument, and the Wheel of Worlds in the heavens was very mysterious. Even Gu Fei could not tell if it was an eternal Tao instrument or not. Of course, among the Tao instruments that Gu Fei had, there were many that could compete with the divine punishment. However, they were not as good as the Tao instrument that he had refined himself. Thank you very much, Jiang Renhuang said seriously. Then he solemnly took the Sword of the 9 Heaven Stars from Gu Fei's hand. His hand was trembling. This was the legendary Eternal Tao instrument. Jiang Renhuang borrowed the Sword of the 9 Heaven Stars from Gu Fei in order to take that step. Of course, whether or not he could take that step depended entirely on himself. If he could comprehend it, success would follow naturally, and he would reach the sky in one step. If he could not comprehend it, even if he held the Sword of the 9 Heaven Stars for the rest of his life, he would not be able to take that step. The inside of this sword is a world of its own. Little sister, are you interested in going in and practicing? Gu Fei suddenly said to the little princess, Jiang Lin. Jiang Renhuang's heart skipped a beat. Is it fun? If it's fun, I'll go. The little princess said, blinking her big eyes. It's very fun. My disciple and grand-disciple are still practicing inside. They haven't come out yet. Gu Fei said with a smile. He wanted to help the little princess. Entering the world inside the sword of the 9 heaven stars was a great opportunity for any cultivator. Gu Ling had broken through to the quasi-supreme realm in there. Zhao Haoyan, and Meng Long were still practicing inside. Really? Then I want to go. The little princess said, clapping her hands. Good. As Gu Fei said, he directly pointed his finger. A divine light immediately rushed out from his fingertip and directly went into the sword of the 9 heaven stars in Jiang Renhuang's hand. The next moment, the sword of the 9 heavens stars let out a roar, and a door of light immediately appeared in the void. Go, Gu Fei said. Dad, little brother, then I'm going. The little princess jumped into the door of light, and the door of light immediately disappeared in the void. Thank you, brother. Jiang Renhuang looked at Gu Fei seriously and said, how much good fortune she can have depends on herself. Gu Fei said with a smile. Jiang Renhuang smiled and said nothing more. He directly held the sword of the 9 heaven stars and sat opposite to Gu Fei with his legs crossed and closed his eyes. Both Gu Fei and Jiang Renhuang were the most powerful existences in the heaven realm and the human realm, especially Gu Fei, who had just killed the supreme king from the ancestor realm. No one in the heaven realm or the human realm could compete with Gu Fei in the limelight. At this time, both experts were sitting on a mountain peak in the ancestral land of the demon clan. No one dared to disturb them. Even Old Tortoise wandered for a long time at the foot of the mountain and finally returned to the ancestral hall. Old Tortoise's uncle also came back. The strength of the demon clan had greatly increased. At this time, a mysterious force began to appear in the heaven realm and the human realm. In the human realm, in Wanxiang City, on a dark and windy night, more than a dozen masked men in black suddenly erupted in the city and then attacked the city lord's mansion. The whole city was shocked. In the battle, countless soldiers of Wanxiang City died. Thousands of houses were destroyed, and the 2 guards of the city lord's mansion were killed. In the end, the Iron Blood Taoist personally took action and killed those crazy guys. In the heaven realm, there were also mysterious people attacking the bases or strongholds of the demon clan in the heaven realm, killing many of them. Chapter 43:68. When the descendants of the sky demon and the remnants of the primordial era had disappeared, a mysterious force suddenly emerged. This force began to stir up trouble in the heaven realm and the human realm. First, they suddenly attacked Wanxiang City, which was also Gu Fei's lair, and started a massacre. When the news spread, the entire human realm was shocked. One must know that Gu Fei had just killed a king supreme of the ancestral realm in the heaven realm. When the news spread to the human realm, it shocked all the forces. However, no one expected that someone would dare to provoke Gu Fei at this moment and cause trouble in Gu Fei's lair. The Iron Blood Taoist immediately sent a distress message to Gu Fei in the heaven realm. That was because another wave of demonic creatures had besieged the city after he had dealt with the dozen or so fugitives. Countless demonic creatures appeared out of nowhere and surrounded the Wanxiang City. Many winged demonic creatures even launched air attacks on Wanxiang City. Fortunately, the defensive formation of Wanxiang City was sturdy enough to block these flying demonic creatures. However, there were densely packed demonic creatures outside the city. Some of them were even more powerful. They spat demonic auras and crazily collided with the defensive formation of Wanxiang City. The Iron Blood Taoist also realized that there was more than one powerful demonic aura outside the city. There was definitely a terrifying demon behind these demonic creatures that was secretly leading everything. Heaven Realm, the ancestral land of the demon race. On the mountain peak, Gu Fei suddenly opened his eyes and waved his right hand. A divine light immediately landed in his hand. Humph! Gu Fei was furious. Soon, Star Beast, Venerable Black Wind Supreme, and Shooting Sun Supreme arrived at the foot of the mountain. They then left the ancestral land of the demon race and headed for the human realm. Human realm, Eastern region, Wanxiang City. On this day, a star descended from the sky and landed on Wanxiang City. In the next moment, boundless starlight burst out from Wanxiang City. The countless demonic creatures that surrounded Wanxiang City were immediately pierced by the starlight and died instantly. Even the few demons in the dark were not spared. Primordial demons. The Shooting Sun Supreme's figure appeared at the top of Wanxiang City's city wall. He couldn't help but frown when he saw the demonic creatures lying all over the ground outside the city. That mysterious power was not limited to just the primogenitor demons. This was because there were other experts attacking Wanxiang City's other cities in the East region. As soon as the Black Wind Sovereign arrived, he immediately made his move. Those fellows who were attacking other cities met with the Black Wind Sovereign, and all of them ended up in tragedy. Gu Fei's powerful counterattack had suppressed all the forces. In the Heaven Realm, some experts suddenly attacked and destroyed several cities of the demon clan in the Heaven Realm. Old Tortoise personally took action and directly killed a mysterious expert. Are they all from the primogenitor world? Old Tortoise stood above the ruins and frowned as he looked down at the destroyed city below. He was shocked and angry. At this time, someone actually dared to cause trouble. They were courting death. Very soon, this mysterious force disappeared again after a brief appearance, as if it had never appeared in the first place. Time passed. Unknowingly, 3 years had passed. Gu Fei and Jiang Renhuang sat on the mountain peak for 3 years. On this day, Gu Fei and Jiang Renhuang laughed at the same time and stood up. At this moment, Gu Fei's vitality had recovered. He could feel that he was about to take that step. However, he knew that even if he had this feeling, he didn't know when he would actually take that step. This feeling was very mysterious. Even though Gu Fei had experienced it once, he still felt that the feeling was vague and illusory. It was as if it was very difficult to grasp. Even if he touched it, it was very difficult to take that step. One must know that it wasn't that easy to break through to the extreme grade Supreme Realm. Since ancient times, there were only a dozen known extreme grade Supremes in the Heaven Realm and the Human Realm. Of course, there were many extreme grade Supremes in the primogenitor world. Even in the present world, there weren't as many extreme grade Supremes as there were in the primogenitor world. The battle with the Supreme King made Gu Fei see the hope of breaking through to the extreme grade realm. In these 3 years, Jiang Renhuang had also obtained what he wanted. "Thank you again, brother." Jiang Renhuang said sincerely to Gu Fei, then returned Gu Fei's 9 Heaven Stars sword to Gu Fei. Gu Fei took the 9 Heaven Stars sword and closed his eyes to sense it. Little girl is having fun in the 9 Heaven Stars sword. As Gu Fei spoke, he directly opened the inner world of the 9 Heaven Stars sword. A figure rushed out from inside. "Dad, little brother." The little princess directly threw herself into Jiang Renhuang's arms. "Holy Sovereign!" Jiang Renhuang was surprised and happy. His precious daughter was already a holy sovereign. If she advanced one step further, she would be a quasi-sovereign. In just 3 years, the little princess had already become a holy sovereign. Her cultivation had jumped a few levels. "Haha, good brother. If you need my help in the future, just let me know." Jiang Renhuang laughed. "Sure, Sure. Gu Fei smiled. In fact, Jiang Renhuang was both a teacher and a friend to Gu Fei. If it wasn't for Jiang Renhuang's guidance, he would have to take many detours in his cultivation. But now, in terms of cultivation, Gu Fei had already surpassed Jiang Renhuang because he was at least once a legendary eternal sovereign. Since ancient times, there had never been an eternal sovereign in the human realm, nor in the heaven realm. If Jiang Renhuang wanted to become eternal sovereign, there was no other way but to go to the primogenitor world. Only the primogenitor world could give birth to an eternal sovereign. Because the primogenitor world was the origin of all realms, the primogenitor world had things that no other realms had. It was rare for a perfect world like the heaven realm to give birth to an extreme sovereign. If there was an eternal sovereign, such a world would not be able to withstand the aura of an eternal sovereign. If an eternal sovereign appeared in the heaven realm would collapse instantly. Only an extremely stable world, like the primogenitor world, could withstand the aura of an eternal sovereign. 3 years. After studying the 9 Heaven Star Sword for 3 years, Jiang Renhuang finally succeeded in touching the eternal realm and grasped a trace of eternal Taoist rhyme. He had to go back and prepare. Jiang Renhuang took the little princess and left the demon clan's ancestral land. They also left the heaven realm and returned to the human realm. He had many things to prepare. The primogenitor world was not a paradise. It was an extremely cruel world where the strong preyed on the weak. It was definitely not an easy task to survive there. Gu Fei naturally knew what Jiang Renhuang was going to do, so he did not ask him to stay. Looks like I have to go back too. Chapter 43:69. Gu Fei had meditated for 3 years. Not only had his vitality completely recovered, but his cultivation had also reached the peak of the extreme grade. It would not be easy for him to advance further. Boom! On top of the mountain, Gu Fei's body shook. An extremely powerful divine aura immediately erupted from his body, causing pitch-black cracks to appear in the void around him. The heaven realm was a perfect heaven and earth. The laws of heaven and earth were extremely powerful, and the void was extremely stable. What is that guy doing? In the demon ancestral hall, the old tortoise suddenly had a bad feeling. In the next moment, the old tortoise disappeared from the ancestral hall. When he reappeared, he was already at the peak where Gu Fei was. The peak of the extreme grade. Are you going to take that step? The moment the old tortoise saw Gu Fei, he was so scared that he almost fell from the sky. He had cultivated for 2 lifetimes and was only at the mid-level of a quasi-supreme. This guy had cultivated for 2 lifetimes and surpassed him in both lifetimes. What use was a supremacy bloodline? The old tortoise finally realized that the so-called noble supremacy bloodline was actually a tribulation for him, a tribulation that was difficult to overcome. He knew very well that the supremacy bloodline limited his realm. Although the power of the supremacy bloodline was powerful, it was like a seal that kept his cultivation below the extreme grade. It was not impossible for the old tortoise to take that step, but first he had to sever the supremacy bloodline inherited from the Tai Huang. Otherwise, everything would be just a dream. However, it was not an easy task to sever the supremacy bloodline. To succeed, he had to pay a huge price. If he was not careful, he might die. The old tortoise was the son of the Tai Huang. He naturally would not be willing to be under someone else. He wanted to become an extreme grade, supremacy. When he saw that Gu Fei's cultivation had reached the peak below the extreme grade, he was surprised and overjoyed. His intuition told him that Gu Fei could help him sever the supremacy bloodline. It's easier said than done to take that step. Gu Fei shook his head. He was once an eternal supremacy and had naturally experienced the supremacy tribulation. becoming an extreme grade supremacy was more difficult than ascending to the heavens. Then how about you lend me that sword as well? Old Tortoise landed in front of Gouffé and looked at Gouffé eagerly. Scram! Gouffé flew up and kicked Old Tortoise's, but the old tortoise let out a blood-curdling shriek. Like a cannonball, it shot up into the sky from the peak of the mountain and disappeared without a trace. The higher-ups of the demon clan at the foot of the mountain were all dumbfounded. Gouffé went down the mountain. Then, some old friends began to visit him. Golden-winged Little Pung Emperor. The first person who came to visit Gouffé was the golden-winged Little Pung Emperor of the golden-winged Great Pung race. This fellow is actually still alive. Gouffé was slightly surprised. In the past, it was widely rumored in the outside world that the golden-winged Little Pung Emperor had fallen long ago. But now, it seemed that all of this was just a rumor. Peak quasi-supreme being. Very good. Gouffé could tell the golden-winged Little Pung Emperor's cultivation at a glance. This golden-winged Little Pung Emperor's cultivation had actually broken through to the peak quasi-supreme being realm. No one knew what the golden-winged Little Pung Emperor had experienced all these years. In the past, the golden-winged Little Pung Emperor fought with Gouffé and was defeated by Gouffé. Then, he was rescued by the old ancestor of the golden-winged Great Pung race. In the end, he entered the forbidden ground of the golden-winged Great Pung race for seclusion. This was no ordinary seclusion. It was a life and death seclusion. If he succeeded, his cultivation would increase exponentially. But if he failed, he would end up with a tragic fate of death. Obviously, the golden-winged Little Pung Emperor succeeded. The golden-winged Little Pung Emperor came to look for Gouffé because he wanted to fight with Gouffé. Even though he knew that he was no match for Gouffé, he still came. At the peak of a mountain in the demon clan's ancestral ground, two figures stood. These two experts were facing each other, causing the sky above the mountain to change color. This guy must be tired of living. The old tortoise looked at the two figures on the mountain peak. Needless to say, the golden-winged Little Pung Emperor was no match for Fei. Your courage is commendable. Xiaoqing laughed. The outcome of this battle was already decided. The golden-winged Little Pung Emperor was defeated. He couldn't even block a single punch from Gouffé and was sent flying by Gouffé. Gouffé didn't kill the golden-winged Little Pung Emperor. After the golden-winged Little Pung Emperor, the second person who came to look for Gouffé was the Azure Dragon. That's right, the Azure Dragon race, one of the 4 great races in the southern region of the human world. This Azure Dragon was the one who fought with Gouffé in the past. However, although the Azure Dragon was strong, it was still not enough to stand in front of Gouffé. The golden-winged Little Pung Emperor was defeated, the Azure Dragon was defeated, and even Yuan Hong of the Golden Spiritual Ape fought a great battle with Gouffé. That battle lasted for a long time. Gouffé had the intention to help Yuan Hong achieve his goal. However, Yuan Hong wasn't able to break through the quasi-supremacy realm and become an extreme supremacy. In fact, Yuan Hong was facing the same predicament as the old tortoise. The supremacy bloodline in Yuan Hong's body made it difficult for him to break through. If he wanted to become an extreme supremacy, he would have to cut off the supremacy bloodline in his body. Other than that, there was no other way. In these 3 years, the heavenly realm was very peaceful. However, just as Gouffé and Yuan Hong finished their discussion, the sky above the demon race's ancestral grounds suddenly darkened, and an extremely terrifying aura descended from the sky. Rays of demonic light directly broke through the void and turned into giant pillars that surrounded the entire demon race's ancestral grounds. The sudden change stunned countless demon race experts in the demon race's ancestral grounds. No one expected the demons to attack at this time. Buzz. The countless demonic pillars that surrounded the demon race's ancestral grounds erupted with endless demonic fire at the same time. The demonic fire burned the void continuously. Demonic refinement of heaven and earth. Gu Fei die. With a furious roar, a terrifying demonic shadow descended from the sky. The moment the demonic shadow appeared, a huge demonic formation appeared between heaven and earth. The demonic shadow was located at the formation eye of this super demonic formation. The mighty demonic power of this super demonic formation was directly at the extreme supremacy realm. Rumble, the power of heavenly punishment was directly triggered. The power of destruction surged from the depths of the sky and obliterated everything. However, to everyone's shock, the demonic pillars actually held up a huge demonic diagram and blocked the power of heavenly punishment. Preposterous! The old tortoise immediately activated the protective formation of the demon race's ancestral grounds. However, to the old tortoise's disbelief, the protective formation of the demon race's ancestral grounds could not withstand the power of the super demonic formation. Countless ancient demon race Tao patterns dissipated in the void, and the protective formation of the demon race's ancestral grounds directly collapsed. Damn it! The old tortoise directly took out the Thai sovereign seal. Boom! A huge seal appeared in the sky above the demon race's ancestral grounds and blocked the destructive power of the demonic formation. Ancestral demon? Chapter 43:70. The primogenitor demons had prepared for 3 years and finally made their move. Their first move was earth-shattering. The primogenitor demons had used some kind of secret technique to set up a super demonic formation. The countless demonic pillars surrounding the demon race's ancestral land were all at the extreme Tao level. That demonic shadow was actually a remnant image of the first demon ancestor. The first demon ancestor was Gu Fei's greatest enemy. During the battle in the ancestral realm, he had used his life to initiate reincarnation and beat Gu Fei into reincarnation, reducing Gu Fei's cultivation. Gu Fei had nearly died. Even if he did not perish, he had suffered greatly. He had to cultivate anew and recover his strength step by step. Who would have thought that the primogenitor demons would summon a remnant soul of the first demon ancestor to guard this super demonic formation? The first demon ancestor had used his life to initiate reincarnation, but he was deader than dead. This remnant soul could not be considered the first demon ancestor anymore. It was just a manifestation of his undying remnant consciousness. Even an undying remnant consciousness of the first demon ancestor was incomparably terrifying. The moment the demonic shadow appeared, it suppressed the heavens and obliterated the universe, causing the power of the superformation to soar to an unimaginable level. It was as if the entire heavenly realm was about to be refined. If not for the grand sovereign seal, the demon race's ancestral land, which was surrounded by countless demonic pillars, would have long been refined by the superformation. Buzz! The grand sovereign seal vibrated. The superformation's power was so strong that even the grand sovereign seal showed signs of being unable to withstand it. The old tortoise exerted all his strength to activate the grand sovereign seal. However, this could not continue for long. The old tortoise was only a quasi-supremacy. Activating the grand sovereign seal required a large amount of yuan qi. Quickly think of a way. The old tortoise shouted at Gu Fei. At this time, his forehead was already covered in a layer of cold sweat. At this moment, countless experts of the demon clan were stunned by this scene. They were extremely terrified, and only a few of them were barely able to hold on. Sigh! Gu Fei shook his head helplessly. The primogenitor demons were really endless. What made Gu Fei the most unhappy was that the various forces in the primogenitor realm were actually watching from the sidelines. Due to Gu Fei's appearance, the major forces in the primogenitor realm stopped hunting the primogenitor demons. They all chose to preserve their strength. In fact, the major forces in the primogenitor realm had already received the news that the primogenitor demons were going to attack Gu Fei. They naturally wanted to see Gu Fei suffer. The best-case scenario would be for Gu Fei and the ancestor demons to fight to the death, and then they would reap the benefits. 3 years ago, when Gu Fei fought the primogenitor realm's supreme king, he had revealed his trump card, which was that he didn't fear heavenly punishment, and had slain a paragon king with his sword. Since the primogenitor demons dared to attack, they naturally weren't afraid of Gu Fei. Buzz! Gu Fei pointed his finger, and a sword rainbow immediately rushed out from his fingertip. It directly soared into the sky and pierced through the super demonic array's eye. As long as the demonic figure in the super demonic array's eye was destroyed, the array would no longer be a problem. The sword light directly broke through the layers of demonic power. Just as it was about to slash the demonic figure in the super demonic array's eye, the sword light suddenly exploded. Gu Fei couldn't help but frown when he saw this scene. This was an attack that he had unleashed with his eternal power, but it was actually blocked. At this moment, a demonic wheel appeared in the super demonic array's eye and enveloped the demonic figure. This is the legendary, world-destroying demonic wheel. In the distant sky, an old man exclaimed in surprise. The primogenitor demons' move this time was too big. All the experts in the heaven realm felt the terrifying demonic aura, especially near the demon clan's ancestral ground. Countless living beings were extremely terrified. The world-destroying demonic wheel was a legendary supreme demonic artifact in the primogenitor realm. It was even more powerful than the heavenly demonic tower. Legend had it that it was refined by a demon lord in the eternal realm. That demon lord in the eternal realm was the world-destroying demon lord. With the appearance of the world-destroying demonic wheel, the power of the entire super demonic array surged again. This time, even the power of heaven's punishment was blocked. A wisp of demonic aura swept down from the world-destroying demonic wheel. The Tai Sovereign seal directly fell from the sky. It was covered in cracks, as if it could shatter at any time. They weren't Tao artifacts of the same level. The difference was too big. An eternal Tao artifact could crush an extreme Tao artifact. Wah! Old Tortoise spat out a mouthful of blood. His face instantly turned as white as paper. He was seriously injured. At the same time, the demonic diagram, formed by the super demonic array, descended from the sky. Everywhere it passed, everything was obliterated into nothingness. It was extremely terrifying. Seeing this scene, everyone was in despair. Ha! Gu Fei is definitely going to die this time. The experts from the primogenitor realm who were watching the battle from afar were all extremely nervous and excited. These people had some grudges with Gu Fei, and they could not wait for Gu Fei to be killed by the primogenitor demons. It should be known that Gu Fei's reappearance had once again broken the balance of power in the primogenitor realm. Once Gu Fei returned to the primogenitor realm, the entire cultivation structure of the primogenitor realm would be reshuffled. When that time came, many people would die. A sword crosses the heavens. Sweep away evil. Gu Fei roared. An array of sword light immediately rushed out from his body. A terrifying power of the sword way erupted from the ray of sword light. Rumble! As soon as this sword came out, the entire super demonic array immediately shook. Even the world-ending demonic wheel in the sky was vibrating. The two eternal Tao treasures clashed directly. At this time, Old Tortoise used his Xian technique and withdrew the Tai Huang seal. When he saw the cracks on the Tai Huang seal, he almost spat out blood again. The Tai Huang seal was now almost half destroyed. Kill! The demonic shadow in the eye of the super-demonic array roared. Endless power of the demonic way gathered in a frenzy, and the world-ending demonic wheel immediately erupted with unprecedented power. Boom! The world-ending demonic wheel directly blasted down from the sky towards Gu Fei. The monstrous demonic chi directly shattered the world. Kill! Gu Fei roared, and the eternal sword light in the sky immediately rushed towards the world-ending demonic wheel. Boom! The two shocking powers collided in an instant. The next moment, the void in the sky suddenly shattered and was annihilated. A huge black hole appeared between heaven and earth. A sword flew down from the sky, and with a clang, it stabbed in front of Gu Fei. What? Gu Fei was taken aback. He was finally moved. The world-exterminating demonic will had actually deflected his 9 heavens stars sword and continued to grind downwards. Ha, Gu Fei, today is the day you die. The demonic shadow roared crazily. Damn it! Hearing this, Gu Fei could not help but be shocked and angry. These guys seemed to be well prepared. Not only did they summon the primogenitor's undying remnant thought, but they also used the eternal Tao treasure, the world-ending demonic wheel. Chapter 4371. During the strongest battle in the primogenitor realm, Gu Fei and the first demon fought to the point where the heavens and earth split apart. In the end, the first demon used his life to initiate reincarnation and beat Gu Fei into reincarnation. Gu Fei's cultivation was nearly stripped away by the power of reincarnation. If it wasn't for the eternal true bone in his chest that could still condense eternal power, he would have been beaten into a mortal. Thanks to the existence of the eternal true bone, Gu Fei was able to cultivate to the quasi-supremacy realm so quickly. However, the first demon that used his life to initiate reincarnation wasn't so lucky. The price he paid to beat Gu Fei into reincarnation was too great. He burned his life and ended up with his soul destroyed. However, the first demon's inextinguishable remnant will remain at the place where he died. This remnant will drifted between heaven and earth, turning the battlefield into a terrifying demonic domain. The primogenitor demons used some kind of secret technique to fuse the remnant will of the first demon with the super-demonic formation. The remnant will of the first demon became the spirit of the super-demonic formation, presiding over the formation and controlling the entire formation. Coupled with the primogenitor demon's supreme demonic weapon, the world-destroying demonic wheel, Gu Fei was in great danger this time. If he wasn't careful, he might really die here. Even the 9 heavenly stars sword was suppressed. This made Gu Fei's heart tremble. However, he didn't despair. So what if the primogenitor demons used the super-demonic formation and the world-destroying demonic wheel? How could it be that easy to kill him? Rumble, the huge demonic diagram formed by the super-demonic formation, descended from the sky, turning the void into nothingness. The diagram seemed to be able to destroy everything. What do we do? What do we do? We're dead this time. Countless great demons in the demon race's ancestral ground despaired. Some great demons were eroded by the demonic nature descending from the sky, triggering their inner demons. They suddenly went crazy and attacked anyone they saw. For a moment, the demon race's ancestral ground was in chaos. The old turtle nearly spat out a mouthful of blood when he saw this. Kill! An old voice rang out. In the next moment, a huge hand appeared in the sky, and a powerful devouring force gushed out from it. Those great demons who had gone berserk were sent flying. They were caught by the gigantic hand and turned into a mist of blood, destroyed in body and spirit. The old tortoise looked at the person and saw that it was his uncle. The old ancestor of the demon race was peerlessly powerful. No one knew where his cultivation had gone. However, Even the old tortoise sometimes felt his heart palpitate in front of his uncle. He was unfathomable. What should we do? Ask Renhuang Jiang for help, Old Tortoise said to Gu Fei. Now, it seemed like Jiang Renhuang was the only one who could save them. However, since the ancestor demons had used the world-destroying demonic wheel, even Jiang Renhuang would not be able to escape unscathed. It's useless. Gu Fei shook his head. The super demonic array could resist the power of heaven's punishment. This level of power was no ordinary extreme Dao power. No matter how strong Jiang Renhuang was, he was still an extreme Emperor Supreme. If he made a move, it was hard to say who would be killed. Ha ha! Gu Fei, no one can save you now. Just accept your death. The demonic shadow in the super demonic array laughed crazily. This remnant consciousness only had one thought, and that was to kill Gu Fei. Now, this remnant consciousness was being used by the ancestor demons. The voice of the ancestor great demon came down from the sky. The remnant consciousness of the ancestor great demon was not even a remnant soul. Naturally, it did not have its own consciousness. However, the divine consciousness of the ancestor great demon had fused with this remnant consciousness. To some extent, this remnant consciousness of the ancestor great demon had become an alternative incarnation of the ancestor great demon. Haha, what a joke! You think you can do that? Gu Fei suddenly laughed. Humph, you can still laugh when you're about to die, the ancestor great demon sneered. Who doesn't know when they're about to die? Gu Fei did not care. Go and die. The primogenitor great demon was enraged. In order to deal with Gu Fei, he had paid a huge price. This super demonic formation, the world-destroying demonic wheel, and the remnant will of the primogenitor first demon were not things that could be used casually. For today, the ancestor great demon and the other ancestor great demons had sacrificed a lot. However, if they could kill Gu Fei, then it would all be worth it. Rumble, endless demonic light rushed out from the countless demonic pillars that surrounded the entire demon race's ancestral land. The demonic light obliterated the void and resonated with the demonic diagram that was pressing down from the sky. The entire demon race's ancestral land showed signs of being refined. Countless demon race Dao patterns dissipated under the power of the super demonic array. Damn it! Old Tortoise's heart was bleeding when he saw the guardian arrays collapsing and being obliterated. This was his trump card. Some of the guardian arrays were even personally set up by the Grand Emperor. Once such a guardian array was broken, there was no way to recover. Haha, Gu Fei, aren't you very awesome? If I want to kill you now, it's just a matter of moving a finger. The ancestor great demon laughed maniacally. Sigh. Gu Fei smiled bitterly and shook his head. Do you really think you can defeat me? Gu Fei said. Why? Do you think you can turn the tables? The ancestor great demon's voice was cold and emotionless. Although it was just an incarnation, the ancestor great demon was still incomparably arrogant. At this moment, the world-destroying demonic wheel appeared in the super demonic array, emitting extremely terrifying power fluctuations. The world-destroying demonic wheel was an eternal demon artifact. Even though this incarnation of the ancestor great demon controlled the super demonic array and could use endless demonic Dao power, he didn't dare to use it casually. One had to know that every time an eternal Dao artifact was used, the amount of essence qi consumed was absolutely unimaginable, especially when the eternal Dao artifact wasn't refined by himself. It required even more essence qi. Even an extreme Dao Supreme wouldn't be able to withstand it. Ah, I know. You still haven't used the All Heavens Myriad World Wheel. The ancestor great demon's incarnation said coldly, there's no need to use the All Heavens Myriad World Wheel. Gufei shook his head. Ha! Then just wait for your death. The ancestor great demon's incarnation said as he pressed his right hand towards Gufei. The demonic diagram in the sky immediately descended at a faster speed. Brother, quickly think of a way, or we will all die. Old Tortoise was extremely anxious. He didn't want to be wiped out. What other ways does he have? The ancestor great demon was incomparably arrogant. Is that so? Gufei sighed. He didn't want to do this, but from the looks of it, if he didn't do this, he, Old Tortoise, and countless great demons would die here. Humph, humph. Chapter 43:72. Gufei was in a desperate situation. There was no one in the heavenly realm or the human realm who could force Gufei into a desperate situation. When the news of Gufei being in a desperate situation spread, both the heavenly realm and the human realm were in an uproar. Countless experts from the heavenly realm and the human realm rushed to the demon clan's ancestral land. They all wanted to see who was so powerful that they could force Gufei into a desperate situation. However, when the supreme demonic aura spread out, all the experts were shocked to the extreme. It was actually a demon. It was a demon that forced Gufei into a desperate situation. However, wasn't the 100,000 demon mountains destroyed by Old Tortoise? The last demon domain in the heavenly realm had been destroyed. Although there were still demons in the heavenly realm, they were all small fries that couldn't cause much trouble. Soon, the news spread that this time it was the ancestral demons that attacked Gufei. What were the ancestral demons? They were the demons of the ancestral realm. The demons of the ancestral realm were known as the ancestors of demons and the source of demons. This time, the ancestral demons crossed over and used the super demonic formation to envelop the entire demon clan's ancestral land. They wanted to completely refine Gufei and the entire demon clan's ancestral land and get rid of Gufei and Old Tortoise in one go. Ancestral demons, all the forces in the heavenly realm and the human realm felt the danger. The demons weren't kind. Once Gufei was defeated, wouldn't the ancestral demons' next step be to conquer the heavenly realm and the human realm? If that was the case, then many people would die. In fact, as early as when the experts of the ancestral realm appeared in the heavenly realm, some people said that they wanted to turn the heavenly realm into their hunting ground. The experts of the heavenly realm and the human realm didn't welcome the big shots of the ancestral realm. Almost all the experts of the heavenly realm and the human realm hoped that Gufei could win and defeat the ancestral demons. Rumble. In the demon clan's ancestral land, the super demonic formation was operating crazily. Brother, what are you waiting for? Old Tortoise was extremely anxious. If Gufei still did not make a move, they would be finished. Big brother, Xiaoqing was also very anxious. Gufei, don't say that I didn't give you a chance. Use whatever skills you have. However, in the end, you will still die. Ha ha. In the sky, in the eye of the super demonic formation, primogenitor Great Fiend laughed maniacally. The day he had been waiting for had finally arrived. The insufferably arrogant Gufei of the past had now become someone whose life and death were in his hands. Sigh. Gufei let out a long sigh and shook his head. He didn't say anything and just sat down cross-legged. The Nine Heavens Star's sword was stabbed into the ground in front of him. He grabbed the Nine Heavens Star's sword and stabbed himself in the chest with a backhand motion. When Old Tortoise and the others saw this scene, they were truly shocked. Ha, Gufei, do you want to commit suicide? Primogenitor Great Fiend's incarnation laughed in the sky. Hee. Gufei smiled and didn't say anything. This sword directly pierced into his sternum. Then traces of eternal real blood were absorbed by the Nine Heavens Star's sword. Boom. The next moment, The nine heaven stars sword that had absorbed Gu Fei's eternal real blood burst out with an unprecedentedly powerful energy wave. It was as if a eternal supreme had awakened. Buzz. The nine heaven stars sword flew up from Gu Fei's body. Rumble. The entire world shook violently. Endless eternal power erupted from the nine heavens stars sword and directly blocked the demonic diagram that was suppressing down. What, this time, primogenitor Great Fiend's incarnation in the eye of the super demonic formation was stunned. He never expected such a thing to happen. You underestimate an extreme Dao weapon, Gu Fei said coldly. At this moment, his face was as pale as paper. The nine heavens stars sword had absorbed more than half of the eternal real blood contained in his eternal real bone. His vitality was greatly damaged. This directly caused his cultivation level to decline rapidly. He almost fell from the quasi-supremacy realm. His cultivation level barely stabilized at the beginner quasi-supremacy realm. This time, Gu Fei had really bled a lot. If he hadn't been at the end of his rope, he wouldn't have come to this step. The eternal real blood was extremely precious to him. It was much more precious than the divine elixir of the undying ancestral dragon. A drop of eternal real blood contained the eternal Tao law. Any extreme supreme would have a great improvement in their cultivation if they obtained it. But now, Gu Fei had no choice but to use the eternal real blood to completely awaken the nine heavens stars sword. The sword spirit of the nine heavens stars sword was actually in a deep sleep most of the time. It was impossible for ordinary people to awaken the sword spirit of the nine heavens stars sword. However, the primogenitor great demon had miscalculated this time. Gu Fei was once an eternal supreme. The nine heavens stars sword was a Tao artifact that he had refined his entire life. Others might not be able to awaken the sword spirit of the nine heavens stars sword, but he could. After absorbing Gu Fei's eternal real blood, the nine heavens stars sword unleashed its full power. The eternal sword spirit was completely awakened. This was equivalent to an eternal supreme waking up from a deep sleep. This old tortoise, his uncle, and all the great demons were trembling. This was an existence that surpassed the extreme supreme realm. The moment the nine heaven stars sword's eternal sword spirit awakened from its deep sleep, the entire heaven realm, and even the entire human realm, was terrified to the extreme. A sword to suppress an entire realm. This was the terror of an eternal Tao artifact. Swoosh! The nine heavens stars sword attacked on its own. It turned into a dazzling sword light and split the demonic diagram in the sky in half. Clang! The nine heaven stars sword fiercely collided with the world annihilation demonic wheel. In the next moment, the world annihilation demonic wheel was sent flying by the nine heavens stars sword. This was the true power of the eternal realm. The current nine heavens stars sword was unimaginably powerful. The eternal sword light swept across the sky and the earth, dissipating the demonic aura that enveloped the entire world. How is this possible? The incarnation of the primogenitor great demon, who was presiding over the array core, screamed. I already said that you don't have the ability to kill me. Gu Fei sat cross-legged on the mountain peak. His chest was still oozing blood, and his face was even paler. The incarnation of the primogenitor great demon, was shocked and furious. Although the world annihilation demonic wheel was also an eternal realm demon artifact, the primogenitor great demon did not have the ability to awaken the world annihilation demonic wheel. This way, he would be out of luck. Kill him for me. Gu Fei directly ordered the nine heavens stars sword. In the next moment, the nine heavens stars sword let out a sword hum that resounded through the nine heavens. Then it soared into the sky and broke through the layers of demonic arrays. With one sword strike, it split the demonic figure presiding over the array core in half. Chapter 43:73. The ancestor demons had gone all out in the battle in the ancestral land of the demon clan. They had used almost all their trump cards. The origin of the ancestor demons' super demonic array was not simple. It was a supreme demonic array left by the ancestor of the ancestor demons. It could refine supremes. The ancestor of the ancestor demons was the oldest and most powerful demon in the ancestral realm. He was the first demon born in the ancestral realm and the ancestor of all demons. The ancestor of the ancestor demons had disappeared for countless years, but the supreme demonic weapon he left behind was still passed down generation after generation among the ancestor demons. Even when Gu Fei had gone on an expedition against the primogenitor demon tribe, they hadn't used this supreme demonic formation. However, their supreme demonic formation had been destroyed by a sword. To be more precise, it was an eternal divine sword. Whoosh! The dazzling eternal sword light streaked across the pitch-black void and made a sound like a sharp blade tearing through cloth. The huge demonic diagram in the sky was directly split in half. Then, countless demonic patterns dissipated and collapsed. The entire super demonic array was collapsing. It was extremely terrifying. In particular, the sword light was so powerful that it directly split the array eye of the super demonic array in half. It also split the incarnation of the ancestor great demon that was guarding the array eye in half. Roar! The moment the 9 heavenly stars' sword split the primogenitor great demon's incarnation in half, a furious roar came from a remote primordial forest in the primogenitor realm. In a valley, the demonic aura was vast and mighty. All the trees and flowers within a radius of 10,000 miles withered. In the valley, demonic shadows could be vaguely seen. In the open space in the middle of the valley, there was an ancient altar. On the altar, there were 9 demonic shadows sitting in a lotus position. Each of these 9 demonic shadows was extremely powerful. They were the only 9 ancestor demons left among the ancestor demons. Each of them had experienced hundreds of battles and were demons among demons. Ancient demonic patterns constantly appeared on the ancient altar. Each pattern was emitting the most primitive demonic light. The heaven and earth spiritual chi of the entire world was frantically gathering towards the altar. However, at this moment, a drop of demonic blood seeped out of the forehead of the ancestor great demon who was sitting on the altar and presiding over the array. Countless cracks appeared on his forehead. At the same time, the other 8 devil patriarchs were coughing up mouthfuls of blood from the impact. How is this possible? That's the supreme killing array left behind by the ancestor. Wasn't that guy beaten into reincarnation by the first demon lord and had his extreme grade cultivation destroyed? The 9 progenitor devil races, Archdevil Lord on the sacrificial altar, were shocked to the extreme. At this time, the black hole above the sacrificial altar began to shrink. The passage is about to close. I can't accept this. Primogenitor, great demon, roared into the sky. Blood seeped from the corner of his mouth, and his expression was extremely vicious. It turned out that the 9 great demon ancestors of the primogenitor devil race had used the ancient sacrificial altar left behind by the primogenitor devil race to open a path between the primogenitor world and the heavenly world, allowing them to control the super demon formation in the primogenitor world. Just as the black hole in the sky was about to disappear, a sword light descended from the sky and directly cut the ancestor great demon in half. What? Just as the black hole in the sky was about to disappear, a sword light descended from the sky and directly cut the ancestor great demon in half. What? The other ancestor demons were scared out of their wits when they saw this scene. Without any hesitation, the 8 progenitor devil race's ancestors fled the scene. Fortunately, the sword light only killed the ancestor great demon before rushing into the sky. The moment the black hole completely disappeared, it rushed into the sky. What is that? The eternal sword. The 8 ancestor demons were indescribably shocked. Boom. At this moment, there was a loud sound. The black hole in the sky that had originally disappeared reappeared. An item broke through the void and directly rushed into the ancestors' realm. Buzz. The void trembled, and a pitch-black wheel floated in the void. This item was the world-destroying demonic wheel. This eternal sword returned to the ancestors' realm on its own. This was beyond the expectations of the 8 ancestor demons. At this time, in the ancestors' land of the monster race in the heaven realm, the array core of the super demonic array was broken, and the entire super demonic array was collapsing. Gu Fei originally wanted to take the world-destroying demonic wheel away, but the eternal sword broke through the void and directly escaped, its whereabouts unknown. What a pity! Gu Fei sighed. That was an eternal sword. If he could obtain it, his cultivation might soar to the sky in one step and directly become an extreme supremacy. At this time, the demonic aura that enveloped the entire sky had completely dissipated, and sunlight shone down from the divine sun in the sky. The countless demonic pillars surrounding the monster race's ancestral land had already become dim. Some of the demonic pillars even had cracks on them. Whoosh! At this time, a sword light broke through the void and slashed down from the sky, directly cutting the countless demonic pillars outside the monster race's ancestral land into two. Gu Fei opened his mouth and inhaled. The endless demonic aura that erupted from the demonic pillars actually frantically converged towards Gu Fei and was devoured by him. What countless great demons in the monster race's ancestral land saw this scene and were all stunned. He is actually devouring the most primordial demonic aura in this world. Old Tortoise's uncle stood on another mountain peak and couldn't help but be shocked when he saw this scene. Gu Fei continuously devoured the surrounding demonic aura. He wanted to recover his exhausted Yuan Qi, but it was not easy to recover the eternal real blood that he had consumed. Rumble, the sound of wind and thunder came from Gu Fei's body. The primordial demonic aura that he devoured was quickly refined by him and turned into his own Yuan Qi. The great demons in the monster race's ancestral land were inexplicably shocked when they sensed that Gu Fei's aura was constantly increasing. This Gu Fei was really powerful. The super demonic formation's collapse released a huge amount of primordial demonic aura that was even more terrifying than a deadly poison to ordinary people. Even an ordinary quasi-supremacy would be in big trouble if they were contaminated by this demonic aura, let alone Saint Venerables. They would die if they came into contact with it. Gu Fei devoured for a full day and night before he finally devoured all the demonic aura released after the collapse of the super demonic formation. A divine sword was inserted into the ground in front of Gu Fei. Boom! Gu Fei's body suddenly shook. In the next moment, an extremely tyrannical power immediately erupted from his body. Spatial ripples that were visible to the naked eye appeared in the surrounding void. Only recovered to the mid-level quasi-supremacy, Gu Fei couldn't help but smile bitterly when he sensed the power in his body. In fact, it wasn't easy for his cultivation to recover to the mid-level quasi-supremacy. He directly stood up from the ground and waved his right hand. The 9th heaven star's sword that was inserted into the ground immediately flew up and disappeared into his big sleeve. The catastrophe of the monster race's ancestral land was resolved by Gu Fei. At this moment, the great demons in the monster race's ancestral land felt as though they had escaped from a great disaster. Gu Fei actually didn't die. In a secret place in the heaven realm, a group of people was very disappointed when they received the news of the ancestor demons' defeat. They thought that Gu Fei wouldn't be able to escape this time. Who would have thought that Gu Fei was simply an undying cockroach? Even the ancestor demons, with such great power, couldn't kill him. The experts in the heaven realm and the human realm didn't know that the ninth heaven star's sword had actually killed the ancestor great demon of the ancestral realm. That was the ancestor of the extreme Tao realm ancestor demons, but his body and soul were destroyed just like that. Go contact those people and see if there's a chance to kill Gu Fei while he's weak. An old man gritted his teeth and said they had great enmity with Gu Fei and couldn't wait to tear Gu Fei's body into 1,000 pieces. All right. A middle-aged expert accepted the order and immediately left. When the true body of the primordial great emperor descends, both Gu Fei and the old tortoise will die. The old man said, hatefully, the remnants of the primordial era were ready to make trouble, and the figure of the heavenly demon descendant appeared again. There was also the Buddhist sect. There were many grievances between the monster race and the Buddhist sect. The Buddhist sect had subdued many great demons and conferred them as demon gods for them to order around. In the past, the incarnation of the ancient Buddha Lord had entered the heaven realm and then disappeared without a trace. However, the Western Desert Buddhist sect of the heavenly realm had reappeared in the recent hundreds of years. The vanished ancient temples and Buddhist domain had reappeared. Everyone knew that the Western Desert Buddhist sect was not to be trifled with. Even when the great figures of the ancestral realm were sweeping through the heaven realm, they also encountered a tough opponent in the Western Desert. Some of the ancestral realm's experts had even fallen in the Western Desert. Some people saw great monk Heavenly Dharma appear in the Western Desert, and the little monk Fan Shou also appeared in the Shilin Ancient Temple. They seemed to be looking for something. Even the incarnation of the ancient Buddha Lord, who had disappeared for a long time, appeared in the Western Desert. Wherever he went, countless Buddhist great virtues submitted. The old tortoise and the little monk Fan Shou were arch-enemies. When the old tortoise learned that the little monk Fan Shou had appeared in the Western Desert, he immediately left the monster race's ancestral land and headed for the Western Desert. Gu Fei also followed. He was very interested in the Western Desert. What interested him the most were the supreme Buddhist artifacts of the ancient Buddha Lord. The ancient Buddha Lord had refined many supreme Buddhist artifacts in his life. He was one of the few existences that had refined so many supreme Buddhist artifacts. That year, the incarnation of the ancient Buddha Lord had taken 3 supreme Buddhist artifacts from Gu Fei. Today, he wanted to meet the incarnation of the ancient Buddha Lord again. This is the Shilin Ancient Temple. The old tortoise and Gu Fei arrived at the Western Desert of the heavenly realm at the same time and appeared in front of the Shilin Ancient Temple. The ancient temple gave off an extremely ancient and vicissitude feeling, as if it had existed since the beginning of time. Even the merciless years could not erase this ancient temple. Just as the old tortoise was about to force his way in, the closed door of the Shilin Ancient Temple suddenly opened, and a little monk with white teeth and red lips walked out. The little monk came before Old Tortoise and handed a jade slip to Old Tortoise. What the hell? Chapter 4374. Gu Fei and the Old Tortoise were people who could not stay still. After breaking the ancestor demon's superformation, the heavenly realm and the human realm finally calmed down. Of course, this was only relatively peaceful. Both the heavenly realm and the human realm were surging. Some experts who had not appeared for a long time began to appear. Heavenly Monk F.A., Little Baldy Fan Shou, all appeared in the heavenly realm. The Western Desert was originally a bitter, cold place in the heavenly realm. Most cultivators were unwilling to cultivate here because the spiritual energy of heaven and earth here was much thinner than other regions. Moreover, there were no spiritual lands or divine lands here. Even if there were, they were very rare. However, it was unknown when the western desert of the heavenly realm became the territory of the Buddhists. The Buddhists transformed this place into a Buddhist land to be able to change the world and turn a bitter, cold place into a paradise. This was not something an ordinary person could do. However, the Buddhists did it. Of course, the price they had to pay in order to change a region and turn it into a land of Buddhism was unimaginable. The Western Desert, Shilin Temple, it was not the strongest Buddhist force in the Western Desert, but the little monk Fan Xiu had appeared here. Gu Fei and the old tortoise naturally came to the Western Desert to stop the little monk Fan Xiu. This guy was too despicable. He had played dirty tricks and ruined the plans of Gu Fei and the old tortoise. This time, they must let the little baldy know how powerful they were. Gu Fei and the old tortoise did not actually want to kill the little monk Fan Xiu. They just wanted to teach him a lesson. Boom! A loud noise broke the silence of the Shilin Temple. The heavy door of the Shilin ancient temple directly turned into countless fragments and shot into the temple. An extremely violent power spread out, and the surrounding trees were uprooted. Who dares to break into my Shilin temple? An old voice resounded. Then a huge golden hand slapped out from the main hall of the Shilin temple and blocked all the fragments. Hee, I didn't expect a real dragon to appear in this place. A loud laugh rang out from outside the door. Then two figures directly strode in from outside the door. You are. In the main hall, the voice was heard again. If I don't even know him, how can you survive in the heaven realm? A tall and formidable-looking middle-aged man walked in. This guy was Old Tortoise. His aura was really good. As he stood in the courtyard, his domineering aura leaked out. He was simply the reincarnation of an overlord. I was wondering who it was. So it's the demon lord. After that, an old monk in a kasaya walked out of the hall. Your big bald face is very unfamiliar. Old Tortoise was a little surprised to see the old monk. He was the leader of the demon race in the heaven realm. He knew all the powers in the heaven realm like the back of his hand. The Western Desert Buddhist sect was one of his main targets. The Shilin Ancient Temple was only one of the three major forces of the Western Desert Buddhism sect. The lord of the Shilin Ancient Temple was not the old monk in front of him. I've been in seclusion for a long time. When I wake up, the world has changed. My old friends are no longer around, so naturally no one knows of my existence. The old monk said indifferently, so it's another old monster. Old Tortoise sighed. In this world, all kinds of demons and ghosts would jump out. Your Buddhist power is vast and unfathomable. Are you the disciple of the ancient Buddhist Lord? Gu Fei walked out from behind Old Tortoise and probed. The disciple of the ancient Buddhist Lord. The old tortoise couldn't help but be startled. The ancient Buddhist Lord was very famous. He was the progenitor of Buddhism and created the cultivation system of Buddhism. The ancient Buddhist Lord's achievements were no less than the supreme Tao ancestors. Both of them created a cultivation system that allowed humans to become experts through the cultivation physique they created. It could be said that the ancient Buddhist Lord and the supreme Tao ancestor changed the entire human race, even the entire world. Not only the heaven realm, the human realm, but even other great realms. This was because, regardless of whether it was the Buddhist cultivation system or the Taoist cultivation system of the immortal Tao, humans were not the only ones who could cultivate. Other races could cultivate as well. In the Western Desert Buddhism, there was a Buddhist force that was completely formed by the ancient Buddhist Lord. The leader of this force was a nine-headed golden condor. Legend had it that the nine-headed golden condor had listened to the ancient Buddhist Lord scriptures for many years. He had obtained the true teachings of Buddhism and became one of the three great Buddhist lords of the Western Desert Buddhism. Who are you? The old monk did not deny it. Ha, you don't even know him. Then you don't need to stay in the heaven realm. Old Tortoise laughed. In the heaven realm, especially at this time, who didn't know Gu Fei? Even those mortals who didn't cultivate had heard of Gu Fei's name. Fellow Taoist, I really don't know him. Please enlighten me, Demon Lord. The old monk said with an expressionless face. At that moment, a group of bald men of all sizes rushed out of the hall. Leading them was a monk who was taller and stronger than Old Tortoise. He was covered in muscles from head to toe. This glaring Vajra was the highest authority of the Shilin ancient temple, the Shilin Buddhist Lord. No one would have thought that this Shilin Buddhist Lord was a big guy. Gu Fei? The moment the Shilin Buddhist Lord saw Gu Fei, he almost exclaimed, is he that Gu Fei? The old monk still looked calm. The group of Buddhist experts behind him almost fainted when they heard the old monk's words. This old ancestor could still be so calm when facing such a ruthless person. It should be known that Gu Fei was a peerless villain in the heaven realm. Not only had he destroyed the Forbidden Zone and killed the Demon Lord, but he had also defeated the invading Extreme Mysterious Realm Lord and chased those fellows back to the Extreme Mysterious Realm. Now that he had defeated the primogenitor demons, he was in the limelight. Fellow Taoist Gu, what are you doing here? The Shilin Buddhist Lord forced himself to calm down. Nothing much. We heard that a friend of ours appeared here, so we came to take a look. Gu Fei shrugged. What? We have a friend here? The Shilin Buddhist Lord was stunned and surprised. Where is Fan Xiao? Ask him to come out and see me. Old Tortoise was getting impatient. Lord Demon, we don't have anyone called Fan Xiao here. The Shilin Buddhist Lord said with a solemn expression. It was impossible for him not to be nervous when Old Tortoise and Gu Fei arrived at the same time. These two fellows were famous villains in the heaven realm. They were peerless and powerful. It was already difficult for the Shilin ancient temple to deal with one of them. If these two fellows joined forces, the Shilin ancient temple would not be a match for them. Is that so? Old Tortoise threw the jade slip in his hand to the Shilin Buddhist Lord. Chapter 4375. Old Tortoise, you bastard, you want to catch me? Eat sh**t. There was only one sentence in the jade slip. At this time, Shilin Buddhist Lord, who was holding the jade slip in his hand, had an extremely ugly expression. This little monk Fan Xiao was really hateful. He was trying to kill them. Just now, a little monk handed this thing to me. Old Tortoise crossed his arms and looked coldly at Shilin Buddhist Lord. What? This is impossible. Shilin Buddhist Lord was hopping mad. He was not going to take the blame. All right, hand over Fan Xiao. Gu Fei stood with his hands behind his back and said indifferently, We really don't have this person here. An elder of Shilin ancient temple said quickly, Fan Xiao is not from our Shilin temple. Another Buddhist elder chimed in, facing Gu Fei and Old Tortoise. Only the personal disciple of the Millennium Buddhist Lord could still remain calm. The other higher-ups of Shilin ancient temple could not calm down. Even they, who had trained to remain calm even if an ancient sacred mountain collapsed in front of them, could not do it. I want to search, Old Tortoise said loudly. At this time, his divine sense had already covered the entire area. As soon as Fan Xiao appeared, he would be able to sense his position immediately. Demon Lord, do you think this is your Demon Lord's ancestral land? You think you can search whenever you want? Shilin Buddhist Lord said in a deep voice. That's right, this is Shilin Temple. The higher-ups of Shilin Ancient Temple behind Shilin Buddhist Lord were furious. If Old Tortoise searched Shilin Temple, what would the people of the outside world think of Shilin Temple? The world would think that Shilin Temple was afraid of the Demon Lord. Demon Lord, Fan Xiu has already left. You guys should leave. At this time, the old monk who had been silent suddenly said. Naturally, no one dared to underestimate the personal disciple of the Millennium Buddhist Lord. One should know that the Millennium Buddhist Lord was one of the strongest supremes of the human race since ancient times. Naturally, his disciple would not be weak. The old monk did not reveal himself, but Old Tortoise and Gu Fei knew that the strongest existence in the entire Shilin Ancient Temple was this old monk. We naturally believe the words of the eternal Buddha Master's successor. However, if you want us to leave just like this, that won't do, said the old tortoise with a laugh. Then what do you want? Buddha Lord Shilin stared at Old Turtle and said nervously, So much nonsense. Old Turtle was impatient. He reached out with his right hand and grabbed at Shilin. Humph. Buddhist Lord Shilin formed a seal with both hands and pressed it forward. Bam! The two forces collided with each other, producing a muffled sound. Buddha Lord Shilin only felt a powerful force coming from his opponent's hand. In the next moment, he couldn't help but take 2 steps back, leaving 2 deep footprints on the ground. On the other hand, Old Tortoise was as still as a mountain. The higher-ups of the Shilin Ancient Temple were all dumbfounded. This was their Lord Buddha, yet he was forced to retreat as soon as he made a move. It wasn't that the higher-ups of the Shilin Ancient Temple had never heard of Old Tortoise's infamy, but they had never imagined that the Heaven Realm's Demon Lord was actually this strong. The descendants of the Supreme Emperor are indeed powerful. Just as Old Tortoise was about to attack again, a figure flashed in front of him and appeared in front of him. Ha! Just in time. The Old Tortoise laughed and grabbed the man with his right hand. His palm instantly turned into the ancestral dragon's claw. Wherever the claw passed, cracks appeared in the void. The person in front of Old Turtle was the disciple of the Millennium Buddha. The void trembled, and Old Monk's right hand turned golden. He pinched his 5 fingers and triggered the Buddha's power. The void trembled, and the Buddha's seal was condensed. Boom! Old Turtle's ancestral dragon's claw collided with Old Monk's seal. A powerful shockwave spread out, causing the surrounding people to stagger. Only Buddha Lord Shilin was barely able to use his Buddha light to protect his body and retreat. The Buddhist hall behind the old monk began to shake. Countless Buddha's inscriptions appeared on the temple, blocking the mighty force. Old Turtle was a little surprised. This temple was not simple. Old Turtle did not take a step back, and neither did Old Monk. The Buddha's seal resisted the ancestral dragon's claw. The 2 powerhouses were actually competing in essence chi. This was an extremely dangerous battle. As long as one side was weak, they would be killed. Good. That's how it should be. Old Turtle laughed. This guy dared to compete with him in essence chi. He did not know how to write the word death. But soon, Old Turtle was speechless. He felt that Buddha's power was extremely vast. Not only did it block his demonic power, but it also seemed endless, which surprised him. I say, Old Turtle, you've met your match this time. Gu Fei was happy. How could he not know what Old Turtle was thinking? The direct disciple of the Millennium Buddha, Sovereign. The Old Turtle naturally wanted to have a fight with him. If he defeated the direct disciple of the Millennium Buddha Sovereign, wouldn't it mean that the descendants of the Tai Huang Emperor were stronger than the descendants of the Buddha Sovereign? Rumble, sounds of wind and thunder came from Old Turtle's body. His demonic power was activated to the extreme, and lines of demons' inscriptions appeared on his body. In the next moment, a different kind of aura of the great path came out of his body. His power suddenly increased, and the surrounding void was constantly shaking. This guy, Gufei, was shocked. He did not expect Old Turtle to use his bloodline power so quickly. This bloodline power was Old Turtle's trump card. Sure enough, once the bloodline power was used, the old monk could not withstand it anymore. His body began to shake, roar. At this moment, Old Turtle suddenly roared. A golden light suddenly emerged from between his eyebrows. In the next moment, a vast Buddha's power exploded from between his eyebrows. This Buddha's power was extremely pure, without a trace of impurity. Since ancient times, there was only one person who could have such pure Buddha's power, and that was the Millennium Buddha. Good Lord! Gufei sensed this Buddha's power and knew that Old Turtle had also used his trump card. That is, Old Turtle's heart trembled. He thought that once the bloodline power was used, he could defeat the personal disciple of the Millennium Buddha. Now, it was a tie again. Then let me see how strong your Buddha's power is. Old Turtle gritted his teeth and directly guided the Buddha's power to erase his bloodline power. He wanted to use the opponent's Buddha's power to cut off his own bloodline. Wah! Buddha's power entered his body, and he directly spat out a mouthful of blood. Is this guy crazy? Gufei could not help but be moved. Using Buddha's power to erase the bloodline power was a good idea, but whether it would succeed or not was another matter. Chapter 43:76. Gufei and Old Tortoise arrived at the Western Desert and went straight to the Shilin ancient temple. However, little monk Fan Xiao seemed to have expected their arrival. He actually provoked Old Tortoise, which could be considered as a show of strength to Old Tortoise. However, to Gufei and Old Tortoise's surprise, an old monk appeared in the Shilin ancient temple. This old monk turned out to be the personal disciple of the legendary Millennium Buddha, the personal disciple of the ancient Buddha Lord. Such a status could be said to be unparalleled in the Buddhist sect. One must know that the ancient Buddha Lord had disappeared. In the Buddhist sect, apart from the ancient Buddhist Lord, his personal disciple's seniority was naturally the highest. Although he did not find little monk Fan Xiao, Old Tortoise would not leave so easily. He directly confronted the successor of the Millennium Buddha. Rumble, Buddhist power and demonic power collided. The old monk formed a Buddhist seal and resisted Old Tortoise's ancestral dragon claw. The invisible power that emanated from both of them made the hearts of the higher-ups of the Shilin ancient temple palpitate. Wah! Old Tortoise suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, which shocked Gufei. The next moment, he knew why Old Tortoise had spat out blood. This guy was too crazy. He was actually guiding Old Tortoise's Buddhist power to erase his bloodline. Using such an extreme method to cut off his bloodline, he would be seriously injured by his opponent if he was not careful. His body and soul might even be destroyed by his opponent. You're crazy. Gufei transmitted his voice to Old Tortoise. I'm not crazy. I'm very clear-headed. Old Tortoise smiled and transmitted his voice to Gufei. At this moment, the old monk was shocked. Was this guy really courting death? Did he actually give up resisting? The golden light that emerged from between the old monk's eyebrows emitted an incomparably bright golden light. Powerful Buddhist power continuously surged from the golden light. Soon, the old monk's body shook. The next moment, he felt a sudden burst of tyrannical demonic power from Old Tortoise's body. This demonic power was fundamentally different from Old Tortoise's. The old monk desperately channeled Buddhist power and finally blocked the tyrannical power that erupted from Old Tortoise's body. Bloodline power? The old monk was the personal disciple of the ancient Buddhist Lord, so his knowledge was naturally extraordinary. He immediately knew what the Old Tortoise was doing. However, so what if he knew? At this moment, the old monk was stuck between a rock and a hard place. The only thing he could do was to use his Buddhist powers to continuously erase the power that was bursting forth from the other party's body. Soon enough, the old tortoise's body trembled, and fine cracks appeared on the ancestral dragon's claw on his right hand. Old Tortoise began to cough up blood. Sigh. Gu Fei sighed. In the end, Old Tortoise still failed. Although the personal disciple of the Millennium Buddha Lord was powerful, it was impossible for him to destroy Old Tortoise's bloodline power. Gu Fei knew that if he didn't make a move, Old Tortoise would be killed by the personal disciple of the Millennium Buddhist Lord. Even if he could survive, he would be heavily injured. Without any hesitation, he threw out a punch. Boom! After a muffled rumble, a violent power exploded between the three. Old Tortoise and the old monk retreated at the same time. Only Gu Fei did not move. Old Tortoise stumbled a few steps and spat out another mouthful of blood. His body was full of monster energy, and Buddhist powers were being forced out of his right hand. After the personal disciple steadied himself, golden Buddhist blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth. This shocked the Buddhist Lord of Shilin and the others. The strength of this old ancestor was undeniably strong. Furthermore, he had cultivated the Buddhist body sanctification technique. Out of the 12 students of the ancient Buddhist Lord, only one of them practiced the Buddhist holy body technique. That person was Buddha Ranbei. This Buddha's son, Ranbei's cultivation, had already surpassed the saint realm. He successfully took that step and became a quasi-supreme being. His Buddha body was extremely strong. Okay, Buddha Ranbei's body shook. In the next second, his entire body turned gold. Many ancient Buddhist symbols appeared on his golden skin. This is Gu Fei and Old Tortoise were taken aback. They could not help but be moved by the invisible pressure emanating from the other party's body. Was this the legendary Buddhist, indestructible Vajra body? This was the strongest Buddha body. It could fight against the demon's indestructible sky demon body. Now, Ranbei's entire body was like a powerful Buddha weapon. Every move he made was filled with power. He was extremely strong. He bent his legs slightly, and the next moment, he pushed himself up with force. Immediately, like an arrow released from a bow, he charged directly at Old Tortoise opposite him. Like a gold rainbow breaking through space, Buddha Ranbei slapped towards Old Tortoise. Humph! Old Tortoise sneered and clenched his right hand into a fist. Then, he threw a punch at his opponent's golden palm. Bam! The fist and the palm collided in an instant, producing a dull, thunder-like sound. Old Tortoise only felt a huge force coming from his opponent's hand, and he could not help but take 4 or 5 steps back, leaving deep footprints on the ground with each step. You borrowed the power of the ancient Buddha? Old Tortoise was shocked. The golden light between his opponent's eyebrows was bursting with Buddha power. Such a powerful Buddha power did not belong to the direct student of the ancient Buddha. I heard that when the ancient Buddha became an extreme leader, he was reborn and left behind 9 relics. Gu Fei suddenly thought of something and said, "Huh." Buddha Ranbei heard this and was shocked. Quite a bit. I see. Only then did Old Tortoise realize that the ball of Buddhist light between the big Baldy's eyebrows was transformed from a Buddhist relic of the ancient Buddhist Lord. When the ancient Buddha became an extreme leader, he was reborn and left behind 9 relics that contained an infinite amount of Buddha power. Each relic's power was between a quasi-supreme and an extreme leader. When all 9 were gathered, they could unleash an attack from the ancient Buddha. It was obvious that Buddha's son, Ranbei, had only obtained a Saraira. Even so, the relic's power had increased the Buddha body's strength to a level that could make a normal quasi-supreme being feel hopeless. However, Old Tortoise was not to be trifled with. When Buddha Ranbei threw another punch, Old Tortoise reached out his right hand and grabbed Buddha Ranbei's fist. In the next second, an extremely powerful force exploded from his body. Old Tortoise's blood power exploded. His wounds healed at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. His monster body became stronger. Chapter 43:77. The ancestor of the Shi-Lin ancient temple was Ranbei. Ranbei had been in seclusion for a long time and had only recently come out. With the help of the Buddha's relic, Ranbei had successfully broken through to the level of quasi-supreme. He had taken a very important step. Furthermore, he had the Sarira of the ancient Buddha Lord to nourish his Buddha body, and he had even cultivated the Vajra unbreakable Buddha body that no one had ever cultivated other than the ancient Buddha Lord. The indestructible diamond Buddha body was extremely strong. Right now, Ranbei was like a humanoid Buddha weapon. Even if a quasi-supreme Tao weapon hit him, it wouldn't be able to scratch his skin. Boom, boom, boom. When Buddha Ranbei moved through space, the space was filled with thunder. He tried to throw a punch, but Old Turtle caught it. Boom. A shocking power erupted from the Old Turtle's body. A faint and illusory figure appeared from his body. As soon as the figure appeared, all living things in the Western Desert could sense its existence. That is, the king's power. Some of the old-timers from the Buddhist schools were alarmed. All of a sudden, all the Buddhist elites in Western Desert looked over at the Shi-Lin ancient temple. All over Western Desert, golden Buddha lights shot into the sky and disappeared. Some Buddhist elites heard the news and hurried over to the Shi-Lin ancient temple. Ha! That turtle egg and Ranbei are fighting. In a small town 10,000 miles away from the Shi-Lin ancient temple, a little monk dressed in white who was sitting at a tea stall on the street suddenly laughed. The little monk had white teeth and red lips. He was handsome and had a bright smile. He looked harmless. No one could have imagined that this seemingly young monk was actually the unconventional little monk of the Buddhist League who had given the Old Tortoise and Mahakala such a headache. HM, where do we go next? Little monk Fan, Xiao said quietly. Western Desert was the land of Buddhism. Everywhere, people believed in Buddhism. This small town was no exception. The owner of the tea stall was giving free tea to the monks. Little master, aren't you going to Thousand Buddha Mountain? The owner of the tea stall heard little monk Fan Xiao and laughed. Thousand Buddha Mountain? That's right, boss. Your words really woke me up. Thank you, boss. Little monk Fan Xiao stood up and clasped his hands at the tea stall owner. Then he turned around and left. Myriad Buddha Mountain was a divine mountain in the central region of the Western Desert. Originally, there had never been such a divine mountain in the Western Desert. It had been moved here from another place by an almighty Buddhist cultivator. Because there were tens of thousands of Buddha statues on the mountain, it was called Thousand Buddha Mountain. Myriad Buddha Mountain was the holy land in the hearts of countless Western Desert Buddhist disciples. Every year, the 21st day of the third month was the day of pilgrimage in the Western Desert. On this day, countless Buddhist disciples would come to the Myriad Buddha Mountain to make a pilgrimage. According to the legends, the Myriad Buddha Mountain had descended from the heavens on that very day, crushing down onto the lands of the Western Desert. After that, shocking transformations began to appear in the bitter, cold land. Myriad Buddha Mountain was considered by countless Buddhist disciples to be the origin of Buddhism in the Western Desert and even the heavenly realm. No one knew what little monk Fan Xiao was looking for. Just then, in the empty space in front of the Western Forest Temple, Old Turtle and Ranbei were fighting. The two of them were moving extremely fast. They weren't using any techniques. They were just using the pure power of their Buddha bodies and their monster bodies to fight in close combat. This kind of fight was the most dangerous. If one showed a weakness, they would be torn to shreds. Old Turtle's monster body was very strong, but his opponent's diamond indestructible Buddha body was also very strong. Boom. Bam. Old Turtle and Ranbei kept fighting. The shadow on Old Turtle's body was becoming clearer and clearer. His blood meridians were exploding. The illusory figure was terrifying, and the power it released almost surpassed the extreme grade realm. However, there seemed to be an invisible shackle restraining the illusory figure, preventing it from breaking through to the extreme grade realm. That was not the power of God's punishment. It was the power of blood meridians. It could not break through to the extreme realm. Just like how Old Turtle could not cut off his father's Tai Huang bloodline, he could not become an extreme paragon. At this moment, there seemed to be a Buddha sitting within the Buddha light on Ranbei's forehead. He didn't know if Ranbei was controlling the Buddha's relic, or if it was the Buddha's relic that was controlling Ranbei. But one thing was for sure. This guy's fighting power had been boosted to the max by the relic. Although the Western Forest Temple was protected by the power of the Buddha, wherever these two elites went, they destroyed everything. Boom. After a loud noise, the two elites broke through the wall and fought outside. Tai Huang seal. Old Turtle roared and formed a seal with both hands. Boom. An infinite amount of heaven and earth spirit gathered. A giant seal appeared in space and headed for Ranbei. The monster power was extremely strong and strong. Ranbei's body trembled. Ranbei's body trembled. Old Turtle was getting serious. This was not the real Tai Huang seal. It was just Old Turtle's seal. Its power was not as strong as the real Tai Huang seal, but it was not to be underestimated. Holy Buddha, Ranbei's eyebrows shook. A Buddha light came out of his eyebrows and went to meet the big stamp that was coming down. Boom. The Buddhist light and the print collided. In the next moment, a destructive storm swept out in all directions. Everywhere it passed, the void collapsed. BCCC, the void trembled, and a huge light barrier appeared, enveloping the entire Shilin ancient temple. Shi Lin Buddha leader activated the Western Forest Temple's protection array. Under the impact of the destructive storm, the protective formation of the Shilin ancient temple shook violently. Countless Buddhist runes appeared on the light shield and interweaved into many Buddhist diagrams. Many Buddha statues appeared on the light shield. It was as if the ancient Buddha had descended and released an infinite amount of Buddha power. This Shilin Buddhist lord was baffled. A battle of this level could actually shake the Shilin ancient temple's protective array. It should be known that ever since the Shilin ancient temple's protective array was set up, no more than 3 people could shake it. But now there were actually 2 people who could shake the guardian array. Shi Lin Buddha leader was very worried because Old Turtle and Ranbei were too strong. If either one of them wanted to kill him, they could do it without much effort. Quasi-supreme beings were not invincible. What do we do? If the ancestor loses, then our trip to Thousand Buddha Mountain will be for nothing. The higher-ups of the Western Forest Temple were very nervous. We have to go to Thousand Buddha Mountain. Shi Lin Buddha leader gritted his teeth. Chapter 4378. The Western Desert in the heavenly realm was the territory of Buddhism. The myriad Buddha mountain in the Western Desert was like the spiritual mountain in the Buddhist kingdom of the West in the human realm. It was a supreme, holy land in the hearts of Buddhist disciples in the heavenly realm. There was a sect on the myriad Buddha mountain. This sect was one of the 3 major Buddhist sects in the Western Desert, the Myriad Buddha sect. The Myriad Buddha sect was the #1 Buddhist sect in the Western Desert. According to legend, the ancient Buddhist Lord preached on the myriad Buddha mountain and passed down his Buddhist heritage. He didn't establish a sect. However, the person who listened to the ancient Buddhist lords preaching on the myriad Buddha mountain established the #1 Buddhist sect in the Western Desert, the myriad Buddha sect. Later on, the Shilin ancient temple and the foreign Buddhist cultivators rose. The foreign Buddhist cultivators established the Blessed Buddha Temple, the #2 Buddhist sect in the Western Desert. The Shilin ancient temple was the weakest among the 3 major Buddhist sects in the Western Desert. However, even the weakest Shilin ancient temple had experts overseeing it. There was even monk Ranbei, the direct disciple of the ancient Buddhist lord. At this moment, the old turtle and monk Ranbei fought in the sky and entered the starry sky. Boom! After entering the starry sky, the 2 experts didn't have any scruples and unleashed their full power. All the stars in the starry sky shook, and the nearby stars directly exploded. Swish! Buddhist lights kept rushing out from Ranbei's glabella, tearing the void and piercing towards the old turtle. The terrifying destructive power seemed to be able to destroy everything. Buzz! The old tortoise's body shook, and a tortoise shell immediately emerged from his body to block the piercing Buddhist light. This turtle shell was very extraordinary. Back in the virtual sky world in the human realm, the old turtle was trapped in an absolute formation. Thanks to this turtle shell, he didn't die. Even after obtaining the Tai Huang seal, he didn't give up on refining this Tao tool. Ever since he had become a quasi-supreme being, he had directly refined this tortoise shell into his natal Tao artifact. The defensive power of this Tao artifact was definitely one of the best among the quasi-supreme Tao artifacts. It can actually block my Buddhist lights. Monk Ranbei was shocked. The Buddhist lights were his trump card, and this was the first time he used it after coming out of seclusion. However, he didn't expect the Grand Emperor's son to be so powerful. He was able to block his Sarira Buddhist light without using the Grand Emperor's seal. What Monk Ranbei didn't know was that the Grand Sovereign Seal was severely damaged when the primogenitor demons attacked the monster race's ancestral land. It couldn't be repaired in a short period of time. One had to know that the Grand Sovereign Seal was a supreme killing weapon refined by the Grand Sovereign. One strike was enough to destroy heaven and earth. The higher the grade of a Tao treasure, the harder it was to repair after it was damaged. Of course, the Grand Sovereign Seal was not an ordinary Tao treasure. It was a Tao treasure with a spirit and could repair itself slowly. To a certain extent, an extreme Tao treasure was also a kind of life. It was just like how a person could slowly recover after being injured. It was the same for an extreme Tao treasure. It could also slowly recover on its own. However, the recovery speed of a supreme Tao artifact was very slow. However, in order to repair a supreme Tao weapon, only a supreme existence of the supreme Tao level could do it. Therefore, neither the old tortoise nor Gu Fei could repair the Grand Sovereign Seal. Since the Grand Sovereign Seal was damaged, it naturally couldn't be used. Fortunately, the old tortoise didn't lack Tao treasures. This tortoise shell was one of them. Not only did the tortoise shell have shocking defensive capabilities, but it also had shocking offensive capabilities. After the tortoise shell blocked Ranbei's Sarira Buddha light, it instantly turned into a black tortoise and charged towards Ranbei, the legendary black tortoise armor. Ranbei had lived for countless years and was naturally knowledgeable. However, he could quickly tell that this black tortoise armor wasn't the one in the legends. Boom! Seeing the black tortoise pouncing towards him, Ranbei naturally didn't dare to be slow. He immediately formed a Buddhist seal with both hands and pressed forward. The Buddhist seal and the black tortoise's projection instantly collided. In the next moment, Ranbei's feet left the ground and he was sent flying. The Buddhist seal dissipated, and the black tortoise's projection also dissipated in the void. The creator of this Buddhist mystique was naturally the ancient Buddha Lord. Back then, the ancient Buddha Lord's Buddhist seal was used to subdue demons and demons. Countless experts submitted to him. Ranbei was the first generation of Arhat and had received the teachings of the ancient Buddha Lord. However, Ranbei's cultivation had reached its limit. Cultivating the ancient Buddha Lord's technique wouldn't allow him to become an honorable. He could only become an honorable by comprehending his own Tao. From the perspective of Buddhism, all living beings could become Buddhas. However, the only one who truly became a Buddha was probably the ancient Buddha Lord. Taoist friend, do we have any enmity between us? Ranbei suddenly asked. No, Old Tortoise replied. Since there's no enmity between us, why should we fight to the death? Ranbei continued. He turned into a Buddhist light and moved quickly in the void. He didn't attack again. You don't want to fight anymore? Old Tortoise stepped on the void. Every step he took brought him 10,000 miles away. Even so, he couldn't catch up to Ranbei. The Buddhist cultivation method is indeed unique. Gu Fei couldn't help but nod when he saw this. There's no enmity between us. There's no point in fighting to the death. Ranbei placed his palms together. If you want to fight, then let's fight. Why are you wasting so much time talking? Old Tortoise spoke as he attacked. A giant black tortoise emerged from his body and leaped towards Ranbei. The power of the black tortoise's leap was shocking and shook the sky. This was Old Tortoise's life Tao item. Its power was not to be underestimated. However, Ranbei did not continue. He was like a Buddhist light. Though he was everywhere, he was untraceable. It was as if everything was an illusion. Old Tortoise's attack was strong, but he felt as if his attack was hitting nothing but air. There was no point in using his attack. Oomph! The ancient Buddha's air is only SOSO. Old Tortoise stopped chasing. He didn't really want to fight to the death. To know that this was the ancient Buddha's air. Who knew what powerful Tao item or technique this guy had? Let's go. Gu Fei messaged Old Tortoise. Old Tortoise looked at Ranbei and flew towards Gu Fei. The two of them flew down from the sky. Little monk Fan Xiu was not at the West Forest Temple, but he was definitely in the West Desert. Old Tortoise and Gu Fei wanted to know what this guy was looking for. Time was passing. On this day, a Buddha suddenly descended upon Mount Million Buddha. Mount Million Buddha began to shake violently. It was as if a terrifying existence had awakened. At the peak of Mount Million Buddha, a figure appeared and disappeared. It was pure Buddhist power. Everyone was shocked. It wasn't even time yet. Why was Mount Million Buddha moving? There was still half a month until March 21st, but there were countless Buddhist disciples gathered near Mount Million Buddha. The number was still increasing. That is, a Buddhist cultivator from the human world saw the figure on Mount Million Buddha and was shocked. The incarnation of the ancient Buddha, how is this possible? That figure was the incarnation of the ancient Buddha who had disappeared for a long time. Back then, during the battle of the sky ruins in the human world, the incarnation of the ancient Buddha appeared. At that time, the incarnation of the ancient Buddha appeared and took away the 3 supreme Buddhist weapons that Gu Fei had obtained. This made Gu Fei extremely depressed. Nobody knew why the incarnation of the ancient Buddha appeared at the peak of Mount Million Buddha. Oh, I didn't expect him to take the initiative. A little monk in white appeared at the foot of Mount Million Buddha. At this time, the entire Mount Million Buddha was filled with Buddhist disciples. Even the Buddhist cultivators from the human world were here. the experts of the Buddhist path who were cultivating on the Myriad Buddha Mountain were all shocked to the extreme. The entire Myriad Devil Mountain was actually trembling. This was truly unbelievable, especially the Million Buddha sect, the #1 power in the West Desert. The sect leader, Buddha Lord Luo, was the #1 cultivator in the West Desert. But now, this #1 cultivator was extremely respectful in front of this figure. Is he finally going to come out? An elder of the Million Buddha sect was extremely excited. The Million Buddha sect had protected Mount Million Buddha for countless years, not because it was a sacred mountain of Buddhism, but because they had other plans. Every year on the 21st of March, there would be a phenomenon on Mount Million Buddha. However, it would only last for a day before disappearing. For countless years, apart from a few old antiques, in the West Desert, nobody knew the reason. But this time, the incarnation of the ancient Buddha actually appeared at the peak of Mount Million Buddha. This was a major event for the Million Buddha sect, because their mission might be coming to an end. Yes, at this time, in a city hundreds of thousands of miles away from Mount Million Buddha, Gu Fei and the old tortoise suddenly sensed something and looked in the direction of Mount Million Buddha. The world seems to have changed. The old tortoise said, "Yes, it's different. Is the entire West Desert a trap?" Gu Fei frowned. "How extravagant!" The old tortoise exclaimed. This wasn't something an ordinary quasi-supreme could do. It had to be at least an extreme supreme, but it was impossible for an extreme supreme to appear in the heaven realm. Could it be the ancient Buddha? The old tortoise suddenly said, "Very likely. We should go there and take a look." Gu Fei's pupils suddenly contracted as he looked at Mount Million Buddha. Although they were hundreds of thousands of miles away, he could still see the sacred mountain of Western Desert Buddhism. "Then, let's go take a look." The old tortoise glanced at Gu Fei. Then the two of them disappeared from the streets of the city. No one noticed them. Everything was quiet. That's for Gu Fei and the old tortoise, the distance of hundreds of thousands of miles was nothing more than a blink of an eye. When they appeared near Mount Million Buddha and saw the silhouette of the Buddha on the peak, they were both shocked. The ancient Buddha was someone Gu Fei admired. In order to deliver all living beings from suffering, the ancient Buddha resolutely established the 6 paths of reincarnation. Although he ultimately failed, he still won the respect of the various races. At this time, more and more experts appeared near the Myriad Buddha Mountain. Even experts from the primogenitor realm appeared near the mountain. Chapter 43:79. Wind and clouds converged on Myriad Buddha Mountain. This was all because an incarnation of the ancient Buddhist Lord appeared on the peak of Myriad Buddha Mountain, attracting countless experts from the heaven realm to gather in the Western Desert Buddhist land. In a short period of time, cultivators could be seen everywhere in the Western Desert Buddhist land. Heaven realm was huge. Although it was a human world, the other alien races were very powerful too. West Desert Buddhist lands was only a part of Heaven realm. The entire western region of Heaven realm was extremely vast. Even West Desert Buddhist sect could not control it completely. West Desert Buddhist lands had some places that even Buddhist sect could not control. The extreme west of West Desert was a mysterious world of darkness. It was one of the famous forbidden areas of Heaven realm. Immortals, mortals, demons, Buddhist immortals, it was very difficult to come out after entering. That place was known as the Purgatory of Heaven realm, extreme Western Purgatory. There were unknown and powerful beings in that purgatory. At this time, there was a city outside extreme Western Purgatory. The city was branded with countless Buddhist seals. It was a Buddhist city. The Buddhist city was at the exit of extreme Western Purgatory. Its purpose was obvious. It was to stop the things in extreme Western Purgatory from coming out. This Buddhist city had existed for countless years, but it still emitted a powerful Buddhist aura. Even the black gas that swept out from extreme Western purgatory would dissipate tens of miles away from the city. Roar! A terrifying roar came from extreme Western purgatory. The black gas was vast. Within the black gas, one could vaguely see the silhouettes of powerful beings. Some powerful beings wanted to leave this ghastly place. However, they were blocked by the Buddhist city and could not take even half a step out. When Lord Su-Chun comes out, I want to see if this city can still stop us. Someone was talking within the black gas. Lord Su-Chun seems to be coming out in a few days. A purgatory being in the black gas nodded. A loud laugh suddenly came from the Buddhist city. Then a tall, bald man in a moon-white robe appeared on the city wall. "With me here, don't even think about coming in," the bald man said in a low voice. "TCH, little monk, you think you can stop us?" An emotionless voice came from the black gas. "Won't we know after trying?" The bald man in the Buddhist city said disapprovingly. There are only a few more days. At that time, I'll make you wish you were dead." In the darkness, there was a powerful spiritual will fluctuation. "Bring it on. Let's see who's afraid of whom." Baldy did not show any signs of weakness. "All right. Good. Very good." In the darkness, the divine will rippled once more. At this time, the cities around Myriad Buddha Mountain were packed with people, and all the inns were occupied by foreign cultivators. What is he doing? Gu Fei, an old tortoise, had also arrived nearby. When he saw the figure on the Myriad Buddha summit, he was shocked. What made Gu Fei feel uneasy was that the incarnation of the Millennium Buddha Lord was just standing there quietly, as though he had turned into a statue, not moving at all. The clone of the ancient Buddhist Lord would never appear at the peak of Myriad Buddha Mountain for no reason. There are quite a lot of people here. Let's just watch the show first. Gu Fei told Old Tortoise. "All right, let's do that." Old Tortoise nodded. Then they retreated 1,000 miles away and hid in the clouds, quietly watching Myriad Buddha Mountain. Just as Gu Fei and Old Tortoise were hiding, a great battle suddenly broke out on the ground below. Two powerful forces suddenly erupted, and ripples visible to the naked eye appeared in the void and spread in all directions. For some reason, the guys from the ancestral realm and an ancestor of the Million Buddhist sect suddenly fought. Gu Fei glanced down and saw that the expert from the ancestral realm was extremely powerful. He could tear a quasi-supreme being in half with just a split of his hands. Compared to the expert from the ancestral realm, the great ancestor of the Million Buddhist sect was much weaker. Soon, the battle ended. The expert from the primogenitor realm punched through the ancestral ancestor of the Million Buddhist sect. With a shake of his arm, the ancestral ancestor of the Million Buddhist sect exploded, his body and soul destroyed. The expert from the ancestral realm was a young man in green, Yi Beichen, the Eastern Supreme King of the ancestral realm. Gu Fei could not help but be stunned when he saw the young man. Why was this guy here? The Eastern Yi clan of the ancestral realm was definitely one of the most ancient and powerful forces in the ancestral realm. Compared to the Wood clan of the ancestral realm, the Yi clan was not just a little stronger. The Yi clan was even stronger than the Sky clan of the southern region and the Chu clan of the ancestral realm. It was a super ancient force that had been passed down for countless years because there was Yi Qingtian in the clan. Who was Yi Qingtian? He had walked his own path and was an alternative eternal existence. What Yi Beichen, Yi Shichen? Old Tortoise asked. If we were in the ancestral realm, he wouldn't even need to make a move. Just the pressure he released would be enough to destroy your body and soul. Gu Fei said indifferently. What? Old Tortoise was shocked. He could not afford to offend such a powerful existence. Yi Beichen glanced in the direction of Gu Fei, and Old Tortoise then retracted his gaze. He took a step and instantly disappeared into the void. Very soon, battles broke out in other places. The entire Western Desert Buddhist lands were in turmoil. When immortals fought, the common people suffered. This saying was not wrong. A quasi-supreme existence was already the strongest existence in the heavenly realm and the human realm. Once a battle broke out between experts of this level, it would be very terrifying. They could wipe out a region from the ground and plunge billions of lives into misery and suffering. The destructive power was earth-shattering. All the forces were fighting, both in the open and in the dark. No one knew how many people would fall. In particular, the experts of the ancestral realm had great grievances with the experts of the heavenly realm and the human realm. From the beginning, the experts of the ancestral realm did not treat the humans of the heavenly realm and the human realm as human beings. However, with Gu Fei's powerful attack, those fellows from the ancestral realm were also afraid. Many of the experts from the ancestral realm had already left the heavenly realm. However, some of the experts from the ancestral realm who had no dealings with Gu Fei did not leave the heavenly realm. They had no enmity with Gu Fei, so Gu Fei would not target them. For example, the Yi clan and other forces with ancient inheritances still wanted to consolidate their territory in the heavenly realm and were unwilling to leave just like that. Boom! Just as the various forces were fighting openly and covertly, a loud sound suddenly came from Myriad Buddha Mountain. Then, endless Buddhist light erupted from the peak of Myriad Buddha Mountain. It was as if a golden divine sun had appeared at the peak of Myriad Buddha Mountain, illuminating the entire Western Desert Buddhist lands. Grandpa, that is, in a small town hundreds of thousands of miles away from Myriad Buddha Mountain, a child about 6 or 7 years old in ragged clothes looked at the sky in shock. At this moment, the entire sky turned golden. There was even a faint Buddhist sound lingering in the void, and a peaceful aura spread between the heavens and the earth. The child, who was originally ill, was illuminated by the Buddha's light that descended from the sky, and his illness instantly recovered by more than half. The Lord Buddha has appeared. An old man beside the child knelt on the ground excitedly, kowtowing in the direction of Myriad Buddha Mountain. Tears streamed down his face. His only grandson had been gravely ill and was on the verge of death. Who would have thought that the legendary Buddhist light would appear? The Buddha's light could cure all illnesses. The Lord Buddha has appeared. This scene was happening everywhere in the Western Desert Buddhist land. Those who had been sick for a long time were all healed by the Buddha's light that descended from the heavens. It was too magical. Countless ordinary people saw all of this as the legendary Buddha's sign. The Lord Buddha had appeared to deliver all living beings from suffering. It wasn't just the human race. Other races were also undergoing shocking changes under the Buddhist light. Withered trees sprouted, and countless alien races that were on the brink of death were rejuvenated. Countless living beings were kowtowing in the direction of Myriad Buddha Mountain. Good heavens! Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked at this scene. He could see countless strange auras gathering towards Myriad Buddha Mountain. That was the power of faith, or rather, the power of faith. The Buddhist sects were condensing the power of faith of all living beings to increase their providence. Of course, providence was too illusory. However, today, Gu Fei had witnessed this incredible method of the Buddhist sections. The faith of all living beings had turned into providence to protect Myriad Buddha Mountain. This power was probably comparable to the power of the extreme path. Moreover, this power didn't trigger the power of heavenly punishment. How is this possible? The old tortoise was dumbfounded. He had also witnessed this shocking scene. Not only the old tortoise, but the other quasi-supreme existences also saw it. There was no one who wasn't shocked. Although this power was peaceful, once it erupted, it was enough to crush everything. It was no joke. The path that Gufei walked had nothing to do with providence. In fact, he didn't care at all. As long as he was strong enough, it didn't matter whether it was providence or not. He could destroy it all with a single punch. No wonder the Buddhist sects have been passed down for so many years and produced so many experts. The old tortoise side. The monster race didn't care about the illusory providence, but now it seemed that the Buddhist sects had indeed taken a different path. The phenomenon of the Buddhist sects had already appeared even before the 21st of March. Countless power of faith gathered toward myriad Buddha Mountain, and the incarnation of the ancient Buddhist Lord at the peak of the mountain was long gone. Rumble, the entire myriad Buddha Mountain was shaking, and the mountain kept cracking, revealing pitch-black cracks. From time to time, golden Buddhist light flashed within the cracks. Myriad Buddha Palace. In a Buddhist city thousands of miles away from myriad Buddha Mountain, a little monk holding a purple gold alms bowl suddenly raised his head. Golden Buddhist patterns were faintly visible in his eyes. The immortal golden Buddha tree is mine. As the little monk said that, he directly turned into a beam of Buddhist light and rushed toward myriad Buddha Mountain. Ha! The myriad Buddha Palace has reappeared. I can't miss this opportunity. A figure emitting the divine light of the 5 elements appeared at the foot of myriad Buddha Mountain. This is an important place of the Buddhist sections. Trespassers will die. At this moment, an old voice sounded. An old monk stepped on a golden lotus and walked over from afar. It's him? Chapter 4380. Heavenly Realm, Western Desert Buddhist Land, Buddhist aura shone brightly. Boundless Buddhist aura erupted from the peak of the myriad Buddha Mountain, enveloping the entire Western Desert. Under the Buddhist aura, countless living beings in the Western Desert benefited greatly. The Buddhist aura could expel diseases and pull those on the brink of death back from the gates of hell. The Buddhist aura could also strengthen the physique of living beings. Although it could not change the physique of countless living beings, it could make them stronger. The Buddhist aura was a miracle in the eyes of countless living beings in the Western Desert. At this moment, billions of living beings in the Western Desert knelt devoutly in the direction of the myriad Buddha Mountain. Their faith in Buddhism grew. The appearance of the Buddhist aura strengthened the hearts of all living beings in the Western Desert. The Western Desert Buddhist sect also took this opportunity to crazily gather the power of faith from billions of living beings. The power of faith could be converted into Buddhist energy. The myriad Buddha Mountain was gathering endless Buddhist energy. As a result, the myriad Buddha Palace was opened. The myriad Buddha Palace was a palace of the ancient Buddhist Lord. The ancient Buddhist Lord left his teachings in the human realm. In the spiritual mountain of the human realm, there was a Buddhist palace left behind by the ancient Buddhist Lord. That Buddhist palace was hidden in the blessed Buddha realm. In the heavenly realm, the ancient Buddhist Lord also left behind a Buddhist palace. This was the legendary myriad Buddha Palace. It was no secret that the myriad Buddha Palace was located on the myriad Buddha Mountain. One must know that the reason why the myriad Buddha Mountain was called the myriad Buddha Mountain was because of the myriad Buddha Palace. Rumble, at this moment, the endless power of faith crazily gathered towards the myriad Buddha Mountain. The entire myriad Buddha mountain shook, and cracks appeared on the mountain. Roar. At this moment, a roar came from afar. Then, a huge figure riding on a black cloud broke through the layers of Buddhist aura and arrived at the myriad Buddha Mountain in an instant. The black cloud suddenly retreated like a receding tide, swallowed by a black figure. Swoosh! The black figure directly rushed towards a crack on the myriad Buddha Mountain. This is an important place of Buddhist sect. Don't be presumptuous. a golden figure suddenly appeared in front of the crack, blocking the black figure. Scram! The black figure roared and waved his right hand. Immediately, 5 rays of black light shot out from his hand and pierced towards the Buddhist cultivator. Buddha is merciful. The Buddhist expert formed a Buddhist seal with both hands, and the Buddhist seal rushed out of his hands and collided with the 5 black lights that pierced through the air. The Buddhist seal and the 5 beams of dark light immediately dissipated in the void. The Western Desert's golden Buddha Supreme is indeed powerful. Someone whispered in the distant sky, "Hee, it doesn't matter if he's not powerful. The golden Buddha Supreme is an existence that can stand shoulder to shoulder with a quasi-supreme." Someone said, the Western Desert Buddhist sect really has a deep foundation. Old Tortoise said in a low voice, "The inheritance of the Millennium Buddha Lord is naturally not weak. You should know that the Millennium Buddha Lord is one of the strongest supreme beings of the human race." Gu Fei nodded. "My father isn't any weaker than others." Old Tortoise was not convinced. Gu Fei smiled bitterly and didn't say anything. It was really difficult to say who was stronger between the Millennium Buddha Lord and the Tai Huang, because these 2 supreme beings didn't meet. They were in different generations. The era of the Tai Huang was much earlier than the Millennium Buddha Lord. When the Millennium Buddha Lord appeared, the Tai Huang had already disappeared. At this time, the black figure and the golden Buddha, supreme guarding in front of the crack of myriad Buddha Mountain, started fighting. The existence that dared to fight in myriad Buddha Mountain was naturally not weak. The black figure was very strong. He transformed into thousands of figures, and the entire sky was filled with his figure. A cold and gloomy aura emanated from the bodies of the countless black figures. Under the impact of this aura, the surrounding void seemed to solidify. The power of Een. Old Tortoise was a little uncertain. "It's the power of Een." Gu Fei said. The power of Een was fundamentally different from the power of Een. To a certain extent, the power of Een was between the power of Een and the power of devil. Those who cultivated the power of Een could become a devil or a god. Becoming a god or a devil was only a matter of a thought. A devil! When Old Tortoise heard this, his face immediately became gloomy. His ancestral land had almost been refined by the ancestral realm's ancestral demons. Naturally, he didn't have a good impression of demons. Gu Fei shook his head. The black figure was very strong, and the power of Een was also very powerful. However, it was not the power of devil. Otherwise, it would not have appeared here. It should be known that demons were the public enemy of the world. As long as a demon appeared, they would be surrounded and killed. Boundless Buddhist Dharma. At this time, the golden Buddha, supreme guarding in front of the crack of myriad Buddha Mountain, shouted. The Buddhist voice was vast and mighty, and the countless black figures were all scattered. The black figure's true body was also revealed. What a good boundless Buddhist Dharma! The black figure vomited blood and flew back. 1,000 Buddhas moved the cosmos. The golden Buddha, supreme, slapped his hands at the black figure. In the next moment, countless golden palm shadows appeared between heaven and earth. The void was filled with palm shadows, filling every inch of the void. The black figure was directly enveloped by countless golden Buddha palms. The countless Buddha palms directly slapped the black figure's body and then disappeared. In the void, the black figure stopped in his tracks in horror. What's going on? Old Tortoise was a little confused. He's dead meat. Gu Fei said indifferently. How is this possible? The black figure let out a miserable howl. In the next moment, countless rays of Buddha light rushed out of his body, and his figure instantly disappeared in the Buddha light. His body and soul were completely destroyed. That's right, this black shadow, a quasi-supreme that had appeared out of nowhere, was actually directly killed by this golden-bodied Buddhist supreme, not even leaving a trace behind. Even the legendary palm technique that descends from the sky, doesn't seem to have this kind of power. Old Tortoise muttered. This is the 1,000 Buddha palms of Buddhism. Gu Fei said indifferently. Once this divine power was mastered, it would be like 1,000 Buddhas attacking at the same time. Its power was naturally ridiculously great. Quite a lot. Old Tortoise glanced at Gu Fei and said, "Of course. Don't you know who I am?" Gu Fei said proudly. "Hee, stop being so smug." Old Tortoise did not think much of it. Just as Gu Fei and Old Tortoise were chatting, more and more cracks appeared on the 1,000 Buddha mountain. Through those cracks, one could vaguely see that there was another world inside the mountain. There seemed to be a chain of palaces inside the mountain, and pure Buddhist aura seeped out. The legendary, immortal golden Buddha tree was in the 1,000 Buddha palace. Experts from all sides were eager to try, but with the golden Buddha, supreme guarding there, no one dared to make a move. Chapter 43, 81. The western desert of the heavenly domain had attracted the attention of countless experts. The seal of the sacred mountain of the Western Desert Buddhist sect, Myriad Buddha Mountain, had been weakened to the extreme by some unknown force. Cracks had appeared. Through the cracks, people outside could even see the connected palaces inside. The palace of the ancient Buddhist lord was naturally extraordinary. There was another world inside the Myriad Buddha Mountain. Almost all the experts in the heavenly domain had their eyes on the Myriad Buddha Mountain. Boom! In the depths of the extreme western purgatory, a demon city emitting boundless, murderous aura rose from the ground. The huge demon city shook the heavens and the earth as it charged towards the demon city outside the purgatory. At the same time, in other places of the extreme western purgatory, Demon City also rose into the sky. With boundless murderous intent, they charged towards the Demon City outside the purgatory. Boundless black aura swept out from the purgatory, covering the sky and earth. Within the black aura, ghostly wails and divine howls could be heard. This was the soul-stealing demonic sound. If mortals heard it, their souls would immediately scatter. Even if cultivators heard it, they would also die. Buzz. The demon city outside the purgatory suddenly shook. Buddhist runes appeared on the city. The runes interweaved into Buddhist seals and rushed out of the city. Countless Buddhist seals formed a super huge net, blocking the black aura sweeping out from the purgatory. The huge net formed by the golden Buddhist seals not only blocked the overwhelming black aura, but also sealed the exit of the extreme western purgatory, blocking the countless purgatory living beings that wanted to rush out. Roar! Within the black aura, many huge figures appeared indistinctly. The terrifying and ferocious purgatory living beings were roaring. Boom! With a loud sound, a huge claw reached out from the black aura and slammed against the golden net. However, in the next moment, the Buddhist power on the golden net exploded and repelled the huge claw. Bam! Another dull sound was heard. A purgatory, living being the size of a small mountain, actually slammed against the golden net. However, the result was the same. It was repelled by the Buddhist magic-subduing net and rolled into the black aura. What should we do? The true purgatory masters are about to come out. On the walls of the demon city, a group of Buddhist soldiers appeared. The leader was a monk in white with a golden necklace around his neck. Send a message to the sacred mountain immediately. The middle-aged monk stared at the golden Buddha net in front of him and said in a deep voice, "Yes, eldest senior brother." A young monk beside the middle-aged monk hurriedly accepted the order and left. Soon, a flare of faith shot out of Buddha City and disappeared into the horizon. However, just as the Buddha city sent out the signal for help, a huge black shadow appeared within the golden Buddha net. Endless black chi immediately converged towards the black shadow in a frenzy. The black gas gradually thinned out, and a demon city that was even larger than a mountain appeared in the sky. The demon city gave off an endless fiendish aura. Open! A powerful spiritual will rippled out from the purgatory demon city. In the next moment, the entire purgatory demon city collided with the golden Buddha net. Boom! The purgatory demon city crashed into the golden Buddha net. The huge golden Buddha radiance vibrated violently. Countless demonic patterns emitted resplendent Buddha radiance. The Buddha net actually managed to block the purgatory demon city's collision. Moreover, the Buddha radiance on the golden Buddha net continued to gather, and a huge Buddha shadow appeared in the sky. The Buddha shadow stretched out its right hand and slapped towards the purgatory demon city. Rumble! It was as though the entire sky was enveloped by the Buddha's palm. The purgatory demon city that was even larger than a mountain was as weak as an ant under the Buddha's palm. Boom! With a loud bang, the purgatory demon city was slapped away by the Buddha's palm. When the purgatory demon city was slapped away, the huge Buddha shadow dissipated in the void and turned into spots of Buddha radiance before returning to the golden Buddha net. Ha! Shuchen, are you defeated now? At this moment, a loud laugh was heard. Another purgatory demon city appeared nearby. A huge demon shadow appeared in the sky above the demon city and was laughing at the sky, seemingly very happy. Wushang, if you are so capable, then go ahead. Don't make sarcastic remarks here. At this moment, the purgatory demon city that was slapped away by the Buddha's palm rushed back from afar. The Buddha's palm attack looked extremely powerful, but it did not cause any damage to the purgatory demon city. Haha! All right, this purgatory master will show you what I am capable of today. The purgatory master named Wushang laughed and attacked. 9 drops of red liquid rushed out of the unperishable purgatory city. In the next moment, the 9 drops of red liquid exploded at the same time, turning into a towering blood wave that swept towards the golden Buddha net. A thick smell of blood permeated the air. Blood purgatory, see? The void purgatory master's figure appeared on top of the city. When he saw the 9 drops of blood turn into a sea of blood, he was slightly shocked. You actually refined the blood purgatory sea? How is that possible? The void purgatory master said in shock. Hee. Wu Shang purgatory master only chuckled and did not say anything. At this moment, the sea of blood formed by the 9 drops of blood pounced on the golden Buddha net. In the next instant, the Buddha seal on the golden Buddha net dimmed. What? The void purgatory master was shocked. It seemed like the blood purgatory sea could indeed deal with the Buddha sect's golden Buddha net. Due to the existence of the golden Buddha net, it was impossible for the creatures of the extreme western purgatory to escape. This was equivalent to sealing the extreme western purgatory. It was already impressive that the Western Desert Buddhist sect could seal the extreme western purgatory single-handedly. In the extreme western purgatory, there were 7 purgatory masters. Each purgatory master was an existence that could fight against a quasi-supremacy from the outside world. Soon, the golden Buddha net was corroded by the blood purgatory sea, leaving a huge hole. Oh no! All the Buddhist disciples on top of the Buddha city outside the Buddha net were shocked when they saw this. All the Buddhist disciples in the Buddha city knew very well that once the creatures of the purgatory charged out of the purgatory, countless creatures of the western desert would suffer a calamity. Void purgatory. I'll make a move first. The void purgatory master laughed heartily as he drove the Purgatory Demon City out of the hole in the Golden Buddha net. As soon as the Purgatory Demon City left the Purgatory, endless black murderous aura erupted like 100,000 volcanoes. The entire western desert was shrouded in darkness. That's endless evil aura surged from the west. Gu Fei and Old Tortoise, who were near the myriad Buddha mountain, could not help but frown. It's not a pure demon, but it's also a great omen. Moreover, it's fierce and evil, Gu Fei said as he looked to the west. Oh no! Chapter 43:82. The western desert of the heavenly realm was a different place. It used to be a barren land with sparse spiritual energy. But after the Buddhist sect's transformation, it became a Buddhist land. However, the far west was extremely dangerous. The western desert's Buddhist lands happened to suppress the evil in the far west. To the west of the western desert was the extreme west. It was shrouded in darkness all year round. Even sunlight couldn't shine in. It was purgatory, a terrifying purgatory. Even when the experts of the primogenitor realm fought everywhere, they stopped at the western desert. Those guys from the primogenitor realm clearly saw the danger. The western desert wasn't simple, and the extreme west purgatory was even more so. It was an extremely dangerous place. Could it be that those guys from the western purgatory have escaped? The old tortoise looked to the west in shock. He was the leader of the demon race in the heavenly realm. Naturally, he knew what was in the extreme west. It was a terrifying purgatory that had existed for countless years. The creatures in the purgatory were extremely powerful. Sometimes they were even scarier than demons. Western purgatory. Gu Fei's expression changed when he heard this. The purgatory was a place even more terrifying than hell. The living beings there were all extremely ferocious and bloodthirsty. If the great evildoers escaped, they would definitely bring disaster to the entire heavenly realm. At that time, the entire heavenly realm would never have a day of peace. The Buddhists suppressed the extreme western purgatory with their own strength. I have to admire them. The usually unruly old tortoise sighed. Rumble. At this time, the myriad Buddha mountain was still shaking. Cracks continued to appear on the mountain. The entire mountain seemed like it could collapse at any time. However, with the Golden Buddha standing guard, no one dared to step forward. The Buddhist light from the peak of the myriad Buddha mountain became increasingly resplendent. Faint chanting could be heard in the void, as if a supreme Buddhist Lord was preaching. As the Buddhist hymns rang out, the auspicious atmosphere in the world multiplied. The entire Western Desert Buddhist land seemed to have turned into a true Buddhist country. Under the envelopment of the Buddhist light, all the Buddhist disciples felt as though their cultivation levels were constantly rising. Boom! Ha ha! A loud noise was accompanied by an insolent laughter, and a cloud of black gas came from the far west. In the blink of an eye, the black gas covered half of the sky. Everyone could feel the terrifying fiendish aura emanating from the black gas. A peerless, ominous being had arrived. How is this possible? How can this evil creature break through the Golden Buddha net? The Golden Buddha, standing guard in front of the myriad Buddha mountain, was shocked. Is the Golden Buddha net very powerful? An incomparably proud voice came from the black gas. Demon, don't be so arrogant. After saying that, golden-bodied Tao Master formed a Buddhist seal with his hand and blasted it at the black chi. Everywhere the Buddhist seal passed, the fiendish aura dissipated. Humph! A disdainful sneer came from the black gas. Then, an endless amount of murderous aura spread out, turning into a huge black hand that met the incoming Buddhist seal. Boom! With a loud bang, the two forces instantly collided. The two forces turned into a powerful destructive storm that swept out in all directions. The void shook, and ripples that were visible to the naked eye spread out like water waves. After being hit by the golden Buddha, a part of the black gas dissipated. A huge demon city appeared in front of everyone, emitting a monstrous, fiendish aura. As expected, the great ominous beings from the far west have really come out. Old Tortoise said in surprise when he saw this. "Let's just watch from the side." Gufei shrugged and said indifferently. Old Tortoise was speechless when he heard this. Golden-bodied Buddha, in the demon city, a strong wave of divine will spread out. A figure appeared in the sky above the demon city. The blurry figure emitted a terrifying aura. "Wushang, are you the master of Wushang Purgatory?" The golden-bodied Buddha stared at the figure with a solemn expression. "Ha! I didn't expect someone in this world to know of my existence." The black figure laughed. At this moment, another loud noise came from the far west. Another cloud of black gas rushed out from the far west and instantly shrouded half of the sky. "Void dust, you are too useless. Did you only come out now?" The master of Wushang Purgatory said loudly. "Wushang, you bastard!" The void dust purgatory master scolded the master of Wushang Purgatory. This guy escaped after using the Purgatory Blood Sea to break the Golden Buddha net. However, he was stopped by the experts of the Buddhist sect in the Buddha city, and a great battle ensued. Although he managed to kill those guys, he also lost quite a few experts of the Purgatory. "Ha! Look at your flustered and exasperated face. Did you suffer a loss?" The master of Wushang Purgatory was amused. Damn it! The void dust purgatory master was going crazy. However, this was not the time to settle the score with the master of Wushang Purgatory. "Both of you come at me together." The golden-bodied Buddha put his palms together and said calmly. Buddhist patterns appeared on his body and swam continuously, occasionally forming ancient Buddhist diagrams. At this moment, the golden-bodied Buddha seemed to have merged with the entire myriad Buddha mountain. Every move he made could shatter the void of heaven and earth. Shameless boasting. The master of Wushang Purgatory sneered. He rushed out of the Devil City and punched at the golden-bodied Buddha. An extremely ferocious power exploded from the master of Wushang Purgatory's fist. The surrounding void immediately cracked. A punch that can move heaven and earth. This great fierce of the extreme Western Purgatory is quite capable. Gufei could not help but nod when he saw this. It's not as simple as that. Old Turtle glanced at Gufei and said, "Buddha moves the universe." The golden-bodied Buddha's body erupted with endless Buddha light. Within the Buddha light, a golden Buddha hand slapped at the master of Wushang Purgatory. Boom! There was another loud explosion. The golden-bodied Buddha's Buddha hand collided with the master of Wushang Purgatory's demonic fist. The two figures were sent flying. However, the two experts immediately charged at each other again. They moved quickly in the void and fought endlessly. A terrifying, ferocious aura erupted from the master of Wushang Purgatory. It actually dispersed the surrounding Buddha light. This shocked everyone. Where did these people come from? In the primogenitor realm, the Yi family's king supreme, Yi Beichen, appeared in the sky. He crossed his arms and looked at everything coldly. He was a king supreme. Even though he could not use the extreme Tao in the heavenly realm, he still possessed an extremely powerful king supreme Tao body. Moreover, the Yi family's methods were unimaginable. Chapter 43:83. In the land of the far west of the heaven realm, the Buddhist sect's golden light Buddha net that sealed the far west purgatory had been broken. The peerless great ferocious Wushang and the peerless great ferocious Suchen took advantage of this rare opportunity to drive the demon city out of the western purgatory. The first to be attacked was the Buddhist city outside the extreme Western Purgatory. The ancient Buddha city had existed for countless years. However, this time, the Buddha city was in danger. The myriad Buddha mountain seal had loosened, which weakened a seal on the far west purgatory. The purgatory masters in the purgatory naturally would not miss such a rare opportunity. The master of Wushang Purgatory had refined a part of the Purgatory Blood Sea. The evil aura contained in the Purgatory Blood Sea was the nemesis of the Buddha sect's Golden Buddha, Net. This master of Wushang Purgatory was cunning. After breaking the Golden Buddha net, he slipped away. Boom! At this moment, the Buddhist city that guarded the extreme Western Purgatory emitted an endless Buddhist light, directly dispersing the black aura in the world. A huge Buddhist figure appeared in the world. Boom! The Buddha shadow attacked the void Purgatory Master, who was rushing out of the Purgatory. The entire sky was covered by the Buddha's palm. This attack slammed the void Purgatory Master and the demon city into the ground. Damn it! The void Purgatory Master roared angrily. The entire demon city shattered and shot into the sky. The evil aura shook the world and dispersed the endless Buddha light. Kill! Following that, countless black shadows rushed out of the demon city and pounced towards the Buddha city. At this moment, all the experts of the Buddha sect rushed out of the Buddha city. Both sides clashed, and a great battle broke out. All of you die! The void, dust Purgatory Master roared and attacked. Countless black lights shot out of his body. Every time a black light flashed, a Buddhist expert would be pierced and fall from the sky. Demon, I will fight you. An angry roar sounded. In the next moment, an expert with Buddha light broke through the evil aura and attacked the void Purgatory Master. You are not worthy. The void dust Purgatory Master pointed a finger, and a dark light shot out from his fingertip. It tore through the void and pierced through the Buddhist expert's Buddha body. The Buddhist cultivator flew out and turned into ashes while he was still in the air, dissipating in the void. His body and soul were destroyed in an instant. All the experts of the Buddhist sect that had charged out of the city turned pale with fright when they saw this scene. There were no golden Buddhist venerables among the experts of the Buddhist sects guarding the Buddha city. Only the golden Buddhist venerables of the Buddhist sects could fight against experts at the level of the master of the void dust purgatory. Even though they knew that they were no match for the enemy, these Buddhist experts did not cower and continued to fight with their lives on the line. In the end, all of them were annihilated. Although they all died in battle, they managed to kill a few of the void dust purgatory master's capable subordinates. The void dust purgatory master was shocked and angry. This was also why the void dust purgatory master hated the void death purgatory master. The few subordinates of the void dust purgatory master were his capable assistants. When the void dust purgatory master arrived at the myriad Buddha mountain, the void death purgatory master was already fighting with the golden Buddhist venerables. At this time, Gu Fei and Old Turtle's old acquaintance, Buddha Master Ranbei, also arrived. When the Buddha Master Ranbei arrived, a golden divine bird flew from the sky and landed on the myriad Buddha mountain. With a flash of Buddha light, a golden-haired middle-aged man in a kasaya appeared. The golden eagle Buddhist Lord is here? Someone exclaimed. At this time, another Buddhist chant came from the sky, and an old monk walked over step by step. The old monk looked ordinary. There was no Buddha light on his body, and all his teeth had fallen off. However, no one dared to look down on this old monk. This old monk was one of the 3 Buddhist lords of the Western Desert Buddhist land, the sect master of the myriad Buddha sect, Buddhist Lord Mo Luo. Buddhist Lord Mo Luo was the strongest of the 3 Buddhist lords of the Western Desert Buddhist land. The more powerful he was, the more he looked like an ordinary person. This was returning to the natural state. Then Buddhist Lord Shilin stepped on Buddha light and arrived at the myriad Buddha mountain. In an instant, the entire myriad Buddha mountain was filled with 3 Buddhist lords. This made the experts from all sides nervous. After all, these were 3 quasi-supremes. The power of the Western Desert Buddhist sect was not to be underestimated. At this time, 4 quasi-supremes had already appeared. However, everyone knew that this was far from the true power of the Western Desert Buddhist sect. What are you guys waiting for? Is the immortal Golden Buddha tree going to come out on its own? Someone shouted, "That's right. Let's attack together. Do we have to be afraid of these big baldies?" Someone shouted. However, no one made a move. What a joke. These were the 3 Buddhist lords of the Western Desert. Moreover, this was the territory of the Buddhist sect. The myriad Buddha mountain was filled with endless Buddhist power. Whoever made a move first would be unlucky. This is the Buddhist sect's territory. Trespassers will die. Buddha Master Ran Bei said the same thing. Although the Buddhist sect emphasized mercy, they had their own methods of subduing demons. Since no one is making a move, then I will. Right at this moment, a voice resounded. After that, a tall and sturdy man like an iron tower walked over from afar. An extremely tyrannical aura erupted from the burly man's body. On the burly man's shoulder was a sledgehammer. The sledgehammer was engraved with countless ancient Tao patterns. Trespassers will die. Then I, Hong Tiantu, am here to die. The man shouted. His voice was like a bell. Ah, he is the Hong Tiantu who terrorized all the forces in the central region with his hammer. The big guy from the ancestral realms, Hong clan. Someone exclaimed. Hong Tiantu was a quasi-supremes from the ancestral realms, Hong clan. He was sent to the heaven realm by the Hong clan. This guy was extremely strong, and his weapon was a giant hammer. Once the hammer appeared, it could destroy the sky and the earth. It was as if it could kill all enemies. Die! The golden eagle Buddhist lord's body swayed, and a pair of golden wings immediately appeared on his back. With a flap of his wings, he immediately turned into a golden light and attacked Hong Tiantu. Humph! Hong Tiantu waved his hammer and smashed forward. Boom! The sky shook, and the golden eagle lord's body appeared far away. He had been blown away by Hong Tiantu's hammer. Everyone was shocked. That was the golden eagle lord, one of the 3 Buddha lords of the Western Desert. Hong Tiantu had blown him away with a hammer. Whoosh! The golden eagle Buddhist lord flapped his wings, and rays of golden light immediately rushed out from his wings, turning into sharp sword lights that pierced towards Hong Tiantu in an earth-shattering manner. Die! Hong Tiantu roared, and a metallic luster burst out from his body. He ignored the countless sword lights that pierced through him and directly swung his sledgehammer at the golden eagle Buddhist lord to kill. The countless sword lights landed on Hong Tiantu's body and were all blown away. Such sharp sword lights could cut through the sky, but they could not even cut through Hong Tiantu's skin. A body practitioner, Gu Fei's eyes lit up when he saw this. Hong Tiantu was not simple. This big guy was simply a quasi-supreme Tao artifact in human form. Chapter 43:84. The Hong clan of the primogenitor realm could not be considered a first-rate force in the primogenitor realm. Even compared to the Wood clan that Gu Fei had destroyed and the Li clan that Gu Fei had beaten to a pulp, they were still much weaker. However, the Hong clan's body-tempering technique was the best in the ancestral realm. Once cultivated to the peak, one's body could become a supreme, tyrannical, and invincible. However, there were no more than 3 people in the entire Hong clan who could cultivate their body-tempering technique to the peak. Hong Tiantu was the one with the highest chance of becoming a supreme in the Hong clan. Hong Tiantu was extremely domineering. He brandished his sledgehammer and smashed through the void, sending one of the 3 Buddhist lords of the Western Desert Buddhist land, Golden Eagle Buddha, flying. When the other experts of the Western Desert Buddhist sect saw this scene, they were indescribably shocked. One must know that this was the Golden Eagle Buddhist Lord, a Buddhist Lord who represented the strongest combat strength of the Western Desert Buddhist sect. At this time, the peerless evil Wushang and Golden Eagle Buddha fought their way into the depths of the starry sky. Wushang Purgatory Master merged with the Demon City, his combat power overpowering Golden Eagle Buddha. Once Golden Eagle Buddha is defeated, the Western Desert Buddhist sect is finished. Someone gloated. The Million Buddha Palaces seal continued to weaken. The Million Buddha Mountain continued to crack. Countless Buddhist inscriptions dimmed and then dissipated. A powerful force was awakening within the mountain. Evidently, there was more than just the Million Buddha Palace sealed within the Million Buddha Mountain. Many experts nearby stared at the Million Buddha Mountain. The seal's power was weakening. If the legendary immortal Golden Buddha tree rushed out, they would take action immediately. The immortal Golden Buddha tree had the ability to fly in the sky and burrow into the ground. This immortal Golden Buddha tree might be average in other aspects, but its ability to escape was unparalleled. Even an extreme grade supreme would be envious of the immortal Golden Buddha tree, let alone a quasi-supreme. Moreover, among those who came, other than the quasi-supreme, there were also true extreme grade supremes. As long as they hid well and sealed their extreme grade power, the heavenly punishment would not befall them. Of course, it was also dangerous for a true extreme grade sovereign to appear in the heavenly realm. If they were accidentally killed by a quasi-sovereign expert, then they would really be extremely unlucky. Kill. At this time, Hong Tiantu roared and swung the sledgehammer in his hand towards the Golden Eagle Buddhist Lord. Hong Tiantu's strength was boundless. Because he cultivated the Hong family's body refining technique, his strength and physique were few in the quasi-supremacy realm. The Golden Eagle Buddhist Lord didn't want to confront Hong Tiantu head-on because he knew that he was far inferior to this big guy in terms of strength. Confronting him head-on was no different from courting death. Whoosh! The Golden Eagle Buddhist Lord flapped his wings and immediately turned into a golden light, dodging the attack. Boom! Hong Tiantu's hammer struck empty air, causing the void there to explode. A huge black hole appeared between heaven and earth. Clang! At the same time, the Golden Eagle Buddhist Lord flapped his wings, and rays of golden light rushed out from them. The sound of metal clanging rang out incessantly. The Golden Buddha light transformed into terrifying sword light. Each sword light sliced through the void and pierced towards Hong Tiantu. Ha! Is this all you've got? Hong Tiantu didn't block the piercing sword light at all. He let the sword light hit his body. In the next moment, the sword light collapsed. The Golden Eagle Buddhist Lord was shocked to see this scene. Every sword light he shot out was enough to cut down the stars in the sky and break the incomparably stable void of the heaven realm. However, such a powerful sword light couldn't break Hong Tiantu's defense. It couldn't even cut through his skin. What a powerful Taoist body! How is it compared to you? Old Tortoise asked Gu Fei. Tisk, it's not comparable to me at all. Gu Fei said disapprovingly. Even if the Hong family's body refining technique was cultivated to the extreme, it could only be cultivated to the extreme grade Taoist body. However, his Taoist body had surpassed the extreme grade. You keep pretending. Why don't you go and fight with that guy? Old Tortoise glanced at Gu Fei and said, He actually didn't know that Gu Fei had surpassed the extreme grade in the ancestral realm and became an eternal supremacy. If it wasn't for the battle with the first demon of the ancestral realm, where that guy used his life to open the reincarnation cycle and cut off his cultivation, Gu Fei would have become a carefree, eternal supremacy long ago. You want me to fight? Gu Fei looked at Old Tortoise and suddenly revealed a trace of an evil smile. Why are you looking at me like that? Old Tortoise was taken aback and instantly retreated 1,000 miles away. You're quite fast at escaping, aren't you? Gu Fei shook his head. Boom. At this moment, a loud sound came from the sky. Gu Fei lifted his head and saw a golden figure descending from the starry sky. It was like a golden star, descending from the sky towards the western desert. Rumble, a demonic city, followed closely behind the golden figure and slammed down. Everywhere it passed, the void was directly shattered and annihilated. It was extremely terrifying. A monstrous, baleful aura spread in all directions. The surrounding stars kept exploding. The demon city displayed a terrifying power that could destroy the heavens and earth. The surrounding experts were a little shocked. The master of purgatory of the extreme west was indeed powerful. He could actually defeat the golden Buddha of the western desert. The golden Buddha was definitely the strongest existence in the western desert. He could fight against a quasi-supremacy. Boundless Buddhist Dharma. At this moment, an old voice suddenly came from the peak of Myriad Buddha Mountain. In the next moment, a saber light shot up from the peak of Myriad Buddha Mountain and slashed towards the demon city that was pressing down from the sky. The saber light shot thousands of miles, as if it could split the entire world in half. This is Gu Fei sensed a familiar aura. Buddha saber? Gu Fei frowned. It seemed that the 3 supreme Buddhist weapons that were taken away were all in Myriad Buddha Mountain. Now that the Buddha saber had appeared, it was a supreme Buddhist weapon that was extremely powerful. Of course, in the heavenly realm, it was impossible for a supreme Buddhist weapon to appear. However, the power of this saber was not something that just anyone could withstand. Even if it was the eternal Buddha, I would not be afraid, much less an incarnation. Lord Lifeless Purgatory's arrogant laughter came from the demon city that was descending from the sky. The entire demon city was a supreme Tao artifact. That year, it was the eternal Buddha Lord who personally sealed the 7 great evils that wreaked havoc in the heavenly realm into the extreme western purgatory. Countless years had passed, and the 7 great evils had become the current 7 great Western purgatory masters. Under everyone's shocked gazes, the Buddha saber that shot up to the sky ruthlessly slashed down on the demon city. It was unknown how long the ancient devil cities had existed. Each of them was a supreme Tao treasure, and they were the greatest reliance of the Purgatory Lord. Only when the Purgatory Lord became one with the devil cities would he be able to unleash his greatest combat prowess. Boom! With a loud sound, the demon city was blocked. The fiendish aura descending from the demon city was broken by the saber light and dissipated in the void. The Buddha light dissipated, and a huge Buddha saber appeared in the sky above the demon city. The fiendish power was too strong. The eternal Buddha Purgatory's master actually grabbed the huge Buddha saber with one hand. Man and city combined. Invincible. Shatter. Wushang roared angrily. The power that the entire demon city had accumulated for countless years was activated by him. Then it gathered towards the hand that grabbed the Buddha saber. Clang! The Buddha saber in the sky actually broke into pieces. Grab the Buddha saber and shatter it? Gu Fei was slightly moved. This extreme Western Purgatory's master was indeed capable. man and city combined could actually unleash such powerful power. Were these people not afraid of attracting the heavenly punishment, just as Gu Fei thought of this? Thunder rumbled from the depths of the sky, and a terrifying destructive power descended from the depths of the sky. Under this destructive aura, all living beings in the world were terrified. Even the quasi-supremes from the heaven domain and the experts from the primogenitor realm felt their hearts palpitate. The destructive power that descended from the sky could actually threaten them, especially the quasi-supremes from the ancestral realm, and even the supremes who had their cultivation sealed. They all felt a great threat. This world has the power to kill extreme supremes. It's true. The experts from the primogenitor's realm finally witnessed the power of this world that could kill an extreme grade sovereign. I thought that power didn't exist. I didn't expect. Yi Beichen of the Yi family from the primogenitor realm looked up into the sky. His expression was a little complicated. He was a king supreme. However, at this moment, he realized that this world actually had such power. Yi Beichen believed that even if he unsealed himself and displayed his strongest power, he wouldn't be able to survive under this power. At this moment, a huge hand suddenly reached out from the peak of the myriad Buddha mountain. This huge hand grabbed at the void. Countless Buddhist lights gathered from all directions and turned into a Buddhist saber. Everyone was dumbfounded. The Buddhist saber, that master of void, death, purgatory, had shattered, actually reassembled, and was intact. That is a supreme Buddhist weapon, refined by the ancient Buddhist Lord. How can it be destroyed so easily? Gu Fei muttered to himself. Even if he wanted to destroy the extreme grade Dao treasure, he had to recover his extreme grade Dao cultivation base. However, the undying Purgatory Master's current strength seemed to have exceeded the limit allowed by heaven's punishment. Rumble! At this moment, bolts of destructive lightning descended from the depths of the sky, bombarding the demon city. Come! I want to see what this heavenly punishment can do to me. Master of Void Death Purgatory laughed, crazily. He didn't care about the heavenly punishment at all. However, the next moment, he couldn't laugh anymore. When the destructive lightning slammed into the immortal Devil City, it actually blasted out huge holes. The immortal Devil City that had existed for countless years actually couldn't block these lightning bolts. How is this possible? Master of Void Death Purgatory's expression changed drastically. Courting Death. Chapter 43, 85. Everyone was shocked that the Master of Void Death Purgatory dared to challenge the heavenly punishment. They could not believe it. What did the heavenly punishment represent to the supreme beings of the heavenly realm and the human realm? It represented death. No one dared to challenge the heavenly punishment except for the old tortoise. However, the old tortoise did not challenge the heavenly punishment with his own strength. The price of challenging the heavenly punishment was too high. If the old tortoise had a chance to choose again, he would not have challenged the heavenly punishment. Boom! An earth-shattering boom drowned out all other sounds, and the destructive lightning that fell from the depths of the sky directly blasted into the demonic city in the sky. Every bolt of lightning that struck the demon city left a huge hole in the walls. Even though the demon city had accumulated power for countless years, it could not withstand a single blow. Soon, the entire demon city was riddled with holes from the heavenly punishment's lightning. Roar! A bolt of lightning descended, and a bone dragon that rushed out of the demon city was directly turned into ashes. This ferocious evil was very strong, and its cultivation was almost at the level of a quasi-sovereign. However, it could not even hold on for a breath under the heavenly punishment's lightning strike. Its body and soul were destroyed, and it turned into ashes. Preposterous! The Master of Void Death Purgatory roared. He tried his best to activate the power of the demon city to fight against the heavenly punishment. However, it was all in vain. He could only watch helplessly as his subordinates were annihilated by the power of heavenly punishment, yet he was powerless to do anything. How can he be so strong? The master of Void Death Purgatory's hair was disheveled, and he looked like he had gone mad. He should not have been so arrogant as to think that he could fight against the heavenly punishment. However, there was no medicine for regret in this world. Boom! A lightning strike suddenly fell from the sky and landed on the master of Void Death Purgatory. The master of Void Death Purgatory fell from the sky into the demon city and smashed into the demon city lord residence. Boom! The huge demon city lord residence exploded. It was destroyed by the master of Void Death Purgatory. More than half of the ferocious evils in the city lord's mansion were killed or injured in an instant. Some ferocious evils were lucky enough to escape, but in the next moment, they were all killed by the heavenly punishment lightning that descended from the sky. Roar! Life Death Purgatory Master flew into the sky. The left side of his body had disappeared. His wound was scorched black and was still smoking. Everyone was shocked when they saw this, especially the Void Dust Purgatory Master. No one knew better than him how powerful and terrifying the Void Dust Purgatory Master was. Among the 7 Purgatory Masters of the extreme Western Purgatory, the Lifeless Purgatory Master was definitely one of the top 3. Even the Void Dust Purgatory Master was not his match. However, even the powerful master of Lifeless Purgatory could not fight back. He was beaten like a dog by the heavenly punishment. You're courting death. Gu Fei shook his head. Even he didn't dare to go against the power of sky punishment. This Purgatory Master was so arrogant that he could ignore sky punishment. He was truly overestimating himself. This guy is hopeless. Old Turtle came to Gu Fei's side and said gloatingly, the Purgatory Masters of the extreme Western Purgatory were all peerless beasts. Although they could not compare to the great beast Xian Huang, they were not far off. Moreover, there were 7 Purgatory Masters in the extreme Western Purgatory. If the 7 of them attacked together, even the great beast Xian Huang had to flee. The 7 great beasts of the extreme Western Purgatory were existences that could compete with extreme supremes. When man and city became one, they could unleash the ultimate combat power of extreme supremes. The eternal Buddhist master was able to seal the 7 great beasts of the extreme Western Purgatory alone. It was indeed impressive. Ordinary extreme supremes could not do it. Not even kings of supreme could. Yi Beichen of the Yi family of the ancestral realm was nearby. He knew that if he fought against the current life-death purgatory master, he would only be able to fight to a draw. To determine a winner, they would have to fight to the death. Moreover, it was hard to say who would live and who would die. I didn't expect there to be such a person in this world, Yi Beichen muttered. Yi Beichen muttered. Ever since he crossed realms and entered this world, he vaguely felt that this world was different from the others. In his eyes, the resources of this superior world were considerable. With the strength of the Yi family, they could not devour everything. This place was not like those savage worlds. The living beings here knew how to cultivate, and quite a few supremes of the extreme Tao had been born here. Moreover, what surprised Yi Beichen was that this world seemed to have many secrets. Some places could even devour the experts of the ancestral realm. There was also a power that enveloped the entire world. It was called heavenly punishment by the people of this world. The power of heavenly punishment could kill supremes. Yi Beichen did not believe it at first and thought that the people of this world were exaggerating. However, it seemed that the power of heavenly punishment was truly terrifying. The people of this world were not exaggerating. The might displayed by the power of the heavenly punishment left Yi Beichen extremely shocked. This was a powerful force that even he could not contend against. According to my estimation, I'm afraid that only the old ancestor of my race can contend against this power. Perhaps existences in the extreme mystic realms can also contend against it. However, even in the ancestral realm, the extreme mystic realms are rare existences. Moreover, those fellows do not have time to care about other things. They only want to take that step forward. Yi Beichen muttered to himself. He was a king supreme, and a genius that the Yi family had nurtured. He naturally knew many secrets of the ancestral realm. The old ancestor of the Yi family, Yi Qingtian, also thought highly of this junior of his. Yi Qingtian walked on a different eternal path. Yi Beichen knew about the existence of the eternal realm. He was also very clear that the supreme existences in the extreme mystic realms all wanted to achieve eternity. Such supreme existences could not cross realms and enter this world. Therefore, in Yi Beichen's opinion, the power of heavenly punishment in this world was invincible. Of course, he did not think that there were existences at the extreme mystic realms in this world. Kill. At this time, the master of undying purgatory could not back down. He could only fight against the power of heavenly punishment. However, he had already guessed the result of fighting against heavenly punishment. Boom! The demon city shook. Countless murderous energy erupted from the demon city and swept into the sky. The destructive lightning that descended from the sky was actually blocked. The master of undying purgatory's Tao body had also been completely restored. This fellow, at the sight of this, everyone was astonished. The combat power of the extreme Western purgatory master was too terrifying. If it wasn't for the existence of the power of heaven's punishment, this fella would probably be able to sweep across the entire heaven world by himself. At this time, many experts arrived. A dragon roar resounded through the sky. A dragon shadow that was even larger than a mountain broke through the clouds and rushed over. It stopped in the sky 10,000 miles away from the myriad Buddha mountain. The dragon's shadow dissipated, and a figure appeared in the void. It's him? When Gu Fei saw the person, his eyes lit up. This fellow was one of his opponents in the past. He was Azure Dragon from the Azure Dragon clan, one of the 4 great sacred clans in the human world. Back then, Azure Dragon could compete with Gu Fei. Naturally, his cultivation was not that weak. Today, Gu Fei could tell that Azure Dragon had also cultivated to the quasi-supreme realm. This fellow was impressive, but compared to him, he was still far from it. One should know that if Yi Fuqian hadn't been forced into the reincarnation cycle by the first demon ancestor, that lunatic, he would have become a truly invincible eternal sovereign long ago. Even if Yi Fuqian started from the beginning again, he would have already cultivated to the quasi-supreme realm. Gu Fei? When Azure Dragon saw Gu Fei, he couldn't help but be stunned. In the next moment, his eyes actually emitted a light that was even more dazzling than the stars in the sky. This fellow, Gu Fei couldn't help but shake his head. As soon as Azure Dragon saw him, his battle intent exploded. Did this fellow want to fight with him? At this moment, another figure appeared in the distant sky. It was an incomparably powerful figure. The aura emitted from his body caused the surrounding void to tremble and crack after crack in space. Golden-winged, Little Peng Emperor. Gu Fei saw another familiar face. Just like Azure Dragon, the golden-winged Little Peng Emperor also erupted with boundless battle intent the moment he saw Gu Fei. "Hey, brother, you seem to have a lot of enemies." Old Tortoise nudged Gu Fei and said, "They're not exactly enemies." Gu Fei shook his head. Whether it was the golden-winged little Pung Emperor or Azure Dragon, he didn't view them as enemies. These two were merely opponents he had encountered on the path of cultivation. Of course, Gu Fei knew that he had many enemies in both the heavenly realm and the human realm. The remnants of the primordial era, the descendants of the heavenly demons, and the demons were all Gu Fei's enemies. When enemies met, they would fight to the death. However, when opponents met, they didn't necessarily have to fight to the death. At this moment, the peak of Myriad Buddha Mountain suddenly changed. The endless Buddhist light emitted from the mountain peak suddenly disappeared, and two figures appeared on the mountain peak. One of them was the golden-bodied Buddha Supreme that had been blasted down from the starry sky by unperishable Purgatory Master. The other was the incarnation of the Millennium Buddha Lord. The two seemed to be setting up an array. Under their feet was an ancient altar. They're trying to restore the seal's power. Someone exclaimed, "We can't let them restore the seal." Everyone was anxious. Once the seal of Myriad Buddha Mountain was restored, the Myriad Buddha Palace would be sealed back into Myriad Buddha Mountain, the legendary immortal golden Buddha tree that the Millennium Buddha Lord had obtained would also be sealed inside. Everyone, let's attack together and destroy this Myriad Buddha Mountain. Someone yelled out. In the next moment, a huge seal soared into the sky and blasted towards the Myriad Buddha Mountain from afar. Powerful quasi-supreme level energy fluctuations erupted from the Tao treasure. That's right, destroy this Myriad Buddha Mountain. Someone shouted. Then, another quasi-supreme Tao treasure blasted towards the Myriad Buddha Mountain. It was a divine pearl that emitted endless divine light like a divine sun, illuminating the entire world. Then let's destroy it. Chapter 43:86. The Myriad Buddha Palace was the palace left behind by the Millennium Buddhist Lord in the heavenly realm. The Millennium Buddhist Lord was one of the strongest supremes of the ancient human race. He created the Buddhist cultivation system and cultivated the ultimate Buddha physique that was known as undying and indestructible. However, the Millennium Buddhist Lord eventually disappeared. The Buddhist palace and the Buddhist Tao weapon that he left behind became the target of countless experts. Everyone wanted a supreme Buddhist weapon. The Millennium Buddhist Lord's palace contained the most ancient inheritance of the Buddhist sect. Whoever obtained the Myriad Buddha Palace would have the opportunity to inherit the Millennium Buddhist Lord's inheritance. That was but an extreme Tao inheritance, something even a half-supreme being's eyes would go red over, going crazy over. Even an extreme Tao supremacy would want to obtain the Myriad Buddha Palace. One must know that after obtaining this supreme inheritance, one would be able to establish their own sect. Rumble. At this time, the power of the heavenly punishment was still increasing. The Devil City and Master of Void Death Purgatory were already enveloped by the heavenly punishment lightning. Roar. Master of Void Death Purgatory roared crazily. An extremely powerful evil force erupted from his body to fight against the heavenly punishment. Under his feet was the Devil City that had been bombarded by the heavenly punishment lightning. There were no intact houses in the entire Devil City. Even the place where the City Lord's mansion was located had been replaced by a stretch of ruins. Countless great beasts were constantly bombarded by the heavenly punishment lightning, instantly turning into ashes, their bodies and souls destroyed. There are so many people hiding in this Devil City. Gu Fei watched from afar. The power of the heavenly punishment had been erupting for almost an hour. However, there were still great beasts rushing out of the Devil City and being bombarded by the power of the heavenly punishment. These purgatory masters are not simple. Old Tortoise stared at the figure in the sky above the Devil City and said with a serious expression, "However, so what if they are not simple? Under the heavenly punishment, they are dead for sure." You are still not going to make a move. Those fellows are about to break through the myriad Buddha mountain and rush in. Gu Fei crossed his arms and looked like he was watching a show. He had no intention of making a move at all. Boom! Bang! One quasi-supreme level Tao artifact after another tore through the void, bombarding the myriad Buddha mountain. The violent power shook the world, causing the entire myriad Buddha mountain to shake violently. The Buddhist runes on the mountain emitted a resplendent Buddhist light, condensing a powerful Buddhist energy to resist the attack of the quasi-supreme Tao artifact. However, the Buddha inscriptions on the mountain gradually began to dim. The attacks of the quasi-supreme Tao artifact were constantly wearing down the sealing power of the myriad Buddha mountain. At this time, on the peak of myriad Buddha mountain, the avatar of the golden Buddha sovereign and the eternal Buddha Lord were doing their best to repair the seal. Buddhist runes kept rushing out of the bodies of the two Buddhist experts. These Buddha patterns entered the altar beneath their feet and then appeared on the surface of the myriad Buddha mountain, constantly repairing the collapsed Buddha patterns. However, the speed at which the Buddhist inscriptions were being repaired was far slower than the speed at which the seal was collapsing. The power of the myriad Buddha mountain seal was continuously weakening. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before the entire seal collapsed. What's the rush? Let's watch the show first. The old tortoise wasn't in a hurry to make a move. The materials needed to repair the supreme sovereign seal might be found in the myriad Buddha palace, but he wasn't in a hurry. Who in the heaven realm could resist him and Gu Fei together? The old tortoise was very shrewd. With Gu Fei around, he wasn't in a hurry. This tortoise shell is really hard. A quasi-supreme from the primogenitor realm roared. The quasi-supreme controlled a godly pearl that looked like a sun and crazily bombarded a crack on the myriad Buddha mountain. The power of extreme yang erupted from the godly pearl, causing the crack on the myriad Buddha mountain to become bigger and bigger. The others were also bombarding the crack on the myriad Buddha mountain because the crack on the mountain was the weakest part of the seal. There are actually 23 quasi-supreme attacking. At this time, Gu Fei was also a little surprised. The myriad Buddha pilgrimage of the Western Desert Buddhist lands myriad Buddha mountain had actually attracted so many quasi-supreme existences. Moreover, these were only the quasi-supreme attacking. There were still many experts watching. Buddha is merciful. Just as the group of quasi-supreme was bombarding the myriad Buddha mountain, a Buddhist chant was heard. Then, a golden figure rushed to the peak of the myriad Buddha mountain. This old baldy finally couldn't sit still anymore. The old tortoise said, the existence that rushed to the peak of the myriad Buddha mountain was the true number one expert of Shilin ancient temple, Buddha Ranbei. The moment Buddha Ranbei rushed to the altar, his appearance suddenly changed. He became younger and younger, and his skin turned golden. He's also a golden Buddha supreme. The old tortoise was a little surprised. This guy was already a quasi-supreme when he wasn't displaying his golden body. Now that he was a golden Buddha supreme, this guy's cultivation actually soared to the peak of quasi-supreme. With this kind of cultivation, if he used a supreme Buddhist artifact, he could absolutely do whatever he wanted in the heaven realm and the human realm. Boom! In the next moment, endless Buddhist light appeared again. This Buddhist light was different from the Buddhist light from before. The Buddhist light that erupted this time turned into extremely sharp saber lights. Every saber light cut through the void of heaven and earth. The power that erupted had reached the limit allowed by the heavenly punishment. All the quasi-supreme Tao artifacts that were attacking the myriad Buddha mountain were directly slashed away by the saber lights that erupted from the peak of the myriad Buddha mountain. What? The group of quasi-supreme was shocked. Some of the quasi-supreme with weaker cultivation directly vomited blood and retreated. The Buddhist saber lights continued to descend, and blood appeared. A total of 3 quasi-supreme were directly killed by the Buddhist saber lights in the void. Their bodies and souls were destroyed. Whoosh! A saber light actually slashed towards Gu Fei. It was like a golden rainbow piercing through the sky, capable of destroying the universe. It displayed an extremely powerful might. Humph! Gu Fei casually waved his hand, and the blade light, which could kill a quasi-supremacy, shattered in the void. There was also a saber light that slashed towards Old Tortoise. This guy couldn't be bothered to move at all, and allowed the saber light to hit his body. The moment the saber light hit him, it actually shattered. It didn't even cut through his clothes. The surrounding experts were inexplicably shocked to see these two fellas easily block the peerless saber light that erupted from the peak of the myriad Buddha mountain. Gu Fei is Gu Fei after all. The way Azure Dragon looked at Gu Fei changed. This strongest opponent seemed to be unimaginably powerful. He was afraid that he still wasn't Gu Fei's match. The little Peng Emperor's expression was also extremely solemn. He narrowly escaped death and obtained a great fortune. His cultivation broke through to the quasi-supreme realm. He originally thought that he could compete with Gu Fei this time. But now, it seemed that he still underestimated Gu Fei and overestimated himself. Endless saber lights erupted from the peak of the myriad Buddha mountain, forcing countless experts to retreat. However, there were also some abnormal existences that completely ignored this peerless saber light. Chapter 4387, Master of Mortal Purgatory, would not survive. Even Gu Fei thought that this guy was overestimating himself. There was only one outcome for challenging the heavenly punishment, and that was the destruction of both body and soul, unless Master of Mortal Purgatory was at the extreme mystic realm. However, it was obvious that Master of Mortal Purgatory was not at the extreme mystic realm. Boom! With an earth-shattering clap of thunder, a huge bolt of lightning that connected heaven and earth came crashing down from the sky. An extremely terrifying figure of destruction followed the lightning. That is, Gu Fei's eyes lit up when he saw that figure. He was not unfamiliar with this figure. He felt a familiar aura and power. Lightning Ancestor? Gu Fei muttered. The figure that fell into Master of Mortal Purgatory's demon city with the lightning was the Extreme Lightning Ancestor. More accurately, it was an incarnation of the Lightning Ancestor. Lightning Ancestor, the progenitor of the Thunder race. The power of the heavenly punishment actually had his power. This made Gu Fei vaguely understand something. He had long felt that the heavenly punishment was not simple. He also thought that the heavenly punishment was much more terrifying than the heavenly Tao and could easily kill an extreme supremacy. What kind of power was controlling the heavenly punishment? But now, he was starting to understand, gathering the power of the supremacies. Gu Fei muttered to himself, "What are you talking about?" Old Turtle looked at Gu Fei in surprise. Before Gu Fei could speak, a huge explosion came from Master of Mortal Purgatory's demon city. The next moment, the entire demon city shook. The extremely terrifying power of the lightning Tao exploded. This power easily reached the peak of the extreme Tao realm. Boom! The entire Devil City exploded. Even the sky was blasted open, creating a huge hole. A terrifying pressure spread out in all directions, causing all the experts to be terrified to the extreme. This power was many times stronger than the sealing power of the myriad Buddha mountain. The eruption of the power directly caused the arrogant quasi-supremacies to vomit blood and fly back. Even an extreme supremacy had to retreat. Only Gu Fei and the Old Turtle didn't move. Even King, Supreme Yi Beichen of the primogenitor realms, Yi clan shot up into the sky and into the distance. The power of Tian Fa was very mysterious. Although it was very strong, it did not affect other living beings. Otherwise, if the pressure of the peak of the extreme Tao were to spread out, not to mention the Western Desert Buddhist land, even the living beings of the heavenly realm would probably die. The heavenly punishment would only target those who triggered it. It would not harm the innocent. Gu Fei had already guessed why the heavenly punishment existed. The heavenly punishment suppressed all extreme Tao powers and was actually protecting the countless living beings in the heaven realm. Because if there was no heavenly punishment, once an extreme grade expert started a war in the heaven realm, not only would the billions of lives in the heaven realm be plunged into misery and suffering, but the entire heaven realm would also be destroyed. At this time, as the demon city was destroyed, Mortal Death Purgatory Master, who had become one with the city, also exploded. He did not even have time to scream before his body and soul were destroyed. A ball of lightning exploded, directly obliterating all the evil power. In the next moment, the bolt of lightning instantly vanished, and it transformed into a blurry figure that shot into the sky and vanished into the depths of the sky. What happened? Although many people saw this, they did not know what happened. Even Yi Beichen of the Yi family in the primogenitor realm could not see anything. Only Gu Fei understood the reason behind this. He died just like that. At this time, seeing Mortal Death Purgatory Master die under the heavenly punishment, the Void Dust Purgatory Master almost peed his pants. That was Mortal Death Purgatory Master, one of the 7 purgatories. He is much stronger than me. Thinking of this, the Void Dust Purgatory Master's heart became even colder. He already had the intention to retreat. At this time, at the peak of Myriad Buddha Mountain, the 2 golden Buddha venerables and the ancient Buddha Master's incarnation worked together to reopen the Myriad Buddha Mountain seal. In the next moment, countless Buddha patterns rushed out of the sacrificial altar under their feet. The Buddha power was vast in the sky and on the ground. Countless Buddha patterns interweaved to form a giant net covering the entire Myriad Buddha Mountain. Someone couldn't sit still any longer. Once this huge Buddha pattern net completely enveloped the entire Myriad Buddha Mountain, wouldn't it directly repair the seal on the Myriad Buddha Mountain? This way, it would be difficult for anyone to enter the Myriad Buddha Palace. Ridiculous, this group of bald donkeys, someone directly cursed. Let me try it. At this time, Yi Beichen was about to attack. He opened his mouth and spat out a ray of divine light. This divine light instantly turned into a heavenly sword, which pierced the giant Buddha light net. Everyone watched this scene nervously. The moment the heavenly sword pierced the Buddhist light net, it actually exploded. The power of the sword instantly surpassed the extreme grade. Above the sky, a destructive divine light immediately descended. The power of the heavenly punishment was activated. However, at the same time the power of the heavenly punishment descended, the exploded heavenly sword had already torn a huge hole in the giant Buddha light net. However, strangely, the power of the heavenly punishment only erased the power that surpassed the extreme grade from the explosion of the heavenly sword. It did not target Yi Beichen. Many people were shocked. They did not know how this fellow could avoid the heavenly punishment. This fellow, Gu Fei, looked at Yi Beichen with a solemn expression. He did not expect Yi Beichen to think of a way to deal with the heavenly punishment so quickly. It was really surprising. Among everyone present, only Gu Fei could see through Yi Beichen. When this fellow spat out the heavenly sword and pierced the giant Buddha light net, he had already erased the mark that belonged to him on it. The exploded heavenly sword no longer had any connection with Yi Beichen. It was precisely because of this that Yi Beichen could avoid the heavenly punishment. Yi Beichen laughed and directly rushed into the giant Buddha light net through the big hole. When everyone saw this, They also turned into conveyance lights and rushed into the giant Buddha light net. The Buddhist experts could not sit still when they saw this scene. On the myriad Buddha mountain, beams of powerful Buddha light rushed out continuously. In each beam of Buddha light, there was a Buddhist clan expert. These Buddhist clan experts blocked the experts who were rushing towards the myriad Buddha mountain. Without any unnecessary words, those experts started fighting with the experts from the Buddhist sects. At this time, Yi Beichen sent a Buddhist expert flying with a punch and landed on the myriad Buddha mountain. He then punched a big hole in the mountain and directly rushed into the mountain. "Let's go and join in the fun," Gu Fei said as he took a step forward. In an instant, he passed through the giant Buddha light net and arrived on the myriad Buddha mountain. Just as he landed on the myriad Buddha mountain, he was surrounded by 3 Buddhist sect powerhouses. "Sir, please go back." The middle-aged Buddhist expert, who was the leader, stared at Gu Fei and said, "Please go back." "Haha, what a joke. The 2 of us are not fools who enter a treasure mountain and return empty-handed." Old Tortoise laughed and landed on the myriad Buddha mountain. "That's right. How can we return empty-handed after entering a treasure mountain?" Chapter 43, 88. The Western Desert Buddhism sect made a big move. Countless Buddhist inscriptions rushed out from the peak of the myriad Buddha mountain. The Buddhist inscriptions interweaved into a net, trying to trap the entire myriad Buddha mountain. The result of the Buddhist experts' actions was to repair the damaged seal of the myriad Buddha mountain in one fell swoop. Once the seal of the myriad Buddha mountain was repaired, even a supreme martial artist would not be able to break it. Moreover, who in the heavenly realm would dare to use the power of the supreme martial artist? The master of lifeless purgatory, who was blasted into pieces by the heavenly punishment lightning, was the best example. Even the King Supreme Yi Beichen from the ancestral realms, Yi family did not dare to undo the seal on his body and restore his King Supreme martial artist cultivation. Once the seal of the myriad Buddha mountain was repaired, the myriad Buddha palace would be sealed within the mountain. No one would be able to enter the myriad Buddha palace. Therefore, everyone could not sit still. Hong Tiantu from the ancestral realms, Hong family, was even crazier. He waved his sledgehammer and attacked the myriad Buddha mountain. Anyone who stood in his way was blown away by him. "Roar!" Hong Tiantu roared and waved his sledgehammer crazily, smashing it on the mountain. Boom! Accompanied by an earth-shattering sound, the mountain that he had smashed actually cracked open one after another. "Open!" Hong Tiantu waved his sledgehammer crazily and smashed it again. Boom! With a loud bang, the place that was smashed by Hong Tiantu's sledgehammer collapsed. A large hole appeared in the mountain. Through the hole, Hong Tiantu could clearly see the connected palaces inside. "Haha, here I come!" Hong Tiantu laughed out loud and directly rushed into the mountain. When the others saw this scene, they were shocked to the extreme. The powerhouses from the primogenitor realm were indeed powerful. Everyone attacked the myriad Buddha mountain with all their might as though they were on steroids. In an instant, the myriad Buddha mountain was filled with divine light and powerful energy waves shook the earth. At this time, Gu Fei and Old Tortoise had also arrived at the myriad Buddha mountain. However, they were stopped by a middle-aged monk. "Scram!" Old Tortoise waved his sleeve, and the Buddhist expert was sent flying. He coughed out blood continuously. This was just a casual wave from Old Tortoise. Seeing this scene, the other experts were all taken aback. "Come on, let's go in as well." Gu Fei raised his hand and blasted a big hole in the 1,000 Buddha mountain in front of him. A stream of pure essence of the world immediately gushed out from the big hole. "There's a universe inside." Gu Fei took a step forward and instantly disappeared into the void. Old Tortoise also rushed in. This is a restricted area of the Buddha palace. All non-Buddhist disciples scram. At this moment, a loud shout came from the palace in front of them. In the next moment, an extremely powerful Buddhist energy erupted from the palace. In the next moment, cries of shock and agony filled the air. Many experts who had barged in were sent flying by this Buddhist energy. Humph! With a wave of his right hand, Gu Fei easily dispersed the powerful Buddhist energy that was rushing towards him. Then, he took another step forward and instantly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already in the sky above the palace. Acting all mysterious, Gu Fei stretched out his right hand and pressed down. Rumble, the void trembled, and a hand appeared above the palace. The entire world suddenly darkened and shrouded the entire place. Everyone was shocked when they saw this scene. It was fine if Gu Fei did not make a move, but once he did, it was earth-shattering. Ha ha! Gu Fei, don't waste your energy. A burst of laughter suddenly came from the palace below. Huh! Gu Fei frowned when he heard this, but he still slammed his palm down. This was definitely an extremely shocking scene. Covering the sky with one hand and killing the enemy was not something that an ordinary quasi-supreme being could perform. Everyone watched nervously. Just as Gu Fei's huge hand was about to hit the palace below, a ball of Buddhist light suddenly emerged from below and directly enveloped the entire palace. Boom! Gu Fei's huge hand directly hit the layer of Buddhist light. In the next moment, the layer of Buddhist light shook violently and countless Buddhist patterns appeared on it. He blocked it. Everyone was shocked when they saw this scene, especially Old Tortoise, who knew Gu Fei's strength. Gu Fei's palm showed the strength of a peak quasi-supreme being. However, the protective formation of the Buddha palace could block a blow from a peak quasi-supreme being. Hee, this is interesting. Gu Fei laughed. If it was so easy to break the seal of the Buddha palace, there would be no fun at all. Rumble, the huge hand that Gu Fei struck dissipated in the void. He took a step and directly returned to Old Tortoise's side. What should we do? Gu Fei said to Old Tortoise. What else can we do? Let's do nothing. Old Tortoise shrugged and said, if even Gu Fei could not break the seal of the Buddha palace, it was even more impossible for him. Then let's watch the show first. As Gu Fei said this, he directly took out 2 chairs and a small wooden table from his inner world. He then took out some celestial fruits and ate the fruits while watching the show. This Old Tortoise glanced at Gu Fei and was speechless. He also sat down and grabbed a bunch of celestial fruits to eat. These 2 guys, the group of experts, looked at Gu Fei and Old Tortoise as if they were looking at monsters. These 2 guys really knew how to enjoy life. Even at this time, they were still watching the show. Let's work together to break the seal. Yi Beichen's voice was heard. Then, he rushed out and joined forces with the other 2 experts. Violent energy directly surged into his body. Kill! Yi Beichen roared and directly slashed at the palace below with all his strength. Whoosh! The extremely sharp sword light descended from the sky and directly landed on the defensive Buddha light on the palace. Where the sword light passed, the layer of Buddha light was directly cut open. However, the cut was not very big, and it was not big enough for a person to pass through. A king of supreme being is indeed a king of supreme being. Gu Fei sighed. Yi Beichen still had some tricks up his sleeve. Again, Yi Beichen roared. In the next moment, the 2 experts from the ancestral realm directly appeared behind Yi Beichen. Then, they each pressed their palms on Yi Beichen's back. These 2 experts from the ancestral realm actually passed their cultivation to Yi Beichen. Roar! Yi Beichen roared at the sky. Heaven and earth trembled, and violent energy waves spread from his body. His long hair danced wildly, and his eyes were extremely terrifying. Open for me. Chapter 43:89. Gouffet pulled Old Tortoise along to watch the show. They were not in a hurry to make a move. Since they had already entered the treasure mountain, they could not return empty-handed. However, it had to be said that the Millennium Buddha Lord's methods were somewhat frightening. The interior of the Myriad Buddha Mountain was actually a world of its own. Yes, it was a world of its own. The Myriad Buddha Palace was located in the center of this world. It was sealed by the power of the entire world. If one wanted to enter the Myriad Buddha Palace, the only way was to break the seal. The Myriad Buddha Mountain was only an external seal. The Myriad Buddha Palace had an internal seal. Although Gouffet had only made a move once, he had already figured out the Myriad Buddha Palace's seal. This seal was almost unbreakable unless the world was destroyed. The world created by the Millennium Buddha Lord was not so easily destroyed. Moreover, the power of heavenly punishment might also be present here. No one dared to break the seal on themselves and restore the supreme cultivation of the extreme grade realm. At this time, the experts who had attacked the interior of the Myriad Buddha Mountain attacked one after another. The 8 immortals crossing the sea displayed their respective abilities. Oh, this Yi Bei-chin is not bad. He will be able to break the seal if he puts in a little more effort, Gouffet said. At this time, Yi Bei-chin attacked again. He teamed up with others and slashed with all his might. An immortal sword light immediately rushed out from his hand and fell directly on the Myriad Buddha Palace below. The sword combined the power of 3 quasi-supremes. Wherever it passed, the void was directly destroyed. Countless Buddha patterns in the void were destroyed by the sword light. Whoosh! The sword light fell on the layer of Buddha light above the Myriad Buddha Palace. In the next moment, a 10-meter-long hole appeared on the Buddha light, as if a golden curtain had been cut open. Enter! Yi Bei-chin shouted. He became one with his sword and rushed in through the crack. The 2 experts from the ancestral realm behind him also turned into flowing lights and rushed into the Myriad Buddha Palace. The 10-meter-long crack on the Buddha light disappeared in an instant. This made the experts who rushed in from all directions jump. The internal seal of the Myriad Buddha Palace was too strong. However, when Yi Bei-chin rushed into the Myriad Buddha Palace, what awaited him was a purple gold bowl. Bam! A purple gold alms bowl smashed heavily on Yi Bei-chin's head, causing him to see stars and fall to the side. Who dares to sneak attack your grandpa? Yi Bei-chin was furious. TSK, your grandpa? My grandpa, your ass. Bam! The purple gold alms bowl smashed fiercely onto Yi Bei-chin's head, making him dizzy and unable to tell which way was north. A huge bump immediately appeared on his forehead. Roar! Yi Bei-chin was on the verge of going crazy. At the next moment, countless sword lights burst out from his body, piercing out in all directions. As soon as the sword light appeared, screams rang out. Ha! Now you know how powerful I am. Yi Bei-chin laughed maniacally. Yi Bei-chin, you're crazy. In the next moment, a furious roar rang out. What happened? Yi Bei-chin focused his gaze and saw 2 people standing not far away. They were covered in blood, and there were bloody holes all over their bodies. They looked extremely wretched. Ha ha! A childish laughter rang out, and a figure directly appeared from the void. This person was actually a child with white teeth and red lips. He wore a white monk robe and looked like he was only 7 or 8 years old. The child held a purple gold alms bowl in his hand. This person was Little Monk Fanshio. Ha! Little Monk Fanshio laughed so hard that he bent over and even cried. I haven't had such fun in a long time. Little Monk Fanshio said, while holding back his laughter. He was actually played by a child. This made Yi Bei-chin want to die. This was a humiliation, an absolute humiliation. He was a king of supreme in the ancestral realm. Even in the ancestral realm, a king of supreme was a high and mighty existence that overlooked the common people and controlled the life and death of billions of living beings. Ha ha! Gu Fei and Old Tortoise laughed until their stomachs hurt. This little monk Fan Xiu was too funny. He could even trick Yi Bei-chin at this moment. At this moment, the experts from the ancestral realm outside the Million Buddha Palace were dumbfounded. That was Yi Bei-chin who dominated the ancestral realm. This child actually dared to trick Yi Bei-chin? Was he courting death? Preposterous. Yi Bei-chin was so angry that his eyes were about to spit fire. Rays of sharp sword light surged from his body and circled around him. Each ray of sword light cut through the void. The two experts from the ancestral realm who were accidentally injured by Yi Bei-chin were also furious. Little fellow, are you tired of living? You're hanging yourself? One of the middle-aged men in black extended his right hand, and a battle spear immediately appeared in his hand. A powerful, murderous aura erupted from his body. Those who were friends with Yi Bei-chin were naturally not nobodies. When this person was angry, the weather changed instantly. The other person also took out a Tao artifact. It was a fan. When he waved it gently, there was a faint sound of wind and thunder. "Ha, you want to gang up on me?" Little monk Fan Xiu laughed. "Gang up on me? Little guy, you really think too highly of yourself." Yi Bei-chin stared fiercely at little monk Fan Xiu and sneered. "Sigh, I thought I could show off for once." "Forget it. You guys play by yourselves. I won't accompany you." Little monk Fan Xiu suddenly laughed and slipped away. Swoosh! Little monk Fan Xiu turned into a ray of Buddhist light and rushed towards the Buddha palace below. "Where do you think you're going?" Yi Bei-chin did not think much and immediately chased after him. The other two experts from the ancestral realm also hurriedly chased after him. These guys don't know what's good for them. They even dare to chase after little monk Fan Xiu. Old Tortoise could not help but be amused when he saw this scene. Little monk Fan Xiu would definitely not play by the rules. He was also very curious about how little monk Fan Xiu was going to deal with these three guys. However, Old Tortoise knew very well that these three guys were definitely in for a tragedy. Gu Fei looked at the scene in the Buddhist light, but did not say anything. Soon, Yi Bei-chin and the others exclaimed and screamed in pain from the Buddha palace. They fell for it so quickly. Old Tortoise laughed. Boom! At this moment, a loud sound was heard. Someone was attacking the internal seal of the Buddha palace. Gu Fei looked in the direction of the sound and saw that the person who attacked was a woman in purple. "She's here too." This woman was someone he knew. Qin Yao, the princess of the Qin clan. The princess of the Qin clan was also impressive. Qin Yao actually used a divine lightning bolt to blast a large hole with a radius of 10 feet in the Buddha light outside the myriad Buddha palace. Swoosh! Without hesitation, the princess of the Qin clan rushed into the Buddha palace. At this moment, the real experts made their move. Although the internal seal of the Buddha palace was gone, it was not impossible to break it. However, it required a special method. Chapter 4390. Let's hope we can find the materials to repair the grand sovereign seal in the myriad Buddha palace. Otherwise, we'll have come in vain. Old Turtle muttered. He and Gu Fei didn't come to the western desert of the heaven realm just to stop the little monk Fan Xiu. Their main purpose was to repair the Tai Sovereign Seal. The Tai Sovereign Seal was severely damaged in the battle between Gu Fei and the primogenitor demon clan. Even the gods will within the Tai Sovereign Seal was almost destroyed. It was definitely not an easy task to repair the Tai Sovereign Seal. Just the materials needed to repair the Grand Sovereign Seal were hard to come by. The material used to refine the Grand Sovereign Seal was the 9 heavens pure gold. Back then, when the Grand Sovereign was refining the Grand Sovereign Seal, he had traveled all over the heaven realm and the mortal realm before finding a piece of 9 heavens pure gold in the depths of the starry sky. It was easier said than done for Gu Fei and the others to find another piece of 9 heaven pure gold. But Old Turtle had a way. He learned from his uncle that the Buddhist Lord had once obtained a large piece of 9 heavens pure gold. The Sanskrit Buddhist bell and the 3 realms Buddhist lamp were both refined from 9 heavens pure gold. There might be more 9 heavens pure gold in the Myriad Buddha Palace. If they could find it, they might have a chance to repair the Grand Sovereign Seal. Don't worry. If we don't have it in the Myriad Buddha Palace, we'll go to the Primogenitor Realm. Gu Fei said disapprovingly, Primogenitor Realm? You dare to go there in your current condition? Old Tortoise glanced at Gu Fei and said, Haha, why not? Gu Fei laughed out loudly. Given his current cultivation state, even if he were to encounter an extreme Tao Utmost being, he could still run away even if he could not beat him. If he were to anger this big bro and use his eternal true blood to awaken an eternal Tao weapon, even an extreme Tao Utmost being could be killed. Of course, this was his final trump card. He couldn't use it easily. Every time he used it, his vitality would be greatly damaged. You think too highly of yourself. Old Turtle shook his head. The primogenitor realm that Gu Fei spoke of was a world where extreme supremes ran amok. No one knew better than him how strong they were. After all, his father was one. The Tai Huang was definitely the most powerful demon race supreme being since ancient times. Gu Fei still wanted to say something, but at this moment, a loud explosion rang out. The entire 1,000 Buddha Palace started to shake as an extremely powerful Buddha energy erupted. One after another, powerful figures were sent flying away. Buzz. The void rippled like water, and the Buddhist power was so mighty that even the old tortoise was somewhat moved. Gu Fei was still as calm as ever. With a casual wave of his hand, the mighty Buddhist power dissipated into nothingness. Even the corners of their clothes did not move at all. You're still the best. Old Tortoise sighed. Although Gu Fei's cultivation had dropped a lot during the battle with the ancestor demons, he sadly discovered that he was still no match for this guy. Haha, you want to come in? Not a chance. A childish voice came from the Myriad Buddha Palace. A young monk was laughing in the sky above the Myriad Buddha Palace. This guy, I really want to slap his face with the soles of my shoes. Old Tortoise looked at the figure shrouded by the Buddhist light and gritted his teeth in hatred. Then go ahead and slap him. Gu Fei shrugged. This guy seems to be able to control the power of the Myriad Buddha Palace. Old Tortoise's expression suddenly changed as he felt that something was wrong. You only noticed now? Gu Fei said indifferently. He had long noticed that the Myriad Buddha Palace was actually a Tao tool, an extreme Tao tool. He had to admit that the Millennium Buddha Lord was truly amazing. Since ancient times, the majority of extreme supremes had only refined one Tao tool in their lifetime, and that was their natal extreme Tao tool. Very few extreme Tao supremes could refine as many extreme Tao artifacts as the Buddhist Lord did. Preposterous. That little baldy is too despicable. All the experts who were sent flying were shocked and furious. Among these experts, there were even supremes from the ancestor realm who had sealed their cultivation. Haha, I've had enough fun. The 3 of you can get lost too. Little monk Fan Xiao waved his hand, and 3 figures flew out of the Myriad Buddha Palace and smashed into a mountain in the distance. 3 human-shaped holes immediately appeared on the mountain. Roar. A deep roar came from the mountain. In the next moment, with a loud bang, the entire mountain exploded, and a figure soared into the sky. Little bald donkey, how dare you trick your grandpa? You're courting death. The person was in an extremely sorry state. His clothes were tattered, and there were even some places where blood was seeping out. This person was Yi Bei-chin, the supreme king of the Yi clan in the ancestor realm. The other two people rushed out of the sky full of dust. They were in a much more sorry state than Yi Bei-chin. Humph, I'm already very merciful for not taking your lives. Little monk Fan Xiu stared at Yi Bei-chin and said, Yi Bei-chin was shocked and angry, but there was nothing he could do. The other party was in the Myriad Buddha Palace, and he did not dare to enter the Myriad Buddha Palace again. This guy was extremely powerful in the Myriad Buddha Palace. What's the background of this guy? Gu Fei looked at the figure in the sky above the Myriad Buddha Palace and couldn't help but ponder. The appearance of this little monk Fan Xiu was extremely strange. He was dug out from the great tomb of the Millennium Buddhist Lord on the spiritual mountain in West Earth. Some people guessed that this guy was the reincarnation of the Millennium Buddhist Lord. There was a secret technique of reincarnation in Buddhism. This guy can't be the Millennium Buddhist Lord, right? Gu Fei pondered and said, What? How is this possible? Old Tortoise heard Gu Fei's words and opened his mouth in shock. The Millennium Buddhist Lord couldn't have transformed into a little monk and wandered the human world. However, this little monk Fan Xiu was also not the incarnation of the Millennium Buddhist Lord. Gu Fei could see this point. Who cares who he is? Won't we know once we capture this guy? Gu Fei murmured. Then it's all up to you, little brother. Go, little brother. Old Tortoise patted Gu Fei's shoulder and said, Let's wait and see. Gu Fei shook his head. Do you have any more? Your fruits are delicious. At this time, Old Tortoise had already eaten a large bunch of immortal fruits. The fruits were extremely sweet and melted in his mouth. When he ate one, he felt a cold air flow into his stomach and then spread to his whole body. It was as if there were lines of ice swimming in his body. It was such a comfortable feeling. This is the lunar fruit. You know your stuff, Gu Fei said as he flipped his right hand, and another bunch of lunar fruits appeared in his hand. This was an immortal fruit that had condensed the power of the lunar force. Even an immortal would be frozen instantly after eating one, let alone an ordinary person. Only sages could enjoy the extreme Yin fruit. Gu Fei directly threw the bunch of lunar fruits in his hand to Old Tortoise. Old Tortoise quickly caught it, plucked one, and threw it into his mouth. Gu Fei and Old Tortoise continued to eat the immortal fruits and continued to watch the show. Old Tortoise, do you dare to come in? Chapter 4391. Ha, Old Turtle, do you dare to come in? You don't dare, right? I can tell that you are as timid as a mouse. Little monk Fan Xiu laughed. What did you say? Old Turtle stood up and roared at little monk Fan Xiu. This fellow was too despicable. He actually dared to ruin his reputation in front of everyone. He was the demon lord of the heaven realm, the leader of the demon race. Ha, do you dare to come in? Little monk Fan Xiu continued to provoke. Old Turtle was furious, but he suddenly laughed. Fan Xiu, your provocation is useless against me. Old Turtle said, and sat down. This fellow was purposely provoking him to enter the Myriad Buddha Palace. If he could fall for this, he might as well kill himself. At this moment, more and more experts gathered inside the Myriad Buddha Mountain. Even the princess of the Qin clan, Qin Yao, was forced to retreat. She was the same as Old Turtle, a descendant of an extreme Tao supremacy. Most importantly, the empress of the Qin clan definitely had many powerful Tao artifacts with her. Ha! At this moment, a loud laugh came from outside the Myriad Buddha Mountain. In the next moment, there was a loud bang. With a loud bang, a part of myriad Buddha Mountain collapsed. A black city had actually smashed through the mountain and rushed in. A terrifying fiendish aura erupted from the black city, causing the entire myriad Buddha Mountain to shake. The experts near the black city all retreated. Haha, this is going to be fun. When Old Turtle saw this scene, he immediately laughed out loud. Gu Fei looked at the black city with a solemn expression. This black city was like a black, primordial demon mountain. The aura it exuded was too powerful, and the power that spread out from the black city could shake the heavens and the earth. Such a strong power was already infinitely close to the extreme Tao realm. In the unseen world, an oppressive aura shrouded everyone's heart. Old Turtle was shocked. This black city was much stronger than the demon city that was blasted into dregs by Tian Fa and the other demon city. They weren't on the same level at all. Could it be that the boss of the 7 purgatory masters of the extreme western purgatory is here? The old tortoise stared at the black city. The evil power that spread out from Hei Cheng actually blocked all the Buddhist power around. Hei Cheng's power could actually fight against heaven and earth. The boss of the 7 purgatory masters. What the hell is this? Gu Fei frowned. Among the 7 great purgatory masters of the extreme western purgatory, there are strong and weak purgatory masters. This boss is very terrifying. Legend has it that he had a great battle with the Eternal Buddha Lord. Although he lost, the Eternal Buddha Lord couldn't kill this guy. Old Tortoise said solemnly, "If that's the case, then this is an awesome person who dares to challenge the Buddhist master of all ages." Gu Fei was finally moved. One should know that this guy couldn't even kill a Buddhist sovereign. This was enough to prove how powerful and terrifying he was. Ayo, here comes a big guy. Seeing that the situation wasn't looking good, Fan Xiao immediately rushed into the Buddha palace below. "Where is the Buddhist Lord? Come out and see me." An old voice came from Black City. It wasn't loud, but it spread throughout the myriad Buddha Mountain. Everyone was incomparably shocked. Cough, cough. At this moment, there was a coughing sound, and a figure suddenly appeared in front of Black City. This person was wearing a black robe and was covered in a vast and mighty Xianhuang energy. It was actually the eternal ominous Xianhuang. Eternal ominous Xianhuang appeared and silently appeared in the myriad Buddha Mountain. You, after the terrifying existence in Black City, saw Xianhuang. He was actually incomparably terrified. It is just an incarnation. Cough, cough. Xianhuang coughed. He seemed to be heavily injured, but he was still extremely strong. No one dared to underestimate him. This guy, Gu Fei stood up. He seemed to have noticed something. "What's wrong?" Old Tortoise also stood up. Gu Fei didn't speak and just stared at Xianhuang and that Black City in the distance. Rumble, Black City suddenly moved. The void around Black City shattered, and the entire Black City wanted to escape into the chaos. "Can you escape?" The corner of Xuanhuang's mouth rose, revealing a cold smile. He stretched his right hand towards Black City. The entire Black City immediately quieted down and no longer shook. At the same time, Xianhuang took a step and instantly rushed into Black City. The true self has returned, invincible under the heavens. Eternal ominous Xuanhuang's voice spread throughout the world. No, the existence in Black City let out an unwilling and angry roar. The entire Black City suddenly shook violently. A violent wave of power spread out from Black City. Boom! In the next moment, endless Xianhuang energy erupted from Black City and instantly enveloped the entire Black City. Within the Xianhuang energy, one could vaguely see 2 figures fusing together. Gu Fei's expression became solemn. This Xianhuang, Old Tortoise was shocked. Was Xian Huang the boss of the 7 great purgatory masters? This was definitely a great secret. One should know that the boss of the 7 great purgatory masters was an existence that could compete with the ancient Buddhist masters. Eternal ominous, Xian Huang was definitely a super antique. This is going to be a good show. Gu Fei sighed. When Xian Huang and his doppelganger fused together, his strength had definitely reached the peak. Even Yi Beichen felt an extremely dangerous aura from Black City. If the existence inside wanted to kill him, it would be a piece of cake. Kill! Xuan Huang's voice sounded directly from Black City. In the next moment, the entire Black City directly rushed towards Myriad Buddha Palace. Rumble, Black City, like an ancient demonic mountain crushed through the sky. Wherever it passed, the void was directly annihilated. At this moment, all the experts hid far away. I'm just playing with you. Little monk Fan Xiu's childish voice came from Myriad Buddha Palace. Then, boundless Buddhist light erupted from the Myriad Buddha Palace. Amidst the Buddhist light, a series of golden figures appeared and charged towards He Cheng, who was charging towards them. Buddha moves heaven and earth. Countless Buddhist figures directly struck out with their palms. The monstrous palm force turned into a terrifying energy storm that swept towards Black City. Boom! With a loud bang, the energy storm collided with the Black City, causing the entire city to shake. However, the Black City continued to press forward. This terrifying energy storm was directly smashed by Black City. Then, the golden Buddhist figures also exploded. What little monk Fan Xiu, who was hiding in Myriad Buddha Palace, turned pale with fright. The power displayed by Black City had already exceeded his expectations. It seemed that this eternal ominous Xian Huang was indeed very powerful. Oh no, this is not good. Chapter 4392. No one would have thought that the incarnation of the great omen Xian Huang was the leader of the 7 purgatory masters of the extreme Western purgatory in the heaven realm. If an incarnation could become the leader of the extreme Western purgatory, wouldn't the true body be even more powerful and terrifying? Thinking of this, even Gu Fei was a little moved. The great omen Xian Huang was indeed not simple. After fusing with the incarnation, this fellow's strength had exceeded Gu Fei's expectations. This is bad. Gu Fei had a bad feeling. Although the heaven realm had heavenly punishment, it was not impossible to resist it. As long as one was strong enough, the heavenly punishment could be ignored. Rumble. At this moment, the great omen Xian Huang rode He Cheng and broke through the layers of Buddha light, colliding with the Myriad Buddha Palace. Wherever He Cheng passed, countless Buddha inscriptions collapsed. Everyone looked at this scene in shock. What a great Xian Huang! In the Myriad Buddha Palace, the little monk Fan Xiu directly entered a Buddha hall. In the next moment, huge Buddha shadows appeared in the sky above the Myriad Buddha Palace. Every Buddha shadow was like a huge golden mountain, emitting a shocking fluctuation of Buddha power. Wow, every one of them has the strength of a quasi-supreme. The old tortoise was speechless upon seeing this. One must know that there were 18 giant Buddha shadows, which meant that they were equivalent to 18 quasi-sovereigns. This should be the weakest formation in the Myriad Buddha Palace. After all, this was the Buddha Palace of the ancient Buddha Lord, which was also an extreme Tao artifact. The void trembled as a Buddha shadow made a move. A huge golden Buddha palm directly slapped towards He Cheng. The golden Buddha palm shrouded the area, and swastikas emerged on the palm. Boom! There was a loud explosion. Under everyone's gaze, the golden Buddha hand slapped onto He Cheng, and a strong Buddhist force exploded. He Cheng paused for a moment, but in the next moment, an extremely sharp light blade rushed out of He Cheng and directly slashed the golden Buddha palm in half. What In the world inside the myriad Buddha mountain, those Buddhist experts were all stunned. This guy was simply too strong. He could actually split the palm of a quasi-supreme Buddha image in half. The Buddha hand dissipated, and He Chung charged over. "Buddha is merciful," a Buddhist chant rang out as the 18 Buddha phantoms attacked at the same time. An unimaginably powerful Buddhist power burst forth, causing the entire world to turn golden. Endless Buddhist light enveloped the entire Black City. "Mercy my ass, break for me." In the Black City, the mysterious yellow chi roared, and the mysterious yellow chi surged. The entire Black City directly collided with the mighty Buddhist power. Boom! Amidst the shocking explosions, the entire world was shaking. The space around He Chung was collapsing and being destroyed. Under the incomparably shocked gazes of everyone, He Chung continued moving forward. The 18 Buddha shadows couldn't block him at all. The 18 Buddha shadows dimmed, and in the next moment, they disappeared from the void. A layer of the Buddha formation outside the myriad Buddha palace was broken. Many Buddha runes interweaved and collapsed. However, even though the Buddha formation was broken, the Buddhist power gathered by the Buddha formation was devoured by the Buddha palace. An even stronger Buddha formation was activated. 1. A few blurry images of weapons appeared in the void. Dang! The sound of the Buddhist bell reverberated through the heavens and earth, causing everyone's chi and blood to surge. Those with weaker cultivations directly retreated far away. The consequences of being affected by a battle of this level were very serious. A Buddha blade broke through the void and slashed out from the Buddha formation, instantly landing on He Chung. The mysterious yellow chi around He Chung was broken, and the blade light slashed on the city wall, leaving a mark on that incomparably sturdy wall. This was the Buddha soldier formation. Each Buddha soldier corresponded to a supreme Buddha weapon that was refined by the ancient Buddhist Lord. The might displayed by such a Buddhist formation was naturally extraordinary. However, the Black City continued to press forward in a domineering manner. "Unless the ancient Buddhist Lord is reborn, all of you will die." Mysterious Yellow's voice came from within He Chung. "Humph, you're courting death." Little monk Fan Xiao controlled the Buddha soldier formation with all his might. In the next moment, the 6 Buddha weapons within the Buddha soldier formation shot towards He Chung. "Retrieve." A powerful devouring power suddenly erupted from He Chung. The 6 Buddha weapons that were slashing towards He Chung flew towards him. Of course, they weren't the real 6 Buddha weapons. Even so, the 6 Buddha weapons were enough to kill an ordinary quasi-supremacy. However, the great omen, Xian Huang, actually wanted to take away the 6 Buddhist armaments. And he succeeded. The shadows of the 6 Buddhist armaments disappeared from the Black City. Preposterous. Little monk Fan, Xiao couldn't help but be shocked. "Kill." Without any hesitation, the huge He Chung was like a mysterious yellow divine mountain as it charged towards the myriad Buddha palace. Wherever it passed, endless Buddha power was forcefully dispersed. Boom! He Chung directly collided with the sealing Buddha light of the myriad Buddha palace. In the next moment, the layer of sealing Buddha light collapsed, and the entire He Chung directly crashed into the myriad Buddha palace's sealing range. At the same time, the entire myriad Buddha palace lit up. A Buddha shadow appeared in the void and sat cross-legged in the sky above the myriad Buddha palace. "Buddha and I are together. Subdue the demon." Little monk Fan Xiao's childish voice came from the myriad Buddha palace. In the next moment, the Buddha shadow that was sitting cross-legged in the void directly slammed its palm towards He Chung, who was charging towards it. This palm was like an attack from the real ancient Buddha Lord. It directly shattered the void between heaven and earth. All right. In the Black City, the great ominous being mysterious yellow finally became serious. A mysterious yellow pagoda flew out of the Black City and collided with the Buddha's palm. Heaven and earth mysterious yellow pagoda. Old Tortoise's eyes lit up when he saw the pagoda. Even in that ancient era, this pagoda was very famous. Rumble, the pagoda directly shattered the Buddha palm and the Buddha shadow before smashing into the myriad Buddha palace. Clang! Just as the nine heavens mysterious yellow pagoda was about to smash into the myriad Buddha palace, a purple gold alms bowl flew out and directly collided with the nine heavens mysterious yellow pagoda. The nine heavens mysterious yellow pagoda was blocked, but the purple gold alms bowl was knocked away. Too strong. In the Buddhist hall, little monk Fan Shio's expression was not that good. He waved his hand, and the purple gold alms bowl flew back into his hand. Countless cracks appeared on the alms bowl as though it was about to break at the next moment. Mysterious yellow, you bastard! Little monk Fan Shio scolded. He was not a kind person. Now that mysterious yellow had forced him to this point, he was really angry. Little brat, get your adults to come out and talk. Hei Chung continued to charge towards the myriad Buddha palace. Mysterious yellow's voice spread throughout the world. Ha! Old Tortoise couldn't help but laugh when he heard mysterious yellow. This guy actually called Fan Shio a little brat. This guy was not a little brat. However, little monk Fan Shio had always looked like a kid. He was the same as he was in the past. He had not changed at all. Gufei laughed too. It was the first time he heard someone call little monk Fan Shio a little brat. Mysterious yellow, do you really think you're invincible? Little monk Fan Shio gritted his teeth and said. In the next moment, he flipped his right hand and a Buddhist bell appeared in his hand. It was a simple little bell, and there was nothing extraordinary about it. However, the moment little monk Fan Shio activated the Buddhist bell, countless ancient Buddhist runes appeared on the Buddhist bell, and an extreme aura surged from the Buddhist bell. Clang! The Buddhist bell flew up and shook, letting out a bell chime. The melodious bell chime seemed harmless, but the moment the bell chime rang, Hei Chung, who was descending from the sky, stopped. The bell chime spread throughout the world. At this moment, only the bell chime echoed between heaven and earth. The bell chime contained the supreme power of Buddhism and calmed everyone's state of mind. At this moment, everyone almost forgot about killing and could not produce any murderous thoughts. Kill! 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 In Hei Chung, the great, evil, mysterious yellow roared crazily, and a shocking, murderous aura erupted. His murderous voice shook the nine heavens, causing the weather to change and the sun and moon to lose their light. The auspicious atmosphere between heaven and earth was immediately broken. Even the chime of the Sanskrit Buddhist bell was suppressed. All right, I'm not going to play with you, little brat. Go to hell. In Hei Chung, the great, evil, mysterious yellow stood on the altar in the square in the center of the city. In the next moment, he directly undid the seal on his body. Boom! An extremely terrifying aura immediately erupted from his body. Hei Chung shook, and the surrounding void collapsed. At this moment, everyone in this world felt their souls tremble. Extreme Tao. Everyone was shocked to the extreme. No one thought that mysterious yellow would dare to use the power of the extreme Tao. One had to know that the power of heaven's punishment could appear in this world. Sure enough, a terrifying aura of destruction immediately descended from the sky. Ha! Mysterious yellow, I didn't expect you to court death. You are really stupid to the extreme. The figure of the little monk Fan Shio appeared in the sky above the 10,000 Buddha palace. Is that so? Mysterious yellow stood on the altar in Hei Chung and suddenly grinned. The aura of the extreme Tao on his body was rapidly becoming stronger. Soon, his strength had soared to the peak of the extreme Tao. At this time, a destructive lightning descended from the sky and bombarded the great, evil, mysterious yellow on the altar. "Pagoda, come." Mysterious Yellow waved his hand, and the ninth heaven black yellow pagoda immediately appeared in his hand. Then it rushed into the sky and directly blocked the destructive lightning that descended from the sky. An Extreme Tao secret realm Extreme Tao artifact. Gu Fei looked at the ninth heaven black yellow pagoda that was bathed in the destructive lightning and could not help but be surprised. This Tao artifact turned out to be an Extreme Tao secret artifact,